Yeah, that looks like it's going.
So I think we are supposed to lead with introductions, or something like that. Hi everybody, I'm Charles. And yes, that's the canonical pronunciation of the weird looking name that starts with X. Pax! Hit it.
Hi, I'm Pax. I'm related to this clown and pretend that I speedrun this game.
Yes, I also pretend that I speedrun this game. Okay, so important facts. First of all, I had like 4 hours of sleep, so it's going to be an interesting day. Second of all, I have only ever run this category about 5 times. I have no idea why High Spirits let me into the marathon. Third thing, I just got world record in this category. So, when I fail, you can all laugh at me. Okay. There's a timer on the stream, I'm assuming. Somebody's going to need to coordinate the stream timer with me starting the game. The timer starts when I start the file, which is not yet. So, High Spirits, is that your business?
I don't think he can hear you.
You don't think you can hear me? Shoot. Okay, so, I mean, Pax, you can... Actually, no, I can see the Questing for Glory stream. Hang on. Okay, there is a timer. He has a timer. So I just want to know how is the timer going to be started when I start the game. High Spirit says, go ahead. Oh man, that's an awful lot of people in chat. Good morning, everyone. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'll start the countdown, and then maybe we'll be off by a couple of seconds, but High Spirits, I trust you. You're the man of the hour. Oh my god, I am so silly when I'm this tired. Okay, it's on this screen? Okay, so, 3, 2, 1, this is the worst decision I've ever made. Alright, we're playing the video game at maximum speed. Maximum speed in this video game is not very fast. So yeah, continuing on from what I said a little while ago, I normally run a different category. This is Breath of Fire 2 Any %, where we cheat and indulge in all sorts of skullduggery and glitchiness and stuff like that. I normally do the much more honorable glitchless category, but nobody else wants to. So if I want to compete with other speedrunners, I have to come and play this. But, about a week ago, I accidentally tripped, landed on my butt, and got world record for it. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's probably gonna be a disaster. But it's okay, I've got my man Pax here to make fun of me when it goes wrong.
I think what's great about that world record is that you got the world record practicing for this marathon to make sure you knew what the heck you were doing.
It's true. That is actually what happened. It was a no reset run, it was terrible, everything went wrong from the start, and everything continued going wrong until the end, and then somehow I got world record. Oh. Already got an extra dialogue box, alright. The new record that I just set for this category is 6 hours 25 minutes. And my glitchless world record by comparison is 7 hours 38 minutes, I think? It's just over an hour longer. Yes, as some people are saying in chat, I also play the even more honorable Brave Man, which is glitchless, but then also you aren't allowed to have nice things. That's a very silly category that I think I'm the only human who's ever finished an actual run.
Yeah, because most of us don't have a solid 10 to 12 hours to commit to that nonsense.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so first fight of the game. We have to lose, so we just bonk ourselves to lose as efficiently as possible. You actually can do that in one turn, but it's complete luck, and I normally don't.
I mean, you got the critical hit. So
I did.
That's fairly optimal.
No, this is how it's going to go. I'm going to get all the good luck during a marathon run when I'm using safety strats and going slowly.
No accidental world record here, folks.
I really hope not. No, Jenya has not done the Brave Man. The Brave Man is my own creation, and I'm still trying to con other people into playing it. But the deal for Brave Man is no glitches, no dragons, no bleu, no recruiting tenants to township, and no shamans, and you have to solo fight Baruberry. I think those are all the rules. So basically, I went through my strategy for the glitchless speedruns, like, okay, what are all of the things that I use to go as fast as possible? Let's just ban all of them and see what happens. And my world record for that, I think, is 10:08, 10:06, something like that. It's just over 10 hours. I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea, but I did that. That's a thing. Pax, do you think you'll ever run Brave Man? Are you the Brave Man of the Dragon?
I am not. I am not a Brave Man of the Dragon.
Okay.
I will likely not run that. That seems silly. I can't even get through a glitchless run. So
Yes, Zell has described it perfectly. So the name Brave Man comes from a line of dialogue in the game where one of the big baddies calls you the Brave Man of the Dragon. In all of its beautiful, like, 1994 classic Capcom translation. But it's a lot of fun. Okay, I am...
Cred0332 said, sounds like playing the game with a gun to your head. And that's exactly what it's like.
That's not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, at some point I should probably start actually focusing on what I'm doing. It's a testament to just how much I've played this game that I can basically autopilot through large chunks of it, but if I do that too much, then silly things start happening. So, okay, plot. Yeah, we met Bo. Bo's this dog. Bo is trash, but we're stuck with him for about the next 20 minutes.
And then we never use him again.
Not at all.
And yeah, I hope everyone appreciates that a game is being run where you can read the dialogue. This is a lore-friendly speed game.
It is. That's why I keep submitting it to Zell's really, really longathon marathons. So, the most distinctive part of the any percent run is coming up actually quite soon at the beginning of the game. We front load all of our skullduggery. And it's actually probably going to give me early onset arthritis, because there's a whole bunch of... It's not exactly frame perfect inputs. What you need to do for the glitch is you need to hit 2 different buttons on successive frames. Not at the same time, and not 2 frames apart, 1 frame apart. And I am a pleb. I'm playing this on like mouse and keyboard because I don't have a Super Nintendo capture card setup. So yeah, doing this on a keyboard is really difficult. So we're going to watch and laugh at me for a couple of minutes while I fail to cheat. Yeah, it's interesting. Breath of Fire 2 is... Sorry, I'm replying to things in chat. Breath of Fire 2 is actually not a very glitchy game. It's a very buggy game, but the bugs are all under the hood and you don't notice that nothing is working as intended. So one fun fact I can give you is that we recently had a very cool member of the community, a guy named Nitrodon, do a whole bunch of digging into the actual code of the game and telling us exactly how things work, and also at the same time telling us that nothing actually works the way that the developers thought it would at first. So like half the enemies in the game have at least one bug in their AI script. It's really funny. So we'll bring it up from time to time when we encounter some of those enemies. Some of the results are really funny.
Yeah, a lot of the bosses' AI scripts are broken. A lot of there's some very notable pieces of equipment that are broken.
Yeah. So have I thought about investing in a USB controller adapter? Here's the thing. I have been playing Super Nintendo games on a keyboard for the last 15 years. I don't know if I actually want to relearn all of that muscle memory. And there are actually a few things in the game that are better done on keyboard. Mostly rand rolling, if you know what that is. If not, we'll get there in an hour or so. Okay, that was the prologue. We didn't do much, but that was the prologue. Are any of those data things available online to read? Yeah, so what's the easiest way I can direct people there? I think the best thing to do is go to my Twitch channel. In my Twitch channel and like the About Me stuff, I have a link to my speedrunning Breath of Fire 2 Omnibus document, which includes links to several other things that contain that information. Or you can find a link to the Breath of Fire speedrunning Discord, and there are links there as well. Yes, it's like Rickrolling, but with Rand. You've got it. This man's a genius. Okay, so as with all JRPGs, we start out small. We're just, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, going around, solving the problems, finding the pets.
We're small-time adventurers in the big city.
We are. Okay, well, it's not really a big city. It's more like a small town. But we're going to take that life pill off the shelf. As with many Super Nintendo RPGs, the text limitations are severe, and consequently the item names are occasionally impenetrable. But the life PL is the resurrection item. But we don't want it, so we're going to sell it. Okay.
Now, just quickly going back to your comment about most of the glitches in this game, or mistakes in this game being under the hood, what I find really interesting about this game is that, like, it has a fairly significant out-of-bounds glitch, but there's no way to utilize it in the speedrun, because this game has so many, like, plot triggers that you can't actually do anything useful once you've broken out of bounds, because you still have to do everything in order.
Okay, so this is the part that is hard to do on a keyboard, so Pax, take it away.
So everything's going to look really, really janky for a minute here while he does this. So what he's doing is basically doing stuff really fast to trick the game into thinking that he's swapping equipment for other things, and is going to use that to get money. Basically, this is the infinite money glitch, and it does many, 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 many weird things that have nothing to do with money.
All right. We did it!
Which
Take
is
that, game.
Very strange, and I don't understand why.
Okay.
But aside from having a truly absurd amount of money now, he can also now trick the game into thinking that subsequent party members that he's going to get are equipped with an item, which is something you're not supposed to do. And so the item has, like, I believe it's substituting different values for all of its, like, weapon statistics.
Yeah,
so,
it's basically things are not pointing to what they're supposed to be pointing to.
Yeah.
So everything that I have just done here, it all had a purpose, and most of it was just setting up a whole bunch of nonsense for the rest of the game. So now we're richer than Bill Gates, we have a whole bunch of healing items, I have a whole bunch of armor that you normally wouldn't be able to afford in a glitchless category. Clean order. So smoke, they're decorative. They don't actually do anything. That's not true. I'm joking. They do things. The smokes reduce the encounter rate, and never quite as much as you wish they would.
Yeah, this game's encounter rate sucks.
It's quite legendary. And also, the odds of running from a fight are extremely low. So we'll actually just fight most of the random encounters, because it's better than trying to run away and then failing and then being sad a lot. But ideally, oh my goodness. Okay, so this is worse than usual. The game is just here to make a point. The game has a statement to make, and the statement is basically that it has Nothing but scorn for me and anyone else foolish enough to attempt to play it. But it's okay, because we're not here to world record, we're just here to have a good time. So we'll go slow.
Not only is this speedrun lore friendly, it's also random battle friendly. You'll actually get to experience the Breath of Fire 2 random battle experience.
Although perhaps not in the manner that you as a casual player would encounter it. See kids, smokes are bad, smokes are the worst. So one of the things conveniently that Nitrodon discovered is that there's an item we can acquire later in the game that produces the same effect but just on an accessory for free permanently. So as soon as we get that accessory, we will stop smoking because, as mentioned, it's bad for you. Also because it takes up a whole bunch of menu time. So here, every 64 steps I have to go back into the menu to use another one.
And it never seems to do anything.
No. It reduces the encounter rate from lots to still lots.
Yeah.
But it's measurable. It's one of the reasons that the... Sorry?
So it reduces it from lots to lots with maybe 2 fewer.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons that the any % category gets off to a much faster start than the glitchless category. Because in glitchless, you're dirt poor. You don't have more money than Bill Gates, so you just can't afford to buy them. They're $100 each. They're quite pricey for how little they do. Okay, so if my team could stop low-rolling their damage numbers, that'd be great. We could get through some of these fights a bit quicker. No? Okay, I guess not. The legendary hero A is still waking up in the morning. Okay, it's probably about time that I healed. Those HP bars are starting to get a little low.
A little lean on the hit points.
Yeah, oh, it's fine. We got unlimited healing items. Okay, this encounter rate is really bad. Normally we'd be fighting the first boss already, and we probably have another 2 or 3 encounters left to go before we get there. But this is part of the realistic Breath of Fire 2 experience. There's always a couple more random encounters than you really wish there were. Alright, we're all level 3. Oh, hey, Niso! Good to see you. Thank you for the good luck.
Yeah, I've seen some familiar names go by in chat.
Yeah, I'm trying not to think about the sheer staggering number of people that are watching me play this video game very badly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, last time I streamed, I had, 5 viewers? Yeah. So this is the 1002 is
okay,
a bit of a step up. This is very exciting.
Just for comparison, I have my world record splits going. In the world record, I already beat the first boss half a minute ago.
Ooh, that's awkward.
Nah, I know, right? We haven't even started it, and it's not really a quick boss fight. Alright, here we go. First boss! We are fighting some harpies. We are fighting the Harpy Lady Sisters, if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
Yeah, so I'm just going to respond to something that Iago said in chat. No, this game does not have marbles like BoF 1. BoF 1, man. Marbles are great. Marbles make you not fight anything.
Yeah,
the smokes in Breath of Fire 2 do not do that, and it sucks.
Oh man, no, I wish we had smokes. Sorry, smoked marbles. I wish we had marbles. The whole game would be like 2 hours faster, probably. Okay, so for some reason the Harpies don't actually get along very well. They beat each other up a bit. And that's the first one dead. Alright. Next.
This is our Yu-Gi-Oh crossover when we fight the Harpy Lady Sisters.
I already made that joke. Sorry. Please find your own jokes. Oh hey, Jen's in chat! Good morning, Jen. Oh, that was, okay, I'm reading chat a little bit too much and targeted the wrong enemy. My bad?
Man, get it together.
I know. It's okay, we're doing it for the content, right? That's how streaming works these days. So in Glitchless, when you can't buy all of the armor in Hometown, this fight is a lot more tense because you take a lot more damage. As you can see here, I'm basically ignoring them. This heal is probably unnecessary, but marathon safety. Hey streamer, look at this. I think they're trying to distract me, Pax. Oh, MCon's here.
Clearly it's working.
Clearly it is working. Hey, MCon. So MCon is the actual best Breath of Fire 2 any percent runner, from whom I just took the record, and I expect we'll have his record back within a week or two. You hear that, MCon? I'm calling you out. Play the video game.
I want to see that world record just bounce back and forth.
Yeah.
Every couple of days.
Between the man who has completed 5,000 runs of Breath of Fire 2 and the man who has completed 5. So the only reason that I was able to get the world record, or even anywhere near MCon's time, is that MCon's old world record, now his PB, was using an old route, and a couple months ago we invented a cool new route with all sorts of cleverness, and MCon, I think, has not finished a run with the new route yet. Am I remembering right? I think so. Yeah, it's summer? Okay, fair enough. Now, I also have been fairly busy. High Spirits, without knowing, actually scheduled this run at the optimal time. Basically, if it was a day in either direction, then it would have either overlapped me helping my students prepare for their exam or me marking their exams, because I'm just finishing teaching a vector calculus course right now. But they are literally writing their exam as we speak, so this is basically the perfect window in which for me to play the video game. I don't know if you did that on purpose, High Spirits, but thank you. This is relieving me of the temptation to look over their shoulders while they're working, so to speak.
My students are doing their exam. Better go play a video game.
Right? I don't know why all the professors don't do that. Yeah, you knew that, obviously. I would be impressed if you did, because I think when I submitted to the marathon, my class hadn't been scheduled yet. It's just a very abbreviated 6-week summer course. Okay, we can talk about game mechanics. So you'll notice that I have Bo standing in the front getting hit a lot. Breath of Fire 2 has an unusual take on the whole front row, back row mechanic that most JRPGs have. So instead of front row, back row, they have formations, which do two things. First of all, the people higher in the formation are more likely to be targeted than people back in the formation. And second of all, you can pick different stances, and each stance applies a physical damage taken buff or debuff and a physical damage dealt buff or debuff to each character. So in this formation, where Bo is way in the front, he is dealing and taking more damage. And Ryu in the back, sorry, the legendary hero A, is dealing and taking less damage. I should probably heal. Whereas in the first formation, where they were standing side by side, they were just each taking neutral damage and dealing neutral damage. So I will mess with this from time to time throughout the game. At some points it'll be important to just maximize my damage, and at other points I will want to minimize my damage taken.
Or when we want bad characters like the frog to take lots of damage.
So just to give you an idea, I think I'm now already about 4 minutes behind the world record just based on encounter RNG, which is really magical. You can also get what the game calls a lead-off attack, which is just a preemptive. It's a preemptive, and you can guaranteed run from a preemptive. It's the only time that you actually get a good run chance. but we have just had 0 preemptives, and the preemptive rate is like 1 in 4. So I am just getting savagely unlucky. As is tradition.
I mean, talking about savagely unlucky, though, we're coming up on the second boss, and I have very good experience in just how unlucky you can get.
Yeah.
On
Okay.
this boss.
So, okay, just before we do the boss, though, there's one more fight first. We're the pest control squad. We're the plucky heroes. We're just small town problem solvers in the big city, but we're here. We're pest control. We're fighting the bugs. Okay, so I'm just gonna autopilot it and have a couple bites of my breakfast. One sec. Take it away, Bax.
Right. So after we fight tiny cockroaches, we're gonna fight a big cockroach, and it has a mechanic similar to the Breath of Fire 1 bosses, where once you take out their health bar, they're not actually dead. In this case, it says something along the lines of the roach got up, and it's got a I want to say a 50% chance when you kill it for it to get up and get a bunch of its hit points back.
50% is in fact correct. Unless it's
50%
Pax
is
playing.
correct. Yeah, in which it's 100%.
Yeah, it's, absolutely. What did you get? I think you had him get up 12 times?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
he got up
something
12
unholy.
times. So, and that was in a run that had several other bad things happen in it. So that was just kicked off a whole run of badness.
There's one. Okay, sorry, I have to read this comment because this is hilarious. You got a 1 in 4 chance of a preemptive, but I got a 141 and 2/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at Sacrifice. That is actually my favorite meme of all time. Thank you so much. So if anybody doesn't know what that's referring to, go to look at the YouTube video. I think if you just search like Scott Steiner Sacrifice or something like that, that would bring it up. Okay, yeah, we are plus 413. Perfect. Oh
Yeah,
my god,
the
these
roach
encounters
didn't
have been
get-
so bad.
But the roach didn't get up 11 times.
No,
so
it was only once.
You're the real winner here.
Yeah.
And also, yes, Jen, the roach animations are horrifying. They're awful and they're gross.
Okay, so hang on. We're about to indulge in some nonsense. I'm gonna take off all my clothes. Yeah, this is a PG-rated stream, by the way. And then we're gonna find something to fight. I am loving all of these references in chat. This is the best. Okay, and then I'm gonna stop hitting myself. Come on, guys, stop hitting yourself. So, obviously, we are death warping. It's the fastest way to get back to hometown. And yes,
Yeah,
the hometown is literally named hometown. You didn't imagine that.
But yeah, it's a nice feature of this game that dying in a fight doesn't just game over you. You return to the last place that you saved, but it doesn't like revert you back to your last save. So you can use that to move yourself around the map a little bit. The disadvantage is you lose half your money.
But we're richer than Bill Gates, so who cares? Also, we took most of our dragon hoard and we shoved it in the bank, where you can't lose it to dying. Which is precisely what the bank is for.
Yeah, why walk when you can kill yourself?
Good old game logic. Yeah, I think we have about half a dozen or so useful death warps that we do in the game. Alright, so the first quest, like if this were World of Warcraft, we would have completed the first quest in our quest log. We would have rescued the pig.
Found pig.
What is the interest rate for the bank, though? Actually 0. I have no idea how they're turning a profit. But yeah, this game takes place before the invention of interest.
And now Bo is making bad choices.
So that's it. Bo's out of the party.
Yep.
We will very, very shortly, very briefly, have him again at one more point a little bit later in the game, but other than that, we are done with the dog.
Yeah, Bo makes bad choices, and so we leave him behind.
This is a purely plot segment for the next 5 minutes or so. If anybody wants to ask mechanics questions, or content questions, or, I don't know, tell me your favorite math joke or whatever in chat, now's a good time for it.
Here at Questing for Glory, we appreciate math facts. I mean, I don't appreciate math facts, but
Yeah.
but the speedrunner appreciates math facts.
Yeah, so for context, I'm a math PhD student, whereas Pax is in archaeology. So, I tease him about factoring groupoids with a countably infinite number of elements, and Pax teases me about, I don't know, the fall of Henry VIII or something like that. I don't know. England had some kings, right? I think that's a thing England did.
We've got a relevant question here. Do levels matter in this run?
In the any percent run, no, not really, because again, we're cheating.
Yeah.
So
we get levels by virtue of fighting the battles, but I don't think the specific level we're at any point is really.
So we never
relevant.
grind. I can answer that. Even in the glitch list, even in the Brave Man, like in none of the categories do we actually have to stop and grind. But in any percent, it's because we don't need the levels. Like, we could just be at half of our current level and we would still be able to win fights, no problem. In glitchless, we actually do need every level that we get, but conveniently, if you just speedrun the game, never stopping to grind, you end up at exactly the level you need to be to survive. It's actually amazing just how tight the routing is in the glitchless category. There are so many points where you have barely enough money, barely enough experience, just enough equipment to survive the fights, stuff like that. Okay, so now I have to remember to put my clothes back on. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a bad time in some of the upcoming fights. Also, yeah, Bo is literally trash. He's in the trash can where he belongs.
And yes, also enjoy the boing boing noises of the garbage can.
Yeah, I'll just
Boing boing
Alright,
boing
well.
boing 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 boing.
The unfortunate encounter rate continues. This is great! We're off to such a bad start, there's absolutely no way this run can world record, so the pressure is off of me. So now we can just have a good time. What did I give as an estimate? It's like 7:15? That's a solid 50 hours. Sorry, 50 hours. 50 minutes. 50 hours. Oh, can you imagine? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't co-commentate that long.
Just a casual Baden Kaito's 100% speedrun. No, 50 minutes. I gave myself an extra 50 minutes, so we can go nice and slow.
This is actually Breath of Fire 2 Skyrim percent, where we play it and drag it out for as long as possible.
Oh, Ria's up next. Yeah, okay, no worries. I can go like way overestimate if that helps. No problem. I can always take longer. I can throw the final boss fight a few times. That'd be good.
We'll just totally biff the cat strats at the end. Like...
Oh yeah. There's a question in chat. Do we use either rend or bow healing at the end of the game? No, because the game balance in this game is hilariously bad. Just like in terms of general RPG design principles, even the healer characters, even the best healer characters, their healing is not as good as just the consumable items that you can find and cook. So yeah, we never bother with healers. Our characters are people who punch and people who assist in the punching. In other words, a character with an attack up buff. And that is basically how we are going to defeat everything, actually. There's just an awful lot of punching.
Yeah.
We'll get to why in about 45 minutes. But
yes, apologies to anyone who wanted to see great big bolts of lightning rain down from the sky or something like that.
No, we don't do that here.
We don't use magic in this run.
Okay, so I think the plot is finally about over. We can get on with playing the video game. And it is very possible that I'm about to die. This, you can't see because my splits are not up on the stream, but on my splits, the next split is called Reset. It's nice and ominous. Basically, we get this far in, and then the run dies, and I have to reset. Not today, we're doing a marathon run, but normally. If I'm just doing world record attempts on my stream, we do the first half hour of the game several times, and then I give up and go play something else.
Do we use a debuffer? No, I don't think.
No.
We use any of the. We don't use any of the debuffs in this game.
The game does have debuff spells. They're not worth using.
No.
Anything.
It's much better to just buff yourself up.
Yeah, anything that is spooky enough that you would actually care to debuff it is also immune to debuffs. Another bit of brilliant game design.
Really, I think the only main debuff that I recall being used in any of the categories is the pan pizza in Brave Man, but that's broken as heck. So.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Okay, we got a lead-off attack. Oh, and we got another fight. And another lead-off attack. Good, because these things will kill me. On fire! Thank you so much. Good to see you. Also, I'm appreciating all of the math jokes that people are posting in the chat. They're great. Okay, so this thing can drop a gold. As in not like money, it's an item called gold. But it didn't, alas. Because I need one. Okay, we survived. So, okay, Pax, take it away. I have to do more glitching.
Oh no, he's just doing glitching again. What do I say? Let me take a look at chat. What's going? How's everyone? It is really early in the morning. I apologize if my heart's not in it for the first 3 hours of this run. But yeah, the beginning of this game is a whole lot of setup, and then once we get our first couple of characters joining the party, you will then see what it's all been for. I consider this first part with just A to be one of the less interesting parts of this game, particularly the speedrun.
Okay, so this is Rand. We're making a friend, except we're not friends yet, so he's not going to join us. But we will be friends in the future.
And before he joins us, he tries to steal all of our money.
Oh yeah, that'll happen too. That's also in the future.
He literally robs us.
Alright, we're just gonna come into the church where absolutely nothing untoward is happening, and save our game. And then leave.
Ooh, that's Ria, that is a fantastic archaeology joke, and I appreciate it a lot.
Oh, hang on, I missed it. What was it?
The only problem with archaeology is that your career prospects are in ruins.
I like it. Puns are great. Oh, I should probably heal. Okay. First of all. And second of all. So for reasons that will be clear later, I'm going to make it nighttime.
So this is the Tagwoods, where there are some pretty nasty enemy formations, and there are also bears that can absolutely destroy us. Actually, can they destroy us at any percent?
Oh yes. So
okay, the bears can still destroy us. Okay, so we fear the bears.
We absolutely fear the bears.
So the bears in here are one of a subset of enemies that can only miss or crit.
And let me tell you, when you have only one character in your party, that is a great mechanic.
Yeah. So it's great when they miss you, but if they hit you, they hit like a bus.
We're just going to hope that we don't fight them.
Yeah, we basically don't like to see those. And what makes it even worse is that they appear with an enemy that can sometimes heal. So you're trying to kill the enemy that's critting you into next week, and it's getting healed. And that combined with the awful run chance just makes this place a bad time.
Oh, is it time? Oh god, my face. So you can see why I'm not even trying to fight them. Oh lord, my face! Okay, well, one last chance. Game? It's fine!
Everything is okay.
Everything is going according to plan. So yeah, those are the bears. That's why we don't fight the bears.
We call them the fun bears. Yeah, they are not fun.
This is actually the strategy, is we will take our stupid 12% run chance and we'll take it. Oh, what a disaster. Okay.
Look, we didn't die.
Well, yeah, no, we didn't die. We're alive. These things we can actually fight. These things are not that scary. Just bonk us a little bit.
Yeah, the Dockedons they're fine. They don't really do anything threatening. Actually, I'm not sure how much damage Spark does.
About 30. But they can only cast it once. They don't do anything. It's fine. Yeah. It's just 2/3 my health bar. Who needs that? Alright. Next boss. We're fighting good old Paul Bunyan. Alright. I'm going to try and count damage in my head. Pax, take it away.
So, basically, we're... Occasionally, Xujhan will, or Charles, will count his damage to make sure that he's ending the fight. This fight in particular, we want to end it at very low health so that we can death warp. So if we can avoid healing right at the end of the fight, that's good, because he can do... I forget what specifically his Baba's damage range is. But we want to make sure that we're keeping our health above the amount of damage that he could possibly do to us so that obviously we don't die. but we also want to make sure that we end the fight as close to
Oh
no
no,
health
oh
as
no,
possible.
I screwed up. I screwed up. Okay, well,
Are we fine?
no,
What
we're
have you done?
not fine.
My stream is a few seconds behind. I don't know what's happened.
Okay, well, it's fine. We're not world recording anyway, right?
Dang.
So, we're just gonna do that again.
It's a marathon! Yay!
That one was on me.
So yes, what happened there is an unfortunate counterattack.
Yeah, that was he was at single-digit HP. That was a very badly timed counterattack.
Well, and that's... Yeah.
I risked it for the biscuit. I don't know why I did that. It was a bad decision. Okay, and now we're getting these things. This is another fun way of not playing the game very quickly. Yeah, no, we're just doing this for Rhea. Exactly. Oh my goodness. Let me out. These things can actually stun lock you to death very, very slowly.
Yeah, whichever programmer invented Sweet Breath needs to get punched in the face.
Yes, there is a fan-made retranslation for this game that is, I would recommend it to anybody looking to do a casual playthrough. It's a lot better than the original 90s translation. Although, if you're in it for the comedy, you can go for the original 90s translation. And hey, we actually got the runaway. There's a good question in chat. Which Breath of Fire 2 is considered the best one? The correct answer is Breath of Fire 3. That is objectively the best Breath of Fire game. Don't at me. Oh, okay. We're getting there.
Making our way through this forest.
So one of the nice things about doing Breath of Fire 2 any percent, as long as you're not trying to world record, is you can't really run over. All that will happen is you lose time, because you don't lose progress when you die. So you are never in a situation where your last save was 2.5 hours ago and then you die and you've lost 2.5 hours of progress. You don't lose plot progress when you die, you just lose money, and in any percent you have infinite money. You can always glitch more money if you need it. So... the run will finish. The run is never dead. Partly because the run was never alive. This has been a dead run from the start. Okay, take 2 with the lumberjack. This time with less feeding.
Let's try that again.
We're doing it for content, right?
Yeah, so I've now actually pulled up the notes so that my commentary is slightly more accurate.
Nice.
So the numbers I didn't know off the top of my head before were 14 and 28. So 14 is approximately what his damage caps out at. So we never want our hit points to go below
I say
28 or below, because he can theoretically counterattack us for 14 damage and then hit us for another 14 damage before we can heal points or more to potentially not die to this guy.
There we go. Okay, so this just I casually handed away another 3 minutes to the game. That's fine. Okay, so now We're going to die again, but this time it'll be on purpose. As soon as the game wants to give me a random encounter. It's how it goes. The moment you want to death warp, there are no random encounters in sight. Okay, well... would have been a lot faster if they just let me hit myself. But I guess that's not how we're doing this. Alright,
So
there we go.
while we're death warping, for a little bit of a lore update, we've now committed identity theft and are going to enter an illegal fighting competition.
Yeah.
Because we're really good at our job? Question mark?
Question mark, yeah. So earlier you saw me use the time warp spell to make it night. If I didn't do that, it would have been day when I death warped back here, and Rand is only in the pub at night. And you can just talk to the guy at the counter and it will play the little inn jingle and you'll sleep until nighttime. But the jingle takes longer than the time warp spell, and I'm supposed to be speedrunning. At least that's what it says. This is Charles's casual playthrough of Breath of Fire 2.
This isn't so much a speed run as it is a long play.
Yeah. Alright. Job interview!
Yeah, we now have an interview with the Director of Human Resources, and by interview I mean single combat to the death.
Got him. That's not a hard boss fight. Okay, I'm going to heal before I forget, because if I don't, I'm going to forget.
You're gonna have a bad time. Are there some cool Buff 3 mods? You know the answer to that question.
That feels like a leading question. I think the person who
No, I
asked
mean,
it...
someone in chat just asked, are there any cool Buff 3 mods?
Well, yeah. I'm guessing that the person asking already knows the answer, because I just, a week ago, finished a long playthrough of a Breath of Fire 3 mod. So, I think if you just Google search for Breath of Fire 3 hard rebalanced game facts, something like that, it should turn up. It's a mod made by a guy named Llewellyn, or however that name is supposed to be pronounced.
Llewellyn, I think.
Llewellyn, yeah. It just sort of exists as a thread on a GameFAQs forum, which is probably the least dignified mod house I have ever seen. But it's a lot of fun. Also, Rand just took all our lunch money.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna go buy 2 potions. Give me all of your money.
Okay, so apparently, what's that name? Arasanka? Yes. So you, just by sheer coincidence, you asked a question that I have just finished answering at length on my stream. I think I beat the final boss last weekend, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, that rebalance mod for Breath of Fire 3, I highly recommend it. It was a fantastic time. Okay, here we go. So for anybody who hasn't been keeping track of the plot, Bo was trying to steal something and broke into a guy's house, but at the same time, another person, a woman, broke into the same guy's house and took stuff before Bo could take it. So to prove that Bo is completely innocent and did nothing wrong, we're supposed to find the woman who took the stuff before Bo could take the stuff, because that is how that works. So now we're just going around the countryside looking for strange-looking women. And we found one, but it's the wrong one. Story of our lives. So now we're going to fight this person, and oh god, she's going to hit me in the face. She's going to be hitting me in the face quite a lot, actually, so...
Yeah, so this is another one of those fights where
god.
we need to watch our remaining hit points.
Yeah.
In this case, the magic number is 38.
Ow! Oh, please stop doing that. She doesn't actually crit every attack, she just crits most of them.
Come on and slam, and welcome to the slam.
Can we not? Okay, here we go. Oh, not the face! Oh god. Okay. Well, marathon safety, I'm just gonna heal. 37 is sort of borderline. Oh my god. This is worse than usual. I feel like I've been saying that a lot today.
I feel like that's just gonna be the whole run.
Yeah.
Just worse than usual.
When the VODs get uploaded to YouTube, that can just be the caption. Breath of Fire 2, even worse than usual. Has she done a single non-crit? I don't think so.
It's been a lot of crits.
That's a lot of crits. So she has a naturally high crit rate, but there's high, and there's... There we go, that's a non-crit. High is not supposed to be 100%. Now watch, the moment she joins the party, she is never going to crit anything. Ow. Oh dear. Ow. Oh dear. Oh. Okay. Well, it's been a great day. So
we're having a good run. This is
the 38 health threshold that Pax read you out of the notes, that's not totally safe. There isn't actually a totally safe threshold. She can two-shot you from full health. So 38 is a reasonably safe threshold that she is unlikely to two-shot you from full health. But as you can see, reasonably safe is not 100% safe. Yeah, this is such a good run. You're getting the real Breath of Fire 2 experience here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And unlike Baba, that one was not my fault.
Fortunately, we're playing Breath of Fire 2 Jeff Bezos percent and
Yes.
have lots of money, so
And it's
losing
all
half
safely...
our money isn't a disaster.
Well, more importantly, all our money is safely in the bank, so all of these deaths are not costing me anything. Rand takes your lunch money before the fight anyway. Yeah, I think we started the run about 10 or 15 minutes early, so I'm helping get the marathon back on schedule. That's all.
There we go.
Oh, this is such a disaster. I think I would have reset this run 3 or 4 times by now if I were going for world record. It's actually been kind of a long time since I died to Cat. It's a fairly uncommon reset point. It's okay, Magister. You'll get back from your nap a couple of hours from now and we'll still be here. Like, literally here in Corsair trying to beat Cat.
We're really optimistic here.
Oh god, my face, she's doing it again! Ow. You know what? I'm gonna take the hint. I'm gonna heal at 39. I normally don't, but I've seen this movie.
we know how this one goes.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm coming up on plus 15 on the splits. What a great time. No, using items does not get priority. She is gonna outspeed me every single turn. There's actually no variance in speed. The turn order is always the same. Cat has 220 HP. Until she joins your party, and then she's got about 7. Oh god, not the face. Okay, 24 HP is a little spooky. Oh, did Andy show up in chat? Hi, Andy. Andy is another previous world record holder for this game, although I think not this category. Andy held the glitchless world record for a while. And Andy had the second place in this category for a couple of years, I think, until just recently. Okay, I said I was healing at 39, so I'm going to do it again. Or I could just win the fight. I guess that works too. Okay. Cool. Okay, so now that Cat has joined the party, now the odds of dying go down almost to 0. As long as you have a second person in the party that can use a life pill, the revival item, now it's much harder to die. You still there, Pax?
Yes, sorry, I just had to mute myself for a second. I am still here.
No worries. Okay. We're gonna give Cat some clothes. Good idea, High Spirits, I will do that. We gotta maximize that 8-second harpsichord loop.
Ugh. Who okayed the Semafort theme?
Hey, look man, I only submitted this game to the marathon. I'm not the one who accepted it. You gotta blame High Spirits for that. Okay, so also apparently the owner of this Coliseum is whatever that thing is.
Cerberus Werewolf?
Yeah,
a Cerberus, but with only 2
gigantic
heads?
stone clubs. Oh, that was my face. Why is everybody going for the face? Oh, rip me. So, the strat for this fight is actually kind of funny. We just assume that we're gonna eat it repeatedly. So just anytime we're at low health, rather than try to heal, we just revive. We preemptively just queue up a revive.
Which is very clever, really.
It is, if you think about it. Occasionally it will result in a wasted action if you don't die, since the revival item doesn't do anything if you're still alive, but yeah, it's clever. Oh, well, as you can see, so now it's going to be wasted. But because he has 2 heads, he gets 2 actions. That's how that works. So it's, if you're just standing in the front at 30 HP, you are very likely to die. Man, He's not doing the thing. Ugh. So we actually do want him to kill us there so that the revive will go off and then we'll be at full health again. Fortunately, we have unlimited healing items, so it's not... Okay, we can just win the fight. That works too.
Sometimes you need to just win the fight.
Yeah. So, I have been red on every single split, like, losing time. I have not had a single light red split, they're all dark red splits. That's how you know it's a good run. I used up all of my luck getting world record last weekend. Nothing good is going to happen today. The good news is that almost all of the ways to die and lose huge amounts of time are now in the past.
Yeah, things are about to become a lot more consistent.
A lot more consistent.
We can make use of that glitch that we, all that glitching that we set up at the beginning.
Okay, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna mess it up, but I'm gonna do the thing. Didn't mess it up! I did the thing! Ha, go me.
Nailed it.
So that's the Rand rolling. This is Rand. He's our friend and he rolls. So when you're rolling around, not only do you move at twice the normal walking speed, but you also can't get encounters. When you hit something, so you can't stop moving. Once you start rolling, you have to keep rolling. The only way to stop is to bonk. And when you bonk, you have a 50-50 chance of getting a fight. So
unfortunately, we're now about to lose Rand for a while.
Yeah, so now that we have our fast travel immediately leaves the party again. Brilliant game design. So we will get him back later. Like, much. Like, an hour later or so. And then we'll get to go fast again. So now it's back to being just us and Cat. Fortunately, Cat is the hero of the speedrun. All good things are Cat, for reasons that will be clear much, much later.
Rand is a giant armadillo that can be evolved into a normal armadillo.
We will actually make use of the shaman fusions in the run. Only one time, but it's really good use. You're gonna like it. Assuming you're still watching 6 hours from now. Yeah, why would you fast travel when you could just walk and get random encounters all the time?
Ugh.
You gotta get into the JRPG spirit.
There's a reason I play a speed game that lets you auto-run from fights.
Yeah, speaking of which, hey, when's your next speedrun?
When I don't work 40 hours a week.
Fair enough. So I am hoping that I'll be able to grind out this game a bit more now that my teaching job is just about over. I'll have at least a couple of months until beginning of September, start of the new term. with nothing but my research obligations, which basically means video game time, because I'm a terrible PhD student. My favorite shaman combination is the one we're going to use in the run. So now you have to hang around and see which one that is.
Haha.
You couldn't tell, but I just made finger guns toward the monitor that has the chat up on it. Maybe you could hear the finger guns in the voice, I don't know.
So, plot update. We're still looking for a woman with wings, and turns out if we had just stuck around hometown the whole time, we would have found a woman with wings, but it's still the wrong one.
Yep. You would have thought that a woman with wings would have been a pretty unique identifier, but there are multiples. Oh, there's a good question. Do I speedrun other games? I occasionally do Link to the Past randos or plandos, and I even more occasionally do races in Pokemon Crystal, like bingos or catch-em-alls, usually with packs, actually. So PAX, when are we doing another Pokemon thing?
When I don't work 40
got the
hours a
gold
week and
drop.
my body isn't broken.
We got the stupid gold drop.
Nice.
So, to hang on, let me just first of all do this fight and then gather my words. So, in the run, you need 2 golds? Yeah, you need 2 golds in the run. But there's only one that's conveniently available. So in the any percent run, you really, really want to get one as a random drop. If you don't, then you have to go out of your way and lose a couple of minutes to get a backup. And I have never actually got the gold drop in any of my 5 runs of this category. And I just got one. This isn't even the most likely place to get it.
We love to see it.
Yeah, so now that this run is guaranteed to be awful and way overestimate, now the game is taunting me by giving me good luck. I see what it's doing there. When's the next Eat Yachts? That's a good question. I'd love to play some more Eat Yachts. It's really easy to get into speedrunning when your dissertation hates you. That is the truest thing we have heard all morning. God, that is exactly how it works. Do we do Breath of Fire 2 runs every year? I submit Breath of Fire 2 to every marathon that will take me. So I submit to at least every one that I notice the applications for. I probably have missed 1 or 2, but anytime there's a Questing for Glory marathon, or a No Glitches Allowed marathon, a really, really long-a-thon, I submit Breath of Fire 2 to all of them. Because I am a huge nerd, and for some reason I want people to watch my suffering. Okay, so this is a gang hideout, so we're here, there's a gang here, we're in their hideout, we're trying to rescue the woman with wings. And we just got through the dungeon with no random encounters. So again, the game taunts me. It taunts me, and I shall have it. Sorry, that was con. Did you miss the best Breath of Fire game in the series debate? It's not a debate, because the correct answer is obviously Breath of Fire 3.
Which is amusingly not the one you're
not this
running
one
right now.
So the story there is, this is the one that Pax and I have nostalgia for, because we got this game, I think I was at 10, Pax would have been 7 or 8. Our cousin...
Or younger than that.
Maybe even younger than that. Our cousin gifted us his old Super Nintendo. old. It wasn't actually that old at the time. I think it was just he'd gotten a brand new N64 fresh off the shelf. He gifted us his Super Nintendo and Breath of Fire 2. So we played this a lot as kids. Also, to do a really good job of a long RPG speedrun like Breath of Fire 2, and especially Breath of Fire 2, you need to just have like entire megabytes of game data memorized in your brain. And I have that for Breath of Fire 2, and I do not have that for Breath of Fire 3. So it would be a lot of work for me to pick up another speed game and be anywhere near as good at it as I am at Breath of Fire 2. Which is a joke, because as you can see clearly, I'm actually not good at this game, but like I'd be even worse at something else. Watching my attempts to play Link to the Past quickly are really funny.
It's Silver Wing with a lot of numbers. This is on emulator. As the runner doesn't have the hardware to stream on hardware.
Okay, so now we can go back to talking about the cheating. We're going to cheat, or rather, we cheated in the past, but due to relativistic effects, it's only kicking in now. That's how relativity works, right? We've got a physicist in chat, I hope. We've apparently got 1,300 people watching us. I'm sure one of you knows some physics. Okay, so this is a boss. Look at him go. Okay, we are gonna equip a piece of equipment. Doesn't actually matter which, let's just equip that. Okay, so Nina is a squishy spellcaster who does... Oh my god, why is she doing so much damage? Oh my god, why is she attacking twice? That was rhetorical, of course. I did that like for show. The answer is, of course, because we cheated. So Nina has a glitched weapon equipped, which is way stronger than anything A or Cat is bringing to the table, and also has the hits twice property. Let the Skulldugger... Oh yes, bring the crits! So one of the properties of... Actually, it's not even to do with the weapon. It's just as a consequence of the way the game is coded. If you crit one of your attacks in a turn, you will then crit all of your attacks in that turn, including counterattacks. So if she crits her first attack, she will then also crit her second attack. And we just absolutely murder the boss.
Glitches are fun.
Only by observing the cheating do we see the cheating, and that allows the cheating to have happened in the past. Exactly! This guy knows his physics. So what's going on is when we were in the glitched shopping menu, that actually is doing multiple things. It's not just producing infinite money for us, but it's also it scrambles the pointers, or like wherever the game is storing its data or something, and what ends up happening is you have the information, the game data for an item saved as your weapon information. So Nina's currently equipped weapon is a Moondrop, which is a consumable item. So the game reads in the data for a consumable item and tries to interpret it as a weapon data instead of item data. And it turns into a base 64 power item that hits twice and has the holy element, which is really, really good. So the reason that we have it on Nina, but not on Kat or Ryu, is the game has what it thinks of as an active party and then the reserve party. So it just has all of the party members saved like in a numerical list. And even when you have fewer than 4 people in the party, it still thinks that the first 4 people in the party list are like, that's the active party, even if some people aren't literally in the party at the moment. Is this my smoke? Yeah. So when the game starts, it goes Ryu, Bo, Cat, Rand. Or maybe it's Ryu, Bo, Rand, Cat. I forget which order Cat and Rand are in.
I think it's Rand Cat, because you can theoretically have Rand first.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, depending on how you do the Coliseum fight.
So at the beginning of the game, when you're doing that shopping glitch, what you're doing is you're getting the glitched weapon on people in the reserve party. So when I glitched with Ryu in slot 1, that gives the glitched weapon to the person in slot 5, which is Nina. And when I do the glitch with Ryu in slot 2, which is why I switched Bo and Ryu in Hometown right at the beginning, that gives the glitched weapon to Sten, who is in slot 6. By the way, all of this stuff was discovered by Andy W3321. Don't know if he's still in chat, but shout out to Andy if he is. This run would be a lot slower if he had not discovered it. Bgraph. So wasn't there a game where you hit enemies with herbs? It's the same glitch. So the first thing Andy discovered was that you could get herbs equipped as weapons. And the herb is also a glitched weapon, but the properties that it inherits are not as good as the Moondrop. So shortly after discovering how to equip a herb as a weapon, Andy discovered how to equip a Moondrop as a weapon, which is even better. So we no longer use the herb version. What determines the weapon you get, so you'll notice I bought a stack of 6 urchins, which are fishing bait. And the reason those are significant is they're both equipment, they're an accessory that you equip for the shopping minigame, but they're also stackable, where no other equipment in the game is stackable besides your fishing bait. So by changing the number of the stackable accessory that you are using in the shopping glitch, you change the weapon you get. So with only a 1 stack, or with a non-stackable thing, you get the herb, which is item 1 in the game's data. With 6, you get the Moondrop. And also a little bit later, with 4, you'll get a vanilla extract, which is another different healing item, that I'm going to do the same glitch with. You can glitch with anybody who can be in the reserve party, which is everybody except Ryu. Ryu has to always be in the active party. And that's not all. There's more. Hashtag Billy Mays. The same shopping glitch that gives us unlimited money and produces the glitched weapons can also be used to duplicate equipment. So like 1 glitch, 3 results. It's a very, very efficient.
Yeah, this game is held together by silly string.
It is. But the funny thing is, unless you know about this very particular glitch, it's a very clean game from the casual viewer's perspective. Some games, you just play them and the game is glitchy. Just the graphics on screen glitch a lot and things don't work the way that they're supposed to in a consistent manner. The game is actually very consistent in how it plays. It's consistently not working as intended. But if you would just play this game casually, it's very likely that you just never encounter any of the glitches. And you think that the game was basically bug-free. Yeah, like a game like Donkey Kong 64. In a game like Donkey Kong 64, you can see the glitches in action whether you're trying to or not. So that's a good contrast, thank you.
So yeah, this is our newest party member. He's a monkey.
Boy, is he ever a monkey. Sten is the boosted bonobo.
He's also some kind of street magician, but that's never really relevant again.
Literally not once. So his magic trick here where he sticks Ryu in another dimension, that is the one and only time that plot point is relevant. Return to monk. Exactly. Actually, Sten is kind of... Actually, no. In any percent, Sten is quite good. Sten uses the glitched weapons very well. But in other categories, without the glitched weapons, he's pretty bad. It's possibly you just heard a Facebook notification in the background. Just ignore that. When I have a moment, I'll go and close it.
Here's a good question. Which ending are we aiming for? All of the Breath of Fire 2 speedruns go for the good ending, like the best ending.
Yeah. Okay, I have to do shopping. Take it away.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just continue on that train.
Yeah.
Because this game's got technically 3 endings. There's the bad ending where you literally don't do the final dungeon or the final boss or anything because you say no. Like you say you're gonna wait for demons to overrun the earth, I guess, and you get a bad ending and game over. Then there's the sort of the neutral ending, or like the regular ending, where you don't go out of your way to do a bunch of extra stuff. And that's generally what people will see on their on like their first playthrough or like a casual run or something. If they're not familiar with the story of the game and stuff like that, you'll generally get the neutral ending. And then there's the good ending, where before you go and do the final dungeon, you have to set a few things up. You have to kill a boss in a very specific way so that a particular character survives, and then you have to go like find another character hidden behind a bookcase and stuff like that, and you have to set a few things up, and then when you beat the game, you'll get the good ending. And all of the Breath of Fire 2 speedruns go for good ending.
Okay, so you saw that I did more glitching. The second of those 2 glitches, you may have noticed that once I got into the glitch state, rather than just immediately confirming, you saw like the Urchin 6 get scrolled down to Urchin 4 before a confirmation. And what that does is I was putting the glitched weapon on Xujhan, who we have not met yet. And Xujhan, rather than having a glitched Moondrop as his weapon, is going to have a glitched Vanilla Extract. And the reason we do that is, actually, it's just for the very end of the game, but both the Moondrop and the Vanilla Extract are full party heals. The reason we want to have one of each, or that we want at least one of each, is that the Moondrop is a full heal, including revives. Whoops, one tile too early. But the Moondrop also removes any buffs when you use it, and our strategy for the final boss involves a lot of attack up buffs. So we want the Vanilla Extract so we can use as a heal when we don't need the full Moondrop, and then we don't have to overwrite our attack buffs with it.
Also, Charles, Jen is reminding you not to forget to talk to people that you need for the good ending.
Yeah, so the story there is, once upon a time, Andy had the glitchless world record, and I had second place by 3 seconds. My time was only 3 seconds slower than Andy's, and I was on a world record pace on my channel, just doing a run. And I finished the run. We got about a 10-minute PB, would have been a fat world record. And then as we were all celebrating as the credit crawl happening, it played the neutral ending. Because I totally forgot to set up the good ending. So my world record evaporated because the run was invalid.
You lost the run after the run was completed.
And we have not stopped making fun of me since then. Rightly so.
So this segment, this segment of the game that we're doing here is one of the rare instances of our choices mattering in this game. So we're down here. We're supposed to be rescuing all of the townsfolk who've gone into the well and haven't come back out. And we're not going to do that. We're just going to go fight the boss and then leave, and everyone can die. And what that does is it affects. We get to like build a. We get to do a little like. Oh,
he's fine.
We get to do a little like town building simulator in this game, and whether we save people or not here will dictate which carpenters can build our town, and we can get some cool little like side benefits from that. But we don't really care about that because we just want the generic one anyways that you get by saving no one.
Okay, we're riding turtles. That's what's happening. And then we fight the big turtle.
The big turtle.
The big turtle. So if you play this game casually, this is probably the first roadblock you hit. This guy
he's got like
too much health.
He's got like twice as much health as the previous two bosses.
Yep. The last boss had about 580 health. This guy has 1,300. It's actually ridiculous. There's
and
no
that's also
reason.
significant. Yeah. It's also significantly more hit points than several of the next bosses.
Yeah, there is no reason for this guy to be this healthy. Fortunately, with the glitched weapons, we can make reasonably quick work of him. Oh, Sten is gonna murder someone. Ow! Whew. Okay, is it actually worth reviving Ryu? I don't think so. It's Sten and Nina who are doing all the damage. Okay, there's the fire breath, so now I need to do a thing. So we attack with Sten, Cat will heal Nina, and Nina will use her Moondrop. The reason we do it in this order is Sten is our best damage dealer, so we don't really want to use Sten to revive with the Moondrop. So this way, even if he kills Sten and Cat with this attack, then Nina will revive everybody. Yeah, there goes Sten, there goes Cat, Nina lives, and then everybody's alive again.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Yeah, so not only do we have unlimited healing items, but also our completely busted glitched weapons are unlimited full party full heals. It makes it really hard to wipe. Hey, I got a gold split! Hey! Now I'm only plus 13 minutes!
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this run is a disaster! Which town do we prefer and why is the treehouse town the best? The treehouse town is the best. Because cooking is silly. Kingston Beer, you don't remember monsters being this creepy? Then clearly you need to play this game again, because boy are they.
Now it shows just how I've played this game a lot and yet somehow seemingly remember nothing. The regular carpenter gets you cooking. The rich carpenter gets you the Tolan minigame thing. What do you get from the treehouse?
You have it the wrong way around. The treehouse guy gets you the Tolan minigame. The
Oh, is
rich
it?
guy in the Arabian-style building there, he just gets you a bar where you can talk to people and get game stats, like how many times have you run from a fight. It's
Oh,
totally
okay.
worthless.
That's probably why I didn't remember.
That is
it then.
exactly why you don't remember it, because there's no reason to get it.
I also apologize if any strange noises come through my microphone. They're building a house next door.
Yes, Andy is reminding me to put in a safety save in case we accidentally lock the game, which is possible. So on a good run, it won't happen. And that's not like a cross my fingers, hope it won't happen. The way it works is actually what causes the game to lock is time dependent. So as long as you run on a consistent pace and you get to the point in the game at the same time, it won't lock. But if you are too slow, it might. And I am very much too slow. And it's not just like a die game over, it's the game will actually freeze and force me to do a hard reset. So that's why I definitely should throw in this safety save here.
Ooh, Scarsaki, that sucks. Forgot to change emulators.
That hasn't happened to me yet.
Before doing a run. Ooh. Yes, this is the inane back and forth section of the speedrun.
Okay, so it's Nina, Sten, Rand.
Also, yes, Rand randomly rejoins our party for seemingly no reason.
Because he finished repairing the hideout. His work here was done. Yeah, Andy, that's a good point. I'll throw in a safety save at the church. That's... I mean, basically, if things go wrong, then the church is about a minute closer. On the other hand, if I don't do that, and then we have to reset, then it's just more time for Rhea, who wanted me to take as long as possible. Okay.
In that event, though, I will not be able to commentate the rest of your run because I'm already tired and re-sitting through the first hour.
Oh no! It would only send me.
My idea of a good time.
No. What I mean, like, is instead of just reloading here at the church, I would respawn, or I'd like reload the game back at the safety save I just did a minute ago. Not I would have to replay the whole game. No, that
reset the run.
That's something else. Yeah. Okay. So I'll go and throw in this safety save here. Hopefully it all works out. So if this does lock the game, then I'll just have to do the glitch for Cat a bit later. Hopefully that won't happen. Yep, there's the lock. Okay, so we'll have to do the glitch for Cat later. So yeah, that happens basically when you are too slow. Just as a consequence, the game has an internal clock that it uses to do certain things, and it ends up being a factor in how the glitch behaves. So if you come and try to glitch at the wrong time, you get that result. So we will just continue.
This is fine. Out of curiosity, what is the backup Cat glitched weapon location or timing?
Oh, you can probably just do it at Semaphore. You can do it any time you have a weapon shop.
Right.
Like you get Cat in the reserve party, and then you glitch. So what that means is normally I would bring Cat to Nimafu's tower, which is the next dungeon, but since she doesn't have her glitched weapon yet, I'll just keep Sten in the party.
That was going to be my next question, is how does that then affect the next couple of bosses? And that answered my question. Yeah,
Cat and Sten are pretty interchangeable at this point in the game. Cat is very slightly better because she's slightly faster. So there are a couple enemies that Cat will outspeed and that Sten won't, but it's not a big deal. Also, yo, I've had really good rolling today. Dang.
They see you rolling. At least you're not messing up your rolling in front of other people.
Yeah, I'm looking like a real pro who died twice in boss fights.
And was then too slow to get the glitch.
Yep.
How embarrassing.
So this is really only ever an issue in marathons, because if you're doing an actual run and you're trying to get a good time, if you're so slow that you're going to encounter the mirror soft lock, then you should have just reset your run already. But yeah, it is something that we need to keep in mind when doing marathon runs. Okay. I'm just going to take a quick bite of my leftover breakfast. Take it away, Pax.
So yeah, we're doing a bit of, like I said earlier, we're doing a bit of back and forth plot stuff right now, where we keep having to go from Capitan back to the hideout for various plot reasons, and this plot reason is we just got our cool dragon powers. It's very exciting, because, of course, this is Breath of Fire. We are a brave man of the dragon. But up until now, there haven't really even been dragons mentioned. This is the first time that dragons appear. And so we now have acquired our dragon powers, which in glitchless are a lot more impressive than they are in any percent, since all of our characters are really, really strong anyways. And the dragon powers in Breath of Fire 2 are unfortunately a little boring, because they just do flat damage based on the amount. They basically, when you cast one, it uses up all of Ryu's mana, and then does damage based on the amount of mana he had. So if you use all of your mana, these dragon spells that we just got will do 256 damage. And obviously, if you cast the spell with a little less than your maximum MP, it'll do a little bit less than that. And the ones that we got just now have elements. So there's a fire one, an ice one, and a lightning one, or a thunder one. But the next round that we get are non-elemental for some reason, and are totally obviously working as intended.
Yep.
So we can abuse damage weaknesses with the puppy spells, but we can't abuse damage weaknesses with the actual mainline dragon spells. It's very interesting.
Okay, so fortunately, or conveniently, when we do that sequence at the Burning Hut, it resets our save point to be at Capitan, just in case Ryu dies on his solo walk back to town. So now we can just Death Warp and we'll appear back at Capitan.
And fortunately, glitched weapons make Death Warp
Oh yeah, they're
easy.
great. Here we are.
I like Nina one-shotting Ryu in the upset of the century.
Yep. She's a spellcaster. Got those spellcaster abs.
20 strength wizard.
Yep.
Alright, so
Okay.
we are leaving the first continent behind, and we're about to enter Frogland.
Also known as France. Also known as Simafort. Everybody's favorite. Actually, no, we're not getting to Simafort quite yet. We have one more dungeon to do first.
We have to go deal with witches. Or a witch.
Good question. Does the run use elemental pairings for party determination? No, not really. The only characters for whom elements are really relevant are the spellcasters like Nina and Bleu, because they have elemental magic, but then they have all elements, so they just pick the appropriate one for the enemy. It doesn't really affect the actual party. Okay, need to equip. Yes, okay, all my equipment is good, and I need to not botch this roll. I have immediately botched the roll. Cool.
Incredible.
Nice. I'm a professional.
You mean you can't get a task level roll?
Oh, no, if you want to see a task level roll, I'm about to roll around the bottom of this lake, but you can actually roll over the top of it. It's super tight, but it is possible. There, that's better. Okay, so on this split, I can easily make up 5 minutes of time on my world record.
Yeah, you had a terrible Witch's Tower.
Awful.
So the door here is another one of those things that can just lose you all sorts of time. Because what are the mechanics on the door?
It takes at least...
Does it just roll a die?
Yeah, it's at least 2 attempts. So you can't get it on the first fight, but from the second fight onward, I think it's just a 50-50 on whether the door opens or not. And in my world record, it took me 9 fights. Ma'am, your son has been absent from school 9 times. I'm looking on it. It's on the computer right here. Sorry, Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
In Oz we trust. Do you get to shamanize the whole party? Sort of, but no. So you can shamanize everyone except Ryu and the secret character Bleu. Everyone else has shaman transformations, so you can shamanize basically everyone except the main character. But in the speedrun, we don't. We shamanize like one person.
Here's fight number 4. It's happening again, Pax. Pax, why?
Oh no. Alright.
Why does it gotta do me like this? Oh, I maybe should
How many is it gonna be?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's okay. We can fix that.
Is it gonna be 8? Is it gonna be 9?
It's gonna be too many.
Is it gonna be 12? I hope it's 12.
You're a terrible person. Why are we friends? There we go. Okay, only 5. That's a totally... No, that's stupid. It should be 2. 2 is the correct number.
Look, it just means that you're gonna get a 0 count Trout House.
Yeah, okay. Switch. Nope. That's what I wanted. Okay. We're in business.
Yeah, I'm just going off of what some people are talking about in chat. Breath of Fire 2 is incredibly clean looking sprite-wise. All the battle sprites are very nice. They're very well designed. They've got lots of pixels. lots of pixels and detail. And just the animations are nice and clean. And some of the boss sprites and stuff are quite clever in how they did it. So the final couple of bosses are good examples where the actual like sprite of the boss is not most of what you're seeing on screen. Most of the boss's artwork is actually like blended into the background.
Yeah, the sprite is just the moving bits.
Yeah, and the sprite's just the moving bits, and it let them make really crazy detailed boss art.
Ow. Ow. So if you watch the glitchless category, these fights are way harder. The only reason this is looking so free is because the glitched weapons are bonkers.
Yeah, the glitched weapons really changed this game in a significant way. And Iago, jerry-rigging was the right term. I believe jury-rigging is...
That's something else. Yeah, don't do that.
Crime.
You get in trouble. Oh my god, that's hilarious. So there's nothing actually interesting happening in this dungeon. We just have to walk all the way to the top of the tower, and there's a lot of fights on the way up.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of the dungeons in this game, is they become very grindy very quickly.
They're okay in a speedrun when the runner actually knows where to go to get through the dungeon in like the most efficient route. But if you're playing this casually and you want to explore, you're fighting a lot of random encounters.
Yeah.
Oh, this fight is annoying. You have to sit through all of their little attack animations. How can you get in trouble if the jury is rigged? It's the perfect crime. Nice. You thought you were here to learn about Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning, but you're actually here to learn about organized crime. Nice. I didn't think
Also
this is
to
where
the-
we were going to end up today, but it is.
Also to the, like, 1.5k people watching, don't do crime.
Yeah. Don't try this at home. The runner does not endorse this.
We here at Questing for Glory do not endorse rigging juries.
What a disclaimer. Well, the speedrun's a disaster, but at least we're having a good time.
Alright, let's see if Nimifu just instantly puts you to sleep.
Yeah.
Wait, does Nimifu get a turn in any percent?
Yeah, she gets one turn.
Okay, let's see if Nimifu puts your whole party to sleep and then kills you.
Brave Man is great and you should make runners run it. That is true. So if you fight these things in glitchless, they're actually really terrifying because they attack twice and they have a lot of health and high defense. But we're cheating, so it's fine. But you'll notice there have not been very many random battles so far that could actually take 2 hits from a glitched weapon and still be standing. Okay. Can we get there without a fight? Nice. Alright. We're in there. So that was not a good tower, and I'm still saving a couple minutes over my world record, because in my world record it was even worse.
Now, the upcoming boss fight is very short. So short, in fact, that I think you'll have probably beaten it by the time my video catches up.
Yeah, probably.
And also, Nimifu has fantastic sprite work, and I would love for Nimifu to be a playable character.
Yep. If there are any really, really top shelf modders in chat who want to just make a Breath of Fire 2 mod where Nimifu is playable, be our guest.
Yeah.
Oh hey, the actual factual Puexel is in chat asking questions. So basically, I think by community agreement, we just all agree that the run is more interesting if we do the good ending. So we do the good ending. In theory, you could run neutral ending any percent or bad ending any percent, but there would be no interest because it's not more interesting than doing this. I think that is the answer. So basically just because it's more fun this way. Which, in my opinion, is the correct way to approach like speedrunning rule set decisions. The resulting speedrun ought to be fun and interesting. Or at least it should be either fun or interesting. If it's neither, then there's no reason for it to exist.
And also, if you did bad ending, then Hopperuku would be the final boss, and that would just be disappointing.
That would be such a letdown. What's the time difference between the endings? Good ending to neutral ending, the good ending is probably a minute or a minute and a half slower. Neutral ending to bad ending, the bad ending is probably about an hour faster, but that's just because you just don't do the final portion of the game. That's why it's a bad ending, because you lose. The big evil demon god wins. Oh jeez.
You literally make a decision in a text box to not
save the world. Yeah.
To not save the world. Yeah.
It's not really a very satisfying ending to anything. Okay, well I had one bonk, but I wasn't punished for it. That's pretty good.
Alright, we're gonna get a frog. We've got a frog. The frog is nice because, like Rand, he allows us to skip some of the overworld travel.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna. So because we couldn't do the glitch on Cat back half an hour ago, I'm gonna have to do it now, which means I'm gonna need to do some on-the-fly rerouting to do all of the things that I need to do. So if you can carry the conversation for a bit, Pax. Actually, no, I guess there's about 5 minutes of talking before that happens, so I won't shut up just yet. Because we have to come over here and get an encounter on the very last tile, of course.
Incredible.
The best. Is it getting the best? The best. The best. The best. Sorry. I did not get enough sleep.
Do you not get a credit to roll from bad ending? Yeah, I think it's basically just a game over screen. Like
it's a glorified game over screen, yeah.
Yeah. That's it. It's over.
Yes, after the princess kisses the frog, the giant frog turns into a human-sized frog. That is exactly.
Yeah, that's
what. Oh,
that's the joke. Is that even he turns into a prince, but he's still a frog. Do we ever use the real Prince Jean for combat? Like,
as in his fusion? No. In fact, we never really use Jean for anything. He's kind of bad.
We use Jean more than I thought we would.
Okay, we use him a tiny little bit a couple of times to hop around in places, but that's it. Never for combat. He is so bad in combat.
Yeah, and as much as I love his fusion form, it has the disadvantage of using the Holy Shaman, which is one of the more hotly contended shamans for transformations. Because there's just too many cool forms that use it. The speedrun used to use Angel Nina, so Holy Shaman fused, but doesn't anymore because the new endgame strat doesn't. Do we want to spoil the new endgame strat?
Nah, let's let it be a surprise.
All right. The new endgame strat uses a different one. But I think that's it. I don't think we use any other fusion forms.
So yeah, if people in chat want to throw out guesses, we use precisely one fusion in the run, and it's right at the end. And we use it for a very clever reason.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to give it away until we actually get there. We're building suspense!
Stick around for another 4 hours.
At the rate I'm going, it's going to be 6.
Stick around for another 6 hours.
Yeah. It's been that kind of run. Yeah, people who have actually watched my runs this past month will know the answer. Please don't spoil it for everybody else.
Yeah.
Be cool. Okay, so I think I have it straight in my head what I'm going to do to fix the cat problem.
Alright, what's the plan?
So normally at this point I would have Ryu, Cat, Nina, and then I would go shopping and I would be duplicating the socklet armor onto all 3 of them. And then I'd give the socklet armor to Sten, who's not in the party at the moment. So instead, I'll duplicate the socklet armor on Ryu, Sten, Nina. And conveniently, the shopping, the armor that I buy for Cat is the same as the armor I buy for Sten. So I should be able to do this shopping bit the same. And I think it should work out. So the difference is I will need to do the Urchin Glitch. Cat should be in slot 6 at the moment. It should be Jean in 5. No, it should be Jean in 4, Rand in 5. Okay, so I need Ryu in slot 2, I think. If I get this wrong, I can come back in and fix it afterward. Okay. So, first of all, sell, go to the Urchin stack, then switch. There, that should have given it to Cat. And now I'm going to move my cursor to the socklet armor. And do it again. And now I can duplicate the socklet armor on everybody. And then get into a regular switching menu. Get that. And iron mails. And backlaws. Then I'm buying crossbow and iron mail. And running out of money for the backlaw, which is fine. I can just sell a few life gels. Buy the last backlaw. Okay, I think that has done everything I needed it to do. Sorry, I needed to do it out loud so that I could keep straight what I was doing. Yeah, to help me focus. Those shopping things are really complicated. which makes it even more complicated if you have to like do things differently on the fly than what's in the notes.
Yeah.
So,
And
yeah.
yes, IG-42 Ryu is the protag, and his name is A because it saves time, and A is a brave man of the dragon.
Yeah, the legendary hero A, saver of so many worlds. Oh, was it lagging just as I was doing the shopping? Oh, that's tragic.
No, it lagged
Oh, okay.
a minute before. It was when you were basically just going through the Pettipe's dialogue in
Okay,
the
that's good.
hospital room.
I hope people could appreciate how silly the shopping looks. Okay, so that's the first of our huge dragon casts, and it one-shots the guy.
Nice.
F's in chat for that guy. Yeah, I'm reasonably certain I should have the glitched weapon on Cat now. If I don't, then what can do is go put Rand in the party, then Cat should be in slot 5, and I can come back here and glitch again. So if I got it wrong, it'll take me a minute to fix it, but I think it's right. On the fly rerouting. This is what you come to marathons for. Oh, that's never happened before. I wonder how I can fix that. The true marathon experience. Also, there are a terrifying number of people watching this stream. I'm trying not to think about it, but you're all really cool. I hope you're enjoying the show.
So yes, we're now about to go on a long, arduous saga of trying to prove that this idiot is actually a prince.
Can we just leave him here? Oh, by the way, down in that cage there, that's the actual thief that we've been looking for the last hour and a half. So that justifies why we care about what's going on here, because they are holding hostage the woman that we want to hold hostage. I hate it when that happens. Okay, so let us roll with... should be... Cat, Sten, Rand. Oops. Check my equipment. Yes. 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 Okay, good. Yeah, my equipment is it all worked out. And Cat does not have the moon drop. Dang it.
I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe I've done this. Okay, so we're gonna have to take a minute to fix this. Okay, Sten Randino.
I would just like to say, he's got the world record in this category.
Isn't that terrifying?
You wouldn't know it by watching this.
Okay,
but...
so yes, but also this is only my 6th run ever of this category, so like, give me a break. Okay, so switch. No, I have to move to the urchins first. Oh, that's not going to work because I don't have enough money. Okay, so first I need to sell something, and I need to do this. Okay, now I can do it. Oh my god.
What did you do?
Did I save? Oh my god, I didn't. Okay, well, I'm just going to keep playing rather than sitting here being disgusted, but okay, so... High Spirits, are you around? Yeah, I thought I had saved when I was swapping the party there, because we normally do a save there. I mean, that's part of the route, is to save at that dragon statue, but I interrupted myself because I was thinking about getting the glitched weapon. And I guess I just didn't do the save, so then we got the mirror soft lock again. And now we've lost a half hour of progress. So...
Oh, boy.
This is the world we live in, I guess.
Hey, maybe that 7:15 estimate wasn't so far off.
Oh, I think we're over 7:15 now. Oh.
Yeah, so it looks like we have to redo the entire Witch's Tower.
Yeah, so that was my bad.
A bunch of plot stuff. Whoops.
So, okay, well, I've never run this category in a marathon before, so what I'm discovering is that I should have a save file ready at points where the mirror soft lock can happen, just in case that happens. So yeah, if someone just wants to let High Spirits know that I'm going over estimate, that'd be cool. Wow, I feel really sheepish. It's okay, we're doing it for YouTube, right? For the content?
Look, we're just showcasing the full extent of the glitch.
Yeah! Oh, we're learning so many things today. So again, if you're doing like PB attempts, this never happens. Because any run that is slow enough to get this soft lock, you just reset it. You're never going to get this happen in a PB. Unless your PB is like 9 hours long or something, I don't know. Let's just play it and see how it goes, alright. Okay, so if I can't give Cat the weapon there, then when is the next time I could try glitching? I guess I can try doing it after Semafort? So just do all of Semafort with Nina instead of with Cat? Yeah, so right now, basically, I look like a glitchless runner, because that soft lock is like, it's a consequence of doing the glitch. So I'm just not used to having to think about it. Because I've only ever run any percent in the context of like doing PB runs. This is my first time ever trying to run any percent in the marathon, so now I know! Learning has happened! Look at that!
Yeah.
This is an educational stream. Important. Yeah. Okay. Well, who knows? Maybe we'll get a better Witch's Tower this time.
Yeah.
But, oh my god.
We get round 2 on the door.
We're not going to be anything close to the world record now. This is probably, if nothing goes wrong for the rest of the run, this is going to be exactly on estimate. And more likely we're going over estimate by 10 minutes. So there, Rhea Starshade wanted me to go over estimate. We're just doing it for Rhea. And before Runner finds a wrong warp in another hour that ends the game, wouldn't that be a twist? So yeah, I guess what I'll do is I'm just going to do the entire section without Cat. Which isn't a problem. The amount of experience you're getting at this point in the game is not really significant by end game. Like, the entire experience from one of these dungeons is what you get from a single random battle at the end of the game. So the experience isn't a problem. So I can do all of Semafort and then save, and then try and do the glitch on Cat. Hopefully then enough time will have passed for it to roll off the mirror and onto something else. Okay, that's the plan. We have a plan. It's a backup plan. It's not a great plan, but we have a plan. What happened? Did something go wrong? Yeah, so... for anybody who missed what happened earlier, if you're doing the glitch, what's happening is basically the game is getting its pointers scrambled, and it's pointing at something that it's not supposed to be pointing at, and then glitches happen. And what it ends up pointing at, among other things, depends on the game's clock time. So as, like, if you do the shopping glitch at different points in the game, it will produce slightly different results. And one of the results is a soft lock, which is obviously not good. But the run is routed to avoid that happening. So like the times at which we would normally do the glitch, it will not produce the soft lock. But because my run is so bad, I lost so much time earlier in the game, I am too late doing the glitch. So I soft locked. The first time it happened, I was expecting it, it wasn't a problem, so I did a backup. I was like, okay, so since I can't do the glitch here, I'll just wait, and then I'll do the glitch later. And then it became later, like half an hour went by, and I went back to do the glitch so I could get the glitched weapon on the character who didn't have it yet. And it was still on the mirror, and because I hadn't been thinking about that possibility, I had not done another safety save. So I'm now back at the safety save from the first time when I got the mirror soft lock. So we lost half an hour. That's what happened.
Saving? What kind of a speedrun is this?
I know, right? Happy little soft locks. Okay. So yeah, this is now definitely a casual long play of Breath of Fire 2. Oh my god. Well, it's okay. It wouldn't be a marathon run if there wasn't at least a single that's never happened before. The thing that's causing them to attack twice in a row, that is the glitched weapon. That's also why they're doing so much damage. So you can see, just by watching the combat, why we want the glitched weapons so much on everybody. They do way more damage than the weapons you're actually supposed to have access to, and they hit twice. Yeah, viewers gained an extra half an hour of Breath of Fire 2 action. Exactly, there. Gotta give it a positive spin. I don't want to take too long. Not because of the marathon, although like also for the marathon, but I also don't want to be here all day because I do have students who are writing a calculus exam who I should probably pay attention to at some point.
Nah.
Now, yeah, so the run should be still finishing around 3 in the afternoon, which is okay. That's still plenty of time for me to make sure nothing has gone wrong with the exam, but if I'm still going at 7 in the evening, then we've got problems.
Good thing I made my trip to the bank that I needed to do yesterday and not today, because I definitely won't have time by the time the run's over.
Yeah, I don't know what you expected, man. Have my marathon runs ever gone well? Oh, I got this, though. Yay, good rand rolling. This is more important than the lives and educations of others. Yeah, right, priorities. Only 200 students, but 1,500 viewers.
Exactly. It's all about the numbers.
It's all about the numbers.
Yeah, now that my video has caught up, that was very clean rand rolling. Alright, let's see what the tower has for us this time.
Yeah. It's not that there is a non-glitched weapon with these exact stats. what's happening is that the game is getting its pointers scrambled. Loosely speaking, that's my understanding of it anyway. So the game has taken item data and put it where your weapon is supposed to be. So like the game has a whole bunch of flags that it uses for items and a different set of flags that it uses for weapons. So for example, the item flag that causes a healing item to target all of your party members. The same flag, like the flag with the same numerical index on a weapon, triggers the hits twice property. So all of the glitched item weapons that we're getting, there, now we get it second try. Thanks, game. If you get a single target healing item as a glitched weapon, it will be like a single hit weapon. If you get a multi-target healing item as a glitched weapon, it will be a 2-hit weapon. Just, that's how the flags happen to line up. And for similar reasons, the glitched weapons all have base 64 power because that's just how the flags lined up. Teacher Speedrunner is a great pairing of skills, says Getting Unstuck. It is, actually. Unironically. So my teaching philosophy is that lecturing, teaching classes, as in like actually in a physical classroom talking to people, is like, it's at least 2/3 stand-up comedy. That's your job. Your job is to be funny. Because if it's not funny, it's a math class. If math isn't funny, then it's boring. And like, who is going to stay awake through an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours of boring math? So it's my job to be fun and interesting to listen to, but I have to be fun and interesting to listen to while also talking about math and not making mathematical errors. So I need to be fun and entertaining and interact with the audience and respond while also focusing on a technical subject and not making too many errors, which is exactly what you have to do to speedrun. So yeah, it works really well. I consider this basically practice for my job. At least that's what I tell my supervisor. Eh? Okay, so now we're getting the best Nimifu's Tower. We're getting very few encounters and mostly lead-offs. Why didn't this happen the first time? Lady Starbird stays awake for 3 hours of boring math, sad face. I mean, yeah, you can. I have taken many less engaging math classes in my life. But, I mean, it's better for everybody if it's fun. Just teach my supervisor how to speedrun Boff 2. Oh man, my supervisor is 70? He can barely operate his Windows machine. I don't think he could handle a video game.
One of those people who sort of knows how to check their email and that's about it.
I mean, he doesn't even do that. I think in principle he knows how to check his email, but he doesn't. Not always great, but as they say, is the world we live in. Oh, okay, new stack of smokes. So, in a good run, this is what Nimifu's Tower looks like. I think we only fought 2 things. The rest we could run from.
Alright, I'm just going to quickly mute myself for a few minutes while I eat something while you're redoing Nimifu's Tower. And
I don't need to focus. Nothing bad has ever happened when I wasn't focusing on what I was doing. He's right behind you. That'd be impressive. But I also feel like that would not be following the social distancing protocols. So he should be like at least 6 feet behind me. To start a discussion, is it math or maths? Here in Canada, it's usually math. But I'm also totally cool with maths. A good chunk of my family is British, so I hear it plenty. Don't think of it as math problems. Think of them as little puzzles you have to solve. Exactly. That's exactly the point. The entire... I think I got a random drop off Nimifu both times. That's hilarious. Such random. Yeah, no, math is really... It's the abstract study of puzzle solving and patterns. It's not just about solving equations. That's the boring bit. Okay, you guys are going to get me giving sermons about math. I'm going to try not to do that. Partly because again, trying to focus on what I'm doing here. Okay, the good encounters continue. If only my actual world record attempts could look like this. More leadoffs. Okay, this is great. I'm not even able to keep up with all of the banter in chat. Sorry. Okay, I'm done that. I'm done that. Back we go. Hey! Nailed it! Okay, so what was the new plan? The new plan was to just not use cat at all. I'll still buy some equipment for her. Actually, no, I can just do the equipment for her when I'm glitching later. I guess I might as well buy it now. There's no point to wait. Okay, Stanina Jean. Oh, yeah, my notifications are still going off. Sorry. Okay. So, now I have to go back and get the socklet armor. Wait, I've seen this before. Yeah, no, we've done this bit. Okay. Come here. Do this. Get that. Do this. I'm sorry, I'm not being very interesting at the moment because I'm trying to think ahead to what I'm going to do differently this time. So, I am going to be doing a shopping glitch. The one I am going to do to duplicate the socklet armor, that shouldn't produce a soft lock, but just in case, I don't want to have to do this all a third time, so we're going to go overboard with the safety saves when I'm doing shopping now. Because I actually, at this point, I have no idea how the glitch is going to behave because I'm off the usual timer. Oop. That's not what I meant to press. I'm just going to go to quickly check. Yes, Jean correctly has the vanilla extract. Good. What happened? Crash or glitch gone wrong? The first one and then the other. Yeah, the shopping glitch soft-locked the game, and my last save was half an hour ago, so I looked very silly. That, or I'm just maximizing the content for the viewers. One of the two. So we are basically back now into new stuff. Sorry about that. Okay. So what caused the soft lock was me actually trying to give Cat the glitched weapon, so I will just not do that. I'll just do the socklet armor duplication. I'll buy some equipment for Cat and just leave it that way. Actually, okay, so what I'll do, I think I've got the plan. So I will still use Cat for the next dungeon. Yeah, that's the plan. I'll still use Cat for the next dungeon. I'll just buy a regular weapon for Cat instead of the glitched weapon. And that way I will stay more or less on the route. And then when I'm back in Hometown, because I have to do some party swapping and glitching at that point anyway, then I will take an extra moment in Hometown where safety saves are convenient, they're right there, and then I'll get the glitched weapon for Cat. Okay, we have a plan. We have a plan. It's a good plan. It will hopefully not result in any other half-hour time losses. Entertainment comes from messing up. I absolutely believe that. That's why every time things are going too well, I try to invent a new meme category to make myself suffer even more. So yes, I did just do a safety save. The shopping that I am going to do here should not produce a soft lock. As in, I don't think it can. I think the only thing that can produce the soft lock is trying to put a glitched weapon on somebody, and I'm just gonna not do that. The rest of it should be okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Glad you're back. I was sort of running out of the ability to talk to myself.
Oh, and we're still not back to where we were.
Well, we're basically there. I have a great plan about how we're going to fix this.
How are we going to fix this?
So I'm just going to do this dungeon as normal with Cat in the party. I'll just do it with a regular weapon on Cat. I'll buy her the bronze staff rather than have a glitched weapon on her. But that way my experience totals will all be what they should be. And then when I'm back in Hometown delivering Patty, we have to do some party juggling anyway to get Bo in the party and do a thing. We walk right by a weapon shop, so at that point I will just quickly stick Cat in the reserve party and do the weapon glitch on Cat, and I will be able to put a safety save where I will not be able to put a safety save right there. I'll be okay. I can do the next best thing. I just realized that you can't safety save in Hometown because then it messes up the death warp. I'm glad I was saying this out loud. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. So if it locks, it will only cost me a minute or so. Okay, here we go. So first, menu to the socklet armor. And then we glitch. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. There, no problem. And then we switch the long rapier, iron mail, backlaw. I need to sell something because I have too much, or not enough money. Buy another backlaw and another iron mail. Okay. Forgot to buy a crossbow. I knew something was missing. There we go. Like, wait a minute. Something's not right here. Yeah. So buying a weapon for Bo speeds up his ability to death warp later, and also helps out killing things in the one little mini dungeon we'll need to do with Bo. Okay, well, we're so far off the rails can no longer be seen from where we are, but it's okay, we're having a good time.
Okay, so we're finally back to the
Yeah.
action. Alright, we have to fight the jailer first, though. In my head, I was like, we're already at the cooking competition. No, we are not. There's really not much to say here.
No, there isn't, is there?
Yeah, we did kind of just, like, straight up murder that jailer for doing his job. That's really not cool. Are we the bad guys?
We're definitely the bad guys. I don't know what you're talking about, High Spirits. This is the best Breath of Fire music.
It's that sweet, sweet 8-second loop.
You should have been more careful what you joked about, High Spirits. You're getting more Semaphore music. Okay, so this time we save. Imagine if I just done that last time, how much time that would have saved. Okay, standing cat round. Oh, one other thing I forgot. Yeah, Ryu needs some mana. Here you go, Ryu. Okay. Now this is a really tight roll. Yeah, got it. Haha.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, so now we have to go have lunch.
Not us, we don't get to have lunch, but our
Alas.
characters get to have lunch.
Yes. We remove our hats. And we take off our jackets. But this next one is going to ask us to leave our weapons behind, and there ain't no way we're doing that.
Now, out of curiosity, if you do that, does the game correctly give you your glitched weapons back afterwards?
It does!
Huh.
Isn't that handy?
I wouldn't have thought
I know,
that.
me neither.
I would have thought the game would have broken even further and like substituted random actual weapons or something.
Yeah, that would have been my guess as well. But no. And we're gonna skip this one just for funsies. So yes, here's the big twist. We are the lunch. This game is so weird. So yeah, we are kind of injured, and we don't have any armor on, and we have no inventory, and we have to fight a boss. But it's fine. As you can see, the Moondrop weapon is really handy. Okay, and my splits say plus 43.
Is that all?
Oh my god, we're actually still on pace, because I gave myself 50 minutes of flex time.
Yeah. That's embarrassing, though.
Oh my god.
Not allowed to have any other time loss in the entire run.
I know. It's fine. Yeah, so if you do the Wildcat fight early, then depending on how many of the instructions you follow and how nice to the chef you are after you beat him up, he will either give you a meal that increases your max HP permanently, or he'll teach you a spell. But in the any percent speedrun, we don't do either because we don't need either. It's faster to just do it at the normal time.
I actually forgot that he doesn't give you those things if you do the boss fight now.
Yep.
And yes, we have descended into a toilet.
Oh yeah, I probably should be commenting on that, I suppose. Funnily enough, not the last time in the game we're gonna do that. You'd think that's sort of a once-in-a-lifetime thing, but it's actually not. Okay, another tight roll. Nice! Wow, I've had really good rolling today. Oh yeah, cat's dead. Should probably fix that.
Probably should.
Probably should. Okay. So, the only thing that is, like, off route is that my cat does not have the glitched weapon. And I have a plan for, like, the next time I'm going to try and fix that. Okay. Okay, and now we get a big, dumb plot segment. So how's everybody in chat doing, now that I can actually read the chat and not have to think about what I'm doing for a bit?
Big dumb plot sections kind of describes most of this game.
The biggest, dumbest plot section. Actually, while I'm just tapping through this dialogue, I'm going to take a quick peek at my students and see how they're doing. Make sure there's nothing on fire that I need to attend to.
Okay. I find it very funny that all of these frog people in Semaphore are following this imposter because the imposter looks nothing like the real Prince Jean. It's a very poor attempt at identity theft.
What if they're watching the stream? Hell, they should be probably focusing on their exam in that case.
Do they get extra credit if you watch the stream?
No.
Yeah, people believing that we were Baba earlier in the game is also similarly weird because Rand has a line of dialogue that's like, the opponent is always Baba, so he's fought in the Colosseum multiple times, and no one realized that we weren't Baba. We stole his name like we were some kind of fairy trickster, and it, like, gave us his identity.
Okay, I can play the game again.
Yes, and we're now in the Master Chef portion of the game.
Truly the very silliest bit.
Oh yeah, there we go. Farron coming in with the real exam strats. Randomly give both proper and incorrect answers on stream to find out who's using the stream to cheat.
Yep.
So at the moment, we're about to descend into the bowels of the castle to find cooking ingredients, which in reality is a series of fairly easy boss fights. Although, can Worm mess you up?
No, not in any percent.
Not any percent. Yeah, okay. Fairly easy boss fights.
I say immediately before I get completely messed up.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, based on how this run's going, yeah, that seems like a reasonable
Pretty likely
possibility.
result. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Jen, they're not disgusting cooking ingredients, they're sophisticated cooking ingredients.
So this fight you actually can't win. It's just like the fight takes 5 rounds, and at the end of the 5 rounds he runs away. So we're just going to sit and do this.
I also find it really funny that the gold fly is actually just this like punk who's talking smack at you the whole time.
The whole friggin' time. Yep.
Yes, Weasel, this is the boss that, or this is the boff with the shamans and the town, and
Yes,
combine,
this is that.
combine characters and stuff. This is that.
Do I still have my gold drop? I don't remember. I forget if that was before, if that was like in the segment that I had to reload.
I think it was before that.
You think so? Okay. Wow, Cat's weapon is really bad. Okay, so I need to heal Ryu's mana, and then heal him, heal Smoke. Get a random encounter. That's always part of the plan. Okay, we can run. And now we fight a boss. Hooray!
Astra, the way I interpret it is that there were likely many gold flies, and they were hunted to extinction by the frog people.
Yep, that's gotta
And
be
now
it.
there is only one, and he's got a really salty attitude because of that. But first up, the worm.
So since he put both of my glitch weapon holders to sleep, I'm just going to use a second dragon instead. This'll do.
So is the king really eating the frog guards killed by the fly?
Alright. Plus 44. Perfect. That's a lot of poison. That's actually literally everybody being poisoned. Okay. I'm not sure if I have that many antidotes.
Whoops.
Oh, it's fine. Rand has the cure poison spell. And I have moon drops. It's not like you can really run out of things in any percent.
That's true. I do have to keep remembering that this is any
Oh, I have
percent.
exactly 4. That's handy. Sounding more and more like a golf score every time? Yeah. It do be like that. Sleepy. It's doing the same things over and over again. It's putting me to sleep. Oh, okay. Many random encounters. The story of Breath of Fire 2. Oh, and we're all poisoned again. Goody.
Incredible.
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to check whether I still have a gold. Yes, I do. Good. Okay. Now, cure poison. Oh, and I forgot the smoke. I knew there was something else. Not that the smoke actually helps, of course. We still get infinity random encounters. Seriously, though. Goodness gracious. So yeah, this would be going rather faster if Kat had her glitched weapon, because then she'd also be joining Sten in one-shotting most of the things.
Getting those bonks.
Yeah. At least we're getting a nice number of lead-off attacks. So it's not too bad. No, it's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Sorry, I feel like our commentary sort of trailed off a little bit. I've run out of funny things to say. It appears I only came equipped with about 3 hours of comedy.
What? You mean Seema Fort isn't interesting and engaging enough to carry this on its own?
I can't even joke about that. It ain't. Okay, so now we get to fight more bugs. I'm sure Jen will love this.
It's more of the gross cockroaches from the start. How lovely.
This is exactly what the game needed. Oh, goodbye, monkey. Plan return to monk has encountered an error and shut down. Try teaching math then? Oh boy. I guess I could start reading out the problems from the exam that I wrote for my students. My brain is sort of mathed out because the spring and summer teaching jobs, you have to teach an entire course's worth of material. Oh, that was handy. The bug got out of my way. And you have to teach an entire course's worth of material in 6 weeks. It is incredibly intense. So the exam for my students started at midnight last night. It's a 24-hour thing. They have all of today to do it. So the exam needed to be done and posted at 12 a.m. and I finalized my draft of it at 11:42. So yeah, it was a long day getting that thing prepared, which incidentally then also means that I had very little time to sleep before starting this.
Who needs sleep?
I do. I'm lazy. Oh nice, we actually juked that bug at the top. Okay, so we're getting through these pretty quickly. Oh, and Monk is down again.
Of course it is.
Yeah, Sten role-playing a carpet is a regular thing in Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning. Oh, did I heal reuse AP? I did not. That I thought to come in here and check. Eek eek. Okay, attacks. Thunder Dragon. Maybe don't reveal the exam. I mean, they can already see the questions. The exam is visible to them. I won't reveal the answers. That would be bad. But yeah, the questions are now public knowledge. Okay, let's do this and use another dragon. That seems like a cool plan. Hey Rhea, good news! I'm so behind! You can have a nice long nap and I'll still be going. We are coming up on, I think about to be plus 46?
That's the name of my 50 Cent cover band.
Nice. Okay, bomb. Thunder Dragon. The answers are all C across the board just to freak them out. It's not a multiple choice exam, it's actually longhand. They have to write full solutions. Which is actually even worse to some students because that's a lot of work. Okay, so we want to get a random encounter in here. Wow. Okay, team, thank you. Alright, they're successfully death warped. Just for good measure, I'm going to throw in a safety save here. I'm just going to save every time I'm at a dragon. Because now I'm paranoid.
Yeah, we'd hate to have another soft lock and lose half an hour.
That would be pretty awful. Who would even consider doing that the first time? Astaroth says, I've always hated show your work, I do math in my head. So for like high school arithmetic, that's fine. But the kind of math that you study as a math major at university, the point is not to get the right number at the bottom of the paper. The point is to be able to clearly and accurately explain why things are the way they are. So like if you can't explain why, then you can't do the important thing. The justification is the point. If all we care about is the correct number, we have computers for that. Sounds like you're good as far as the... Oh, we are definitely not finishing early. The question is, how far over estimate are we going to be?
Okay, and now for the tasting portion of this MasterChef episode.
Yeah, exactly. What sort of self-respecting college math has numbers in it? Exactly. So, yeah, it's like, let R be a ring, take S to be the set of all non-unit elements in the ring, prove that if S is... how did that go? Prove that S is a subring, or no, prove that if S is an ideal, then it's a maximal ideal. That kind of problem. It's like, the answer to that is not a number. It's not 2 or 7. The answer is like an actual mathematical argument of why the ideal of all non-units must be maximal. That one's in my head because it's one of the problems I got on my PhD exam a couple years ago. Yeah, Rhea knows what I'm talking about. Even in number theory. Yeah. It's a weird, wide world out there.
I would like a retranslation of this game where the head chef here talks like Gordon Ramsay.
Yep.
What are you doing, Prince Jean? It's raw!
Maximal stand in opposition to Predacons? Now that is a good answer.
Boom.
Oh man, remember we had a few episodes of those on tape as kids?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Good times.
I rewatched all of Beast Wars and Beast Machines a few years ago. It's a really good show.
Huh. You would just want a retranslation of the game? Well, good news! There is one! It's really good. If you just search Breath of Fire 2 fan retranslation, I'm sure you'll find it. Oh, there's a good question. What is any percent? It just means anything goes. Technically, this is any percent good ending. That is the category that is actually speedrun by the community. And in theory, you could speedrun any percent neutral ending or any percent bad ending, but nobody does. Prove that any bounded sequence of elements of the set of real numbers contains a convergent subsequence. Yeah, exactly! Good old real analysis. Okay, I don't need to heal because I just death warped. I'm already at full health. So we can just run in and fight the dude. Alright. Attack. Thunder Dragon, attack. So this guy can actually beat you up pretty severely if he feels like it. Now, of course, we have moon drops, so we'll be fine. We're not going to lose, but he can beat you up pretty severely.
Yeah, none of the bosses throughout this section have been particularly threatening.
So he can do 3 things. He has that regular attack. He has a triple damage crit, which is something else. And he has an attack all. But he's apparently just going with the weak attack, which is nice.
Yeah, Glamphorous. I don't think that's a frog.
Yeah, it's not quite frog-shaped, is it? There's the strong attack, so somebody's gonna eat it. Goodbye, Sten. Monk has returned to the dirt yet again. Alright, Rand's got me. Good job, Rand. Plus 48. It continues. I like how chat is just slowly devolving into a discussion of university level mathematics.
Look what you've done.
Yep.
We're here for games. We're questing for glory.
No, we're questing for a mathematics education.
No.
No? I don't think you get a choice, friendo.
That's
You're
not
here to
the reward
learn.
I wanted.
Okay, so here's the plan. I have to put Jean in the party, so I will replace Cat, which should put Cat in slot 5. I will then safety save, and then come back into Semaphore and try and do the glitch on Cat again. It's very possible that we are about to witness another mirror soft lock, but this one will only cost me a minute.
As long as you remember to save.
Yes, exactly. Nah. That's the sort of mistake you only have to make once. That's a good point. The first run of the marathon was Final Fantasy Tactics no math. So all of the math that wasn't allowed in the FFT run is happening now. Brilliant.
Breath of Fire to any percent all math.
Yep. Okay, so what do I want? I want Ryu, Sten, Rand, Jean, right? Yeah. Okay, so Sten, Rand, Jean.
Can we have an incentive to rename the marathon Questing for Math?
World record for number of soft locks in a single completed BOF 2 run. That's hilarious, and yes, also I think that's what's happening. Huh. Okay, so here's the safety save. Then we'll pop back in and try to glitch. So yeah, note to self, just anytime I'm running in a marathon, just always safety save before doing weapon glitches. That's a good rule. Okay, so Urchin. Yes, okay, good. It's the mirror. Okay. So I still can't equip Cat, but because I was paying attention, I didn't confirm, so I didn't softlock myself. Okay. So when will be my next opportunity to give Cat a glitched weapon? This is getting difficult. At some point, I need that weapon on Cat.
No, not allowed.
Not. I guess not. Okay. Well, we can come here. We can do what we came for, which is retrieving the patty.
Kuma the Bear, the glitch that we're doing is we're basically breaking the game to allow to like we're tricking the game into letting us put things where they're not supposed to go, and it lets us do all kinds of nonsense like get infinite money by, I believe, making the game think that we're switching different items than what we're actually switching for, and it also allows us to, well, the main thing that we're trying to accomplish is we're trying to equip an item onto Cat as a weapon when it's not supposed to be, because when you do that, it pulls other numbers in like the item's item code to represent the weapon stats, and it gives us a very strong weapon that hits twice and has the holy element. But unfortunately, because of one of the rarely ever seen quirks of this glitch, we're not able to do it because we've been taking too long.
Okay, so what is the next time I could try to get the glitch on Cat? Maybe it's in Hometown when I'm recruiting Bleu? That'd be weird. Then I'd have to do Munmar without a glitch weapon. That's probably not so bad. I think I can do that. That sounds like a plan. Okay, so I have like the backup to the backup of my backup plan. I think we're on like backup number 4. Just trying to get this silly glitch weapon on Cat. Huh. Yeah, I think probably the next reasonable time to try is in Hometown when I'm getting Blue. So here I want Sten Jean Beau. And then we're going to do one of these. I'm going to give you the gold and the stick rod and give you the crossbow and take off your clothes. Oh, there. And I have to withdraw some money. Okay, coin, remove. So, the reason for removing a bit of the money in the bank will be explained shortly. For now, whoop, just overshot a bit. Okay, plot progress, hooray!
Plot progress?
Sure. Okay, so the next thing that I have to do to not screw up and lose more time is I have to get this dialogue correct. Otherwise the badness happens. Because for some reason, after Bo not being in the party for, most of the game, and therefore being tremendously underleveled and under-equipped and, just generally all around bad, he then volunteers to go and solo the next dungeon. So here, this dialogue box right here. Do you want to come with me? The game defaults to no. The game's default is to let Bo solo the thing by himself, which is a terrible idea.
You should do it.
I should not do it.
I also just love how Bo has been in hiding because he broke into this guy's house, and the first thing he does when his name is cleared is agree to break into the guy's house again.
Okay, Bo is not clever, alright? Let's just let him sit in his corner and be dumb.
Your wife thinks the trout sprite is adorable.
He's got his little whiskers.
He's got his little whiskers.
He raises his whiskers to cast a spell. We may or may not actually get to see that animation. He only gets one turn. There should be a solo Bo percent. I have a rule set for a solo category, which can be applied to any character. And I have at least a very loose route for a couple of them.
But why would you want to do Bo?
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Bo is the actual worst. Okay, so we got through the dungeon with only one fight. That's good.
So we don't bother giving Bo a glitched weapon, right?
No, we do not. We could have.
But
we only use them for this one thing, so it's not really worth the effort.
That's what I thought. Everyone else gets one though, right? Even Spar?
Nope, not Spar.
Not Spar, okay.
Nope. The only reason we give one to Xujhan is so we can then take it off him and have it in our inventory.
Gotcha.
Okay, easiest boss fight of all time. We go 1. And 2. And that's the boss fight.
You actually finished the boss fight before it's actually started on my screen.
That's hilarious. Also, you may want to refresh the stream. Probably a little further behind than strictly necessary.
No, I'm pretty much right on time, so it's just a really fast boss fight.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Okay, so we've got another big plot segment now.
Ugh.
My favorite. How's everybody in chat doing? I just want to be rich and take everybody's stuff. Is that so evil? Yes? Nice. This is a high quality chat we've got going here.
Trout is literally a catfish demon and illegally imprisons people in his basement. Am I really so evil? Yeah, you kind of are. Interesting note, in sort of the loose plot breakdown of this game, this is the end of Act 1.
Yeah. We're only 1/3 done the game. But we're more than a third done in terms of time.
Yeah.
At the current pace, it's probably going to be about a 7:30 finish. Good lord, that's so bad. I can't believe in back-to-back any percent runs, I have a world record and then this.
This absolute trash.
Yeah. Flagrant travesty. Flagrant is such a good adjective. Alright. We can move again. We get to walk from that door down to here, and then the plot takes over again, and I have to go back to mashing A. Okay, let me switch hands at least. Get arthritis in a different finger for a bit. Hey Andy, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. This is all just for Ria's benefit. And definitely not because I'm bad at this. It's funny, like, I keep losing a minute or two on every split because I keep trying to fix Cat's weapon and it keeps not working. Oh. So incidentally, this is a good reason to actually be a little bit picky when you're trying to get PBs running any percent, is once the run starts going off the rails, it will tend to snowball and cause other things to be slower. So if you're looking to actually record a PB, it's probably better just to reset once things start going too wrong. Like, if you just lose a minute at the beginning or two, that's fine. But like, if you're 5 or 10 minutes behind, it will probably snowball.
Hence why my glitchless runs keep dying.
Yep. You should finish one of those, just to get a time on the leaderboard. Hey, in chat, anybody who's interested, if you run Breath of Fire 2 glitchless and record a time, you are guaranteed at least 4th place on the leaderboard. You can even find notes detailing everything you need to know about the speedrun over on my Twitch channel, which was not the most subtle self-endorsement of all time, but, you know, I put a lot of time and effort into getting a hilarious, like, 65-page document. It's basically everything you need to know about most of the Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning categories. So if you feel like getting into this game, I'm your man. It is a big old document. I've got tables and everything. Top 4, yeah, exactly. It's a free top 4. Can't argue with that. So, obviously, my stream has its own private Discord channel. I mean, it's not private, anybody can join, just like I have a Discord channel. But there's also a more general Breath of Fire speedrunning Discord, where I hang out. Okay, do I need to do anything before death warping? No, I do not. So yeah, if you're interested in getting into Breath of Fire speedrunning, whether it's Breath of Fire 2 or one of the other Breath of Fire games, there's a bunch of people that you can hang out with and ask questions of, and if you do select Breath of Fire 2, then you can also avail yourself of all of my ridiculous documentation. Ow. The face. And the face again. Brilliant. What's the speedrun for reading the document? Probably a couple hours at least. Pew! Okay. Progress! I am safety saving again, because heck this game. Alright. Now we hop. Nope, that's wrong. I was like, wait a minute, I forgot something. I did forget something. What's the easiest way to do this? I think it's just a dragon. Nice. Okay, fishing! The first of a couple of fishings. Now we hang out. We made a friend! Okay, now I need to do things. Okay, get that out of my inventory. Okay, then sell. Okay, I need to keep the smoke. Sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that. Sell that, 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 that. Not that. Sell that, sell that, sell that. Okay. Buy 1, 2, 1, and we buy 40 of these. There, I am equipped.
Yeah, Nova Chaser, this game's got a really janky translation, but there is a modded version that fixes a lot of the dialogue.
Okay, so now we change the party. It's Ryu, Catran, Nina. And again, safety saves, because paranoia. You know what? It just occurred to me, now that I have the fire rocks, maybe I don't even need to get a glitched weapon on Cat in a hurry. Because Cat can just use fire rocks in combat. It's a perfectly good way of using her. Cat's glitched weapon actually gets outscaled anyway after a while.
You're all being treated to some quality rerouting on the fly.
Sad part about speedruns is no Snack Girl. What are you talking about? We're totally getting Snack Girl. Snack Girl, best girl. Does Glitchless get Deus? Absolutely. The only speedrun category that doesn't get Bleu is Brave Man, in which she is banned. You'd get her if you could. I banned her because she's too good. Where we're going, we don't need routes. Well, that's good, because I'm way off of mine. Aw, so close. Okay. Ow. So yeah, this is why we bought all the fire rocks. They're a great way to deal with random encounters.
And yes, just so that people know, this will not be the first time we are inside another creature as a dungeon.
It's a weird game.
It's a very weird game.
We try not to think about it too hard.
In BoF 1, you, like, go into someone's dreams, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's fine, whatever. In this game, they one-up it by being like, we're going into someone's bloodstream. Soon enough, this route will be the new route.
That's unlikely. This is pretty inefficient.
Super secret Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning tech. Just soft lock your game a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's that easy. Oop, almost made a mistake. I need to do that first. Okay, so this boss may or may not actually be visible on the stream. So I'm streaming in 30 frames per second, and this boss flickers at a roughly 60 frames per second. So, yeah. It might look kind of funky. Don't worry about it. Just, if you can't tell, there's supposed to be a spooky ghost on the screen. Okay, good. No, Cat is not wearing leggings. Cat is wearing fur. We also don't think about that too hard.
There's no room for pants in this dojo.
No. Alright, well, that was a boss fight.
Oh,
That's what that was.
And Munmar is mostly on the screen. He is not invisible today.
Nice. Can the runner or commentator explain what happens with the big monster killing Kid Ryu at the start? I was always confused about what happened there. I mean, part of the answer contains plot spoilers, but basically he roughed you up and then let you live. As to why he roughed you up and let you live, spoilers. We'll get there. But yes, what is to be understood is that he beat the pants off of you, but you somehow survived. And then he said some like weird prophetic thing about you being the destined child, and you will open the gate, and then you will know the strength of God. Yada yada yada. The kind of things that people tend to say in prophecies.
And what's kind of funny is you'd think meeting a giant demon and getting absolutely, destroyed by it would be something that they'd remember, but like, there's like a line of dialogue that would have been a few minutes ago now, where Bo is like, "Oh yeah, that kind of sounds like that demon that we saw when we were kids, doesn't it?" And it's like that. I feel like that would have been a much more traumatic experience than Bo's really giving it credit for.
Yeah. Also, just a tiny little bit of self-promotion. If you have FFZ enabled on your channels, you can add my cute little spook along with a couple dozen other Breath of Fire 2 emotes that I have all uploaded to FFC. Everybody is welcome to use them. I think Twitch needs more Breath of Fire 2 emotes in it. Okay, so now we're going to do a bunch of stuff. We're going to do stuff and then be productive and then be strong and we'll get things and we'll make a new friend.
Perfect.
Yeah, in more or less that order. Okay. So the first place we have to go is we have to go to Bleu's house. Anyway, yeah, we have fast travel again! Yay! Except now it's fast travel on the water. We can go places! So if you play casually, probably one of the first things you do when you get the whale is you go to the giant monster island and you grind for eternity. Until you way out level all of the content and you have more money than Bill Gates. But we're speedrunning! Or at least we're doing a slightly quicker than usual casual Let's Play, so we're not going to do that. Instead, we're just going to come here and make friends with a ghost and then leave again. That's what you need to do to unlock Bleu as a secret character. Which we are going to do now. So, upcoming is the last of the shopping glitches. So I am going to throw in a safety save before doing that.
And we'll see if we can finally give Kat the glitched weapon.
Yeah, maybe. Although again, with the fire rocks, it's not quite so critical anymore. Okay, here we go. Ta-da! Okay, we're not immediately changing the party members. So by not taking Bleu in the active party, now Bleu is in slot 5. So we can get a glitched weapon on Bleu. Although first, again, I am safety saving. Because, you know, tragedy strikes twice. Okay. thing first. Gotta do a thing first. Okay, you have to unequip the urchins again. Okay, so switch. Oh, I forgot a thing. I need to move down to the urchins. Okay, now switch. Okay, so that glitch worked. Now it's party to Ryu, Blue, Nina, Rand. And that should leave Cat in slot 5, right? Yes. Blue, Nina, Rand. Cat is in slot 5. So now I'm going to safety save again. And maybe at long last I will get my friggin' glitched weapon on friggin' Cat. All the while the clock is ticking. Sell, urchin. Mirror. Still mirror. Ah, yeah. Okay, well, no weapon for Cat. It's getting to the point that it might not even matter. Okay. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so remove all the money. We are now richer than Moses. Actually, Moses probably wasn't very rich. We're richer than somebody else who's actually rich. Okay, next thing we have to do is go to High Fort.
Oh yay, my favorite part of this game.
Oh, we're not actually doing High Fort yet, we just have to go there.
Oh right, you gotta get the warp point.
We're doing the clever thing. Okay, so this, I think this is the final Rand roll of the game? Ah. Ate my input twice. What a jerk. Okay, so blue correctly does have a glitched weapon. Alright. Okay, so... Now...
Let's see the roll. I mean, you've already seen the roll. I'm watching the roll now. Yeah, Farron, I always and still do not like the High Fort section in particular. This whole section of the game I'm not terribly fond of. I don't really like High Fort or the Queen.
So
Memory's okay.
One of the reasons why it was definitely worth the time it takes to recruit Blue into the party is because she has the warp spell. Fast travel. So much faster than walking everywhere. Okay, so while we're here, we have to go stick our face into the well. This is step 1 in setting up the good ending. Now, it's the middle house. This thing has an item for me. sailing over here to Gunt's. Not to mention blue is overpowered as well. Also that. There is definitely an element of that. Okay. So switch. Brass sword. Blended shield. Blended mail. Now I am significantly tankier. And then we come up here, the secret staircase behind the bookshelf, and we meet Ichichi. This is step 2 of setting up the good ending.
Incidentally, I believe that was the step that you forgot to do.
No, when I forgot I did this, but I didn't actually trigger the Flying Town cutscene.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Okay. Next, we are sailing to Tunlin, where I will throw in a safety save just for good measure. We're going full marathon strats at this point. And now we're going to the Cerberus.
Save always.
Save everywhere, yeah. We're on a quest to discover every possible thing that can go wrong in one run. Okay, and now we can finally resume actually, playing the plot. Okay, so now I need to make sure I do this bit right. Take it away, Pax. I'm just gonna do this for a moment.
So, this current section of the game is side quests of the game. We have to... Ultimately, what we are trying to do is we are trying to figure out what the great... Well, once we recruit Spar here, we need to figure out what the Great Wise Tree can tell us about why the forests are dying. That's the goal. What we end up having to do is we have to go catch a creature for this jerk to put in his circus, and then we go talk to the Wise Tree, and he can't tell us because he's forgotten, and he needs a therapy pillow, even though he's a tree. Also, yes, a fun little
also text
glitch there. Yeah, the text glitch.
That's actually the first part of the out-of-bounds glitch. It's just that the out-of-bounds glitch doesn't actually have a practical application in the speedrun that anyone's been able to find, so instead we just use it to speed up the dialogue a bit. Also, that was a boss. He's kind of a disappointment.
I also totally forgot that you skipped the Oopa Roopa cave.
Yep. So the reason that we glitched so much money at the beginning of the game was because there's normally an extra dungeon you have to do here. You have to go into a dungeon, fight an Oopa Roopa, and then either bring it back to this guy or don't. And then either way you fight this guy. But instead of doing all of that, you can just pay him $1 million. The game never obviously expects you to do that, but the code's there. You can pay him $1 million, and you can skip the dungeon. So we do, because it's any percent, we have $1 million. It's very weird. It's exactly the kind of thing a dev would put in their game if they were actually trying to throw a bone to the speedrunners who are playing in any percent categories and have $1 million to spare. Because here, if you have $1 million, you can skip a dungeon.
Because you just know that we're gonna find a way to get $1 million, and then skip it.
Okay, so blue, Rand Spar. Okay, so I think I'm going to give up on getting Cat her glitched weapon. I will do something else. I know what to do. Okay. So the only thing that's really significant about Cat's glitched weapon at this point, like I'm getting to the point in the game when the actual glitched weapon isn't that strong anymore. And it becomes more important just for like the unlimited healing. So what I'm going to do is when I'm at the final weapon shop in the game, I'm going to buy an amber ring, which I will be able to give to Nina, replacing her glitched weapon, and then I will have Nina's glitched moondrop in my inventory, and Cat can use that as her moondrop. And it won't be important whether she has it equipped or not, because Cat's not going to be attacking with it in the late game anyway. In the mid game, I don't even use Cat for a significant chunk. I'm using Blue instead, so it's not a problem. That's the plan. Okay, we have the plan. Cat is actually just going to end the game never having gotten a glitched weapon. How silly.
New tech.
New tech! Yeah, oh, this is definitely not faster than the intended route, but yeah, it's a functional backup if you have a no reset run that you have to finish.
It might be slower tech, but it's still tech.
It is still tech, yes. Alright. Oh, I lied. There is one more rand roll, but it's the easiest rand roll of all time. It's literally just sideways. Alright. Pray with me. Chat, just lend me your energy.
Doing some more fishing, right?
Yeah, we need a first try fishing spot here. I mean, we don't. We want a first try fishing spot. But it's random whether an encounter will generate a fishing spot or not. Yeah, that one didn't. So in my world record, I got for the first try fishing locations all 3 times. Because, I don't know, I'm a luck sack. Nope, no fishing spot.
While we're waiting for a fishing spot, I'll go back to what I was talking about before. So we need the therapy pillow so that the tree can remember what it forgot. But we go to where we get the therapy pillow and we can't speak their language. So we have to go, like, they only communicate with musical instruments, but we can't just get any old musical instrument or like borrow one for somebody. We need the famous flute, which means we have to go to High Fort to get it. And we have to do all of Sten's solo nonsense. And we have to like overthrow their demon overlord to get the famous flute, and then we can go talk to the people in Tunlin, but then their queen won't give us the therapy pillow because she's, bedridden. So we have to go like recruit a wizard who will shrink us down and send us into her bloodstream so that we can like exorcise all the demons out. And then we get the therapy pillow, and then we go to the tree, and then we go into his mind and make him remember what he forgot, and then we don't even bother asking him for the information because it's not needed to advance the plot trigger. I don't like this segment of the game. So what are we fishing up?
We're fishing up a shopkeep.
What are we buying from the shopkeep?
We're buying 4 fast shoes, a holy scarf, and 3 hero BT. I don't know, but hero butt. Hero belt, I think, is what it's supposed to be, but it's the hero butt. So it's just a bunch. Oh, yeah, it needs to be daytime. My bad. We just got a bunch of accessories. Time warp it until it's actually proper daytime. We need to come in, and this guy will tell us about the famous flute.
Oh yes, how could I forget? We don't recruit the wizard until we get a mushroom.
Yep.
Or we recruit the wizard, but they can't shrink us down until we get the mushroom.
Nina Sten. High Fort! Now we do high fort. Okay, so I think I'm right. All of the shopping glitching is done. In fact, I think all of the glitching is done. So I can probably ease off on the safety saves a little bit.
You're gonna say that, and then something terrible is gonna happen.
Yeah. I'll still throw in a reasonable number of safety saves, but mirror soft locks should no longer be a concern.
Just watch. Even though you're running the Super Nintendo version, you'll get the GBA emulator glitch at the end of high fort.
Don't you even put that energy out there, Pax. You shut up.
Yeah, for those who aren't aware, one of the reasons why there is no GBA time recorded on the leaderboard is because I guess
I've tried. I have tried twice to run GBA, but I'm running it on emulator. Obviously, I don't have the hardware set up for it, and 2 different GBA ROMs have crashed on me.
Yeah, there's a crash right at the end of this segment. That like you can't. There's no way around it, and it seems to be prevalent either in just all of the GBA ROMs. It's some interaction between the ROM and the emulator.
Yeah, because it's not there on hardware. It's not an issue with the actual physical game. It's either a bad ROM or emulator that doesn't play nicely with a ROM or something like that.
But the problem is no one who speedruns has it on original hardware, it seems.
Yeah, so
no
anybody,
time.
if you have a working ROM emulator setup for Breath of Fire 2 GBA, you can get a free world record. It's there for the taking. The leaderboard exists, and it's all empty.
Yeah, or if you've got original hardware.
Or that. I am going to keep trying. So, Niso in chat, you see him there, was doing some research, and I think he found a combination that was working for him, so hopefully it'll also work for me. So I am after that. I'm currently at the moment, I have the any % world record, the glitchless world record, the terrapin % world record, which is the Kefka at Narsh, the intro category that just you run until terrapin. And I have the Brave Man world record by Fiat on account of nobody else has ever run the category.
You're forming the Infinity Gauntlet of Breath of Fire 2
Yes,
records.
precisely. So the only 2 left are the GBA and Japanese any %, so running on the SFC version of the game, which is about a half hour faster. And MCON has that world
100%
record.
in there for...
Yeah, and then of course any other meme categories that I invent. Take it from me, a world record is only free until someone more skilled finds out it's free. Okay, Lady Starbird, that's my point, though. That's secretly what I'm going for. I'm trying to con more people into speedrunning my video game by telling them how free these world records are. Like, think about it. This is my 6th run ever of this category, and I have the world record in it. How hard could it be? Okay.
Now, I ask this question every time this portion of plot comes up, so if any Breath of Fire 2 lore enthusiasts could help me out, who are these guys at war with?
Yeah, we debate this every single time I play this game.
Because there's no one else they could be at war with. And yet they're at war with somebody.
Okay, so we are going to go 1v1 against Tarubo. Get him! Uh-oh, he's critting me. Oh! oh god, it's all over. I didn't save. What a mistake. I can't believe oh, it's fine. You spawn right outside. You're supposed to lose. I mean, you can win or lose that fight. It doesn't matter. It's faster to lose it. But I always like to give chat a little bit of a heart attack when I do that, for anybody who doesn't know.
I'd also like to say that Trubo is very cool, and if a sick ROM hacker could make Trubo a playable character, I'd really appreciate that.
I like Tyler's answer. They're at war with the speedrunners.
Yeah, they're at war with university math.
Okay. That's the real fight.
Yeah, I feel like these cool fights against Trubo, with like him like jumping off the tower at the start of the first fight, and then this cool falling fight, are kind of wasted on
Sten.
on Sten, but also just
Yeah.
wasted on these super short fights. Like, you know, like, oh, this fight's gonna be over in 3 turns, which means it finishes very quickly. And, you know, the first fight you don't even have to win and stuff like that. And it's just kind of like, these were really cool, and you just kind of rushed past them.
Yeah. I always find it funny how suddenly, like, the tone of the game tries to get really dark, and, like, Sten is this ex-soldier, and he's coming back to this country that's, like, in the middle of a civil war, and it's all grim. It's like, but okay, but Sten is still Monk. It's like, I can't take him seriously.
Yeah. He's still just like a weird street musician monkey wearing cut-off pants,
Yeah.
and his special combat ability is to play dead. I can't take him seriously.
Nope, me neither.
And then there's Trubo over here looking like Super Saiyan Goku with that hair. Like when he's got nunchucks, he's awesome.
Ex-soldier, Sten is Cloud. Yep. That's a headcanon I can get on board with. Okay, now I need to juggle his equipment. So the holy scarf that I bought, that accessory produces the same effect as the smoke item as long as the person holding it is the first person in the marching order as seen on the screen here, which is not necessarily the same as the person in slot 1 of the party. So right now Sten is holding the holy scarf and he's the lead of the marching order, so he is reducing my encounter rate. Can I make it to the door without a fight? That'd be perfect. Nice! Game is free.
This game that you're like 50 minutes behind on is free.
Plus 50 minutes, 37 seconds. Hey, at least I'm not getting any farther behind. Like, I lost my 50 minutes fair and square, and now we're just going to stay at plus 50 for the rest of the day. So this is actually, if you do this casually, this is a lot harder because you don't know the optimal way to get through all of these rooms, and you actually have to do fights, and you have to fight some actual serious random battles with just your like level 13 Sten. But if you know how to go through those rooms, you can usually avoid fights. So here, on the subject of the Holy Scarf reducing the encounter rate, but only if the person holding it is in the lead of the marching order, here's a fun fact. The fast shoes that I have According to the game's documentation, they're supposed to increase your chance of a lead-off attack. But they don't. But they were supposed to. So there's a line in the code where when the game is determining whether to give you a lead-off attack or not, it does a check, and if the check succeeds, then your lead-off rate is 25%. And if the check fails, then it does some calculation where it calculates your lead-off rate based on your average party luck and speed and stuff like that. And in that case, your rate ends up being something like 5 to 15%. Okay, hang on, sorry, I have to do a thing. No, actually I don't have to do a thing, I'm set. So the check was supposed to check to see whether the person in slot 1, which is not the same thing as the person who is currently leading the marching order, but the person who's actually in slot 1 of the party, it was supposed to check whether they have a fast shoe equipped. And if they do, then you get the boosted 25% lead-off rate. But there's a typo in the code, so instead it checks whether the person in slot 1 has an empty accessory slot, rather than a fast shoe. So, for the rest of the game, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to juggle my accessories so that the person leading the marching order is always holding the holy scarf. Nice lead-off rate, by the way. And the person in slot 1 of the party always has an empty accessory slot. That way I will minimize my encounters and I will maximize my chances of getting lead-off attacks, which let me run. Okay, so these things die to a fire rock. As do most things, actually. So yeah, that's some of the really obscure stuff that you could only ever really discover by looking at the game's code. Conveniently, we have a guy who looks at the game's code for us. We have a guy for that. That's Nitrodon. Huge shoutouts to Nitrodon. The run is at least 15 minutes faster because of what he discovered.
And he just, like, looks at the code for, like, just random games.
Yeah. So I think at the moment he's helping some of the Breath of Fire 1 runners figure out how the market works. I don't play Breath of Fire 1 much myself, so, like, getting the Dark Dagger to show up at the flea market or something like that, he's looking at how that works. But yeah, it's just, hey, Nitrodon, are you busy? Nah, what's up? Can you look at this game for me? Yeah, sure. Dude's a wizard.
And he's been helping me out with the mantra system and Treasure of the Rudras, and he like doesn't even play that game.
I totally forgot about that because you never ever stream.
Yep.
You can't. I'm making evil eyes at PAX.
Yeah.
From like across southern Ontario.
And I'm
Hang
not
on, which direction is roughly west?
I'm not succumbing to this peer pressure. Yeah, that's one big problem about. I'm just looking at the conversation currently going on in chat. Some of the it's a problem that the first two Breath of Fire games have in space is that so many of the characters are just strictly worse than other characters.
If you think it's bad in Breath of Fire 2, it is even worse in Breath of Fire 1.
Yeah, there are about half of the Breath of Fire 1 cast exists solely to be like Shaman United forms for one of the other characters.
If you want to talk about truly useless, there's Mogu. He's not even part of a good Karn fusion. Like, Gobi is useless, but at least Gobi can turn into a Karn fusion.
But yeah, Mogu, you get him super late. He's underleveled when you get him. I don't think he even has like a required section of the game you have to use him in.
He needs to dig in a couple of places. That's it.
Yeah, he needs to dig to get you into places, but you don't actually have to use him for those places. Yeah.
All right, and that's the High Fort maze. Okay, now I need to juggle a bit of equipment before the next boss. But yeah, in terms of like in-combat usefulness of characters, Gobi Gobi takes the crown for being just absolute unforgivable trash.
Because,
Okay.
yeah, all of his abilities are only usable underwater.
Do that. Do that. Do I need to W Fruit Ryu? No. Okay. Do I need to heal? No. Okay. Sorry, just double checking everything. Okay, so attack up Sten, scramble, attack, W Fruit Ryu, and Thunder Dragon. So this boss is a door.
Literally a door.
Yeah, you want to say anything else about that, Pax, or just are we gonna let him be a door?
I mean, it's a door. It's more threatening than the actual final boss of this dungeon.
Yeah.
Shupke is bad. I think Shupke's boss script is broken too.
Yeah, that also doesn't work as intended. Oh, okay, well, he's just gonna... That works. I was gonna use a second dragon to finish him off, but I guess his Sten is just gonna crit all day. That works too.
I'll agree that Breath of Fire 3 Nina is perhaps worse than the other characters, but at least she still feels interesting and unique compared to them. Because she's got all the big magic spells, and that it still feels good to throw those around, even if they're not as good. But particularly like in this game and in Breath of Fire 1, where like everything Jean can do, Blo can do better, and stuff like that. And it's just like there is no reason to bring Jean into a fight, generally.
Yeah, my canonical party for Breath of Fire 3 casual playthroughs was Nina and Ray, and I never felt especially punished for it. By the way, there's a really cool Breath of Fire 3 mod. If you search for Breath of Fire 3 Hard Rebalanced or something like that, it's a thread on GameFAQs by a guy named Llewellyn. Really fun. Highly recommend it. Okay, and boss fight.
Yeah, and I think characters like Jean would be better if you could, say, for example, make use of his shaman form way earlier. Like if it didn't involve the holy shaman.
Also, I just want to shout out Skarasaki because those were two excellent door puns. Alright. This boss is also a pushover.
Shupke doesn't even get a unique boss sprite.
Nope. She also gets only one action. If you're trying to optimize, I think the optimal Breath of Fire 3 party is Rei and Momo. But I don't speedrun Breath of Fire 3, I just play it for fun. I don't optimize. I optimize within the confines of what I would like to play. So like I do try and optimize my Nina Rei party, but I play Nina Rei because I like Nina. When I have the option, I will always choose to play as the pretty princess. I have Disney in my soul. Okay, so that was High Fort. Everybody who hates High Fort and thinks it's the worst section of the game, here you go. Get it all over with in 15 minutes.
Thank goodness.
Yep. So yeah, this cutscene, if you play the bad GBA ROM, this cutscene freezes. With like a really harsh screeching sound as it does it. It's very unpleasant. Yeah, I have little to say about Breath of Fire 4 because I have never finished it. I only played the first couple hours and it failed to grab my attention. And also, a combination of the art style and the color palette just did not agree with my eyeballs. I found the color palette washed out and I didn't like the sprite work, the art style, as much as Breath of Fire 2 or 3. So I obviously have played Breath of Fire 2 a couple of times in my life, and I have done at least a small handful of casual playthroughs, each of 1 and 3, but I know almost nothing about 4, and therefore I don't have much to say about it. Oh, yes, a note about the glitched weapon. In addition to all of the other things, like the high base attack power and the double attacking property, the glitched weapon is also holy elemental, and the boss we just killed, Shupke, happens to be weak to the holy element. Which is not a good weakness to have when the protagonists all have glitched holy weapons. So yeah, anything in this game that has a holy weakness is just going to get absolutely devastated.
And yeah, as some people are clarifying in the chat here, yeah, it's the because we're glitching an item into a weapon slot, it's incorrectly assigning like values of the item to the stats of the weapon. So
I think the word you're looking for there is flags.
Flags, thank you.
Yeah.
So the fact that the Moondrop targets everyone, whatever flag that whatever flag that is then when it's being turned into a weapon, that same flag is being basically read as, oh, okay, well, this weapon double attacks, because there are a couple of weapons in the game that do attack twice. I think there's a weapon for bow and a weapon for spar.
I think that's correct. Yeah, the double
that
whip.
Attack twice.
Twin bow and the double whip.
Yeah. So there are weapons in the game that have an attack twice flag, and obviously the value that's used for
Typo.
items that. Oh, did you
I was
someone
warped
up?
to the wrong place.
Oh, whoops.
Haven't made that mistake in a while. There we go. Yeah, the problem with Breath of Fire 2's translation is that it's bad, and it's not the like Final Fantasy VI Ted Woolsey like endearing kind of bad. It's actually just bad. It's quite bad. The game is both much less confusing and way more interesting when you play the fan retranslation, and like you can actually understand what is being meant. So, if you're just watching me play, you are probably getting a slightly misleading view of what it would be like to play this game casually, because I already know where to go. But if you've never played Breath of Fire 2 before, there are several points in the game where what you're supposed to do next is incredibly not obvious. Breath of Fire 2's translation, it's workable in that, like, if you are watching somebody play the game, you can follow what is meant to be happening in the plot. It's not exactly the most high-quality dialogue, but at least you can follow along. So, like, as a movie, the dialogue is at least functional. But if you're actually trying to play it as a game, and you aren't already familiar with the game, it's incredibly misleading several times. Also, yes, this old guy is really creepy. Don't think about it too hard. Just ignore the creepy old man.
And there's also just, like, bad, like, examples of just, like, spelling errors that have been left in.
Yep.
Or just, like, code errors and stuff. So the one that always comes to mind for me is, if you go and talk to Nina while she's not in your active party in Township, I forget which portion of the game it needs to be, but if you go and talk to her, her name just appears as like N004.
Yeah, something like that.
And it's just like, okay. Are you okay, Nina? You're looking a little bit like a robot.
Beep boop.
And then there's also things like Thivistond.
Oh, that's my favorite. Yeah, you're going to hear me say that a lot when we get to that point.
Yeah.
So a lot of the things in the game are limited by like an 8-character limit. Like all of the names, the item names, equipment names, character names, place names, they're all limited to anything that has to show up in a menu is limited to 8 characters. So there's a dungeon that is supposed to be called Thieves' Tomb. And the translators just couldn't think of anything good that would fit in 8 characters to replace Thieves' Tomb. So instead of like going like with grave or, I don't know, mausoleum or something cool, they just abbreviated Thieves' Tomb by dropping enough vowels to get it down to 8 characters. And then also by replacing the B with a D. So what you get is Vstomd. And I will pronounce the Vstomd as Vstomd every single time, even once it stops being funny.
And also, like, basically every old person in this game is either Gramps or Grandma.
Granny? Yeah.
Granny, thank you, yeah. Gramps or Granny. I think Ged is just about one of the only old people who is not named Gramps or Granny.
So you'll notice that I keep shuffling the party around to get Sten back in front, and that is because Sten has my holy scarf, and it will only reduce the encounter rate while Sten is in the front of the walking order.
Yep, even the old whale is called Gramps.
Yep. So, the thing with fan translations is that you are never going to please anyone. Anytime you have a fan translation, somebody is going to take an issue with it, no matter how good it is. So, yes, if you go looking, I'm sure you can find people who do not like the fan retranslation for Breath of Fire 2. In my opinion, it is a vast improvement. And it is not perfect because there is no such thing as a perfect script for any game, whether it's original or fan-made or not. Like, nothing is perfect, it's a matter of taste, and different people have different tastes, but in general, it's a vast improvement. There, I hope there were enough qualifiers in that nobody's going to lynch me for my opinion. There could be a fan mod of Breath of Fire 2 that just replaces all of the music and sound effects with the bad recorder version of the Titanic theme that you can find on YouTube. And I'm sure somebody out there would think that's an improvement. But,
Lord.
But yeah, that ain't me. Okay, I'm gonna quickly duck in this door. That's an encounter reset. So anytime you do a screen transition, it will reset the encounter rate. You take it.
Yeah, why don't you explain how the encounter rate works?
Oh, because it doesn't. Oh no, I'm joking. So the encounter rate, it's surprisingly well designed, and it's also resilient to RNG manip, which I kind of appreciate. So like Breath of Fire 2 has no step route or anything like it. About time for me to sort my inventory. Just every time you take a step, there is a random roll to generate a fight. And the probability of a given step creating an encounter depends on how many steps you have taken since you entered the area. Including, like, leaving a previous fight would count as entering the area, so entering the screen. So the first 4 steps don't produce an encounter, and the 64th step will always produce an encounter. And then in between, from 4 to 64, every step, it's not actually totally smooth curve, it's a step function, so the first few steps have a low probability, and the next few steps have a slightly higher probability, and so on. Tunneling. There is nothing good about the encounter rate in Infinity. That is just wrong. Oh, hi, Spirits. Oh, hi, Spirits. You are in for such a treat. I can't wait for you to see what we do to Infinity. Just that thought alone is going to propel me to finish this run in a good mood. Okay. Safety save. Wasn't actually planning to do that, but sure, safety saves are good. Okay. Rand, Blood, Cat. So we have a collar for Cat, which is kind of kinky, but the collar is an accessory that only Cat and Bo can wear. Get it? Because they're cats and dogs. And the collar is the opposite effect of the Holy Scarf. It increases the encounter rate. And the mechanic for the next dungeon is there's no boss. The next dungeon just has a fixed number of random encounters, and you have to beat all of them. So we're just going to try and get through these fights as quickly as humanly possible. Based on your tone, you expect that Infinity will be played as the developer intended? Oh, 100%. Absolutely no shenanigans.
What, you think all these glitches and abuses of the code are just for show?
Nah. The best part is that our Infinity strat has nothing to do with glitches. It's totally valid. I use the same strat when I'm running glitchless. It's completely valid. You can do it in any casual run. And it is also complete nonsense. Chat is getting so confused. Yeah, so we're inside the queen. Like, we're just in her. You remember that really old sci-fi movie where, like, you get a medical team and you shrink them down to microscopic size and you put them in the body to fight the infection? We're watching that movie.
We're fighting the infection.
We're fighting the infection in real time.
And the infection is demons.
Well, the infection is actually fat.
It's fat demons.
So that's Cat not having a good weapon. Alas. Yeah, we hunting fatties. So, roughly speaking, the idea is that each room has 2 encounters in it, except it's not quite that simple, because some of the rooms are paired, and just collectively a pair of rooms will have 2 encounters between them. And like you don't have to do 1 and 1, you can just do both encounters in either room. So, the important thing is just to not get lost. You need to know where you're going, which, in terms of speedrunning, just means like you need to have a route. And if you have a route, then you'll get through. I'm running back and forth because the way you finish the dungeon is you beat all of the random encounters. So I'm just walking back and forth to generate the random encounters. It's a very weird dungeon. And yeah, if you either don't understand the mechanic or if you don't have a route planned ahead of time, this dungeon is horribly confusing. Who the heck disassembled that knowledge from the ROM? That's actually been known for a fairly long time, just through trial and error. That wasn't something that Nitrodon dug up. There aren't very many things where I can say, actually, it wasn't Nitrodon who figured that out, but this is one of them. And yeah, the translations of what is supposed to be medical terminology in here are hilarious. Ow. Yes, the monster indicator that you can see there at the top, it does help a bit. So in addition to just being a dungeon, there is something else significant about this dungeon. It's basically a forced grinding section. Like, you have to do the fights. You can't even run from them. Running away from a fight does not count as beating the fight. So there's all of this experience going around. So the route takes advantage of it by like giving the experience to the characters who need it most. So this is our final party. These are the 4 characters we are going to fight the final boss with. In fact, for the entire final dungeon, this is our team. Final 2 dungeons, in fact, this is our team. So we are dumping all of this free experience on them. Should you play Breath of Fire 1 before playing this? You don't have to. I would point out that Breath of Fire 1 is very old. Its RPG mechanics are, shall we say, somewhat dated. Like, even compared to Breath of Fire 2. Breath of Fire 2 is not exactly brand spanking new. The Breath of Fire 1 really plays like an old video game. So if you think that may turn you off, you can just dive in at Breath of Fire 2. The stories aren't consecutive or anything like that. There's the occasional vague reference to what happened in Breath of Fire 1. Yeah, there's still one more fight in here. But you don't need to. No Nina Banish strats? I guess I did just kind of give a spoiler there, didn't I? You'll see. Let's just leave it at a you'll see. I promise it will be worth the wait. Being old doesn't make something bad. A lot of the design choices in Breath of Fire 1 are very inelegant, and to people who are not very patient, it would probably push them away from the game. So yeah, no, being old doesn't necessarily make something bad, and obviously, like, my most played video game is one of the less popular JRPGs from 1994. So clearly I agree with you. Old can be good. But good is subjective, and I think a lot of people would not find Breath of Fire 1's kind of old to be very good. So I give a warning. High spirits, I'm old, therefore not good. I feel that. So yeah, I'm in a similar boat to Helmood in the chat. Like, I have played Breath of Fire 1 casually probably 3 or 4 times in my life. So like, just every 3 or 4 years, I feel like I can handle another Breath of Fire 1 playthrough. But I can play Breath of Fire 2 and Breath of Fire 3 basically back to back to back to back to back and not get bored. So take that as you like. Alright, we are half done the fatty dungeon. Now we have to do the left side. This is so weird.
This is a very weird segment.
You thought it was weird when we were just jumping into toilets. You had no idea what was coming. Okay. So these are the fatties. These are the real experience bombs. The downside is that they do that. They tend to run away. So it's sort of like kill as many of them as you can before they all run. Yeah, holy, look at all of that beautiful, beautiful experience. Okay, how many W fruit? Okay, I've still got quite a few. That's good. Heal. One more fight. Oh! Cat should be in front. Okay, so attack the fatty, attack the fatty. Actually, do you have thunder? Yeah, thunder. Attack the fatty, attack the fatty. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I'm more used... I've said this several times already today. I'm more used to the strats for glitchless, not for any percent. So to help keep myself doing the right things, I'm trying to talk myself through some of these encounters. And yeah, just as, I guess, a final word on the Breath of Fire game discussion, I don't think any of them are bad. I have preferences, but I think they're all good. Some are gooder than others, but they all have things that make them worth playing. Okay, we need to attack the fatty, fatty, flame, fatty. Imagine if somebody is listening to the dialogue from the stream without context and without actually watching what's going on. They just hear me in the background muttering to myself like, fatty, fatty, no parents, fatty, hit the fatty. It's like, what on earth are you watching?
I don't know what this is, but it doesn't seem age appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah, you need parental permission to watch this Twitch stream.
also do not take medical advice from old 1990s RPGs. You cannot lose weight by sending small people into your bloodstream to fight demons.
Yeah, I know, right? Fatty, fatty, fatty flame. Didn't they get to #1 in the pop charts in 1993? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, that's good. Okay, well, we're making progress. There. Oh, and he peaced out. Okay. Demons are the cause of my fat. I'm pretty sure binge eating at 4 a.m. is the cause of my fat, so... Okay, the good news is this dungeon is nearly over, so we will then be able to move on to the next silly thing, which is actually, psychoanalysis? We're gonna go into a tree's dream. The tree is sentient, and it has memories, and we're gonna go into the memories, because we have a pillow, and I don't know. This will go from not making sense to making even less sense.
And also, in the memories, when we go into the dungeon in the memories, we're gonna be farsighted because we're old.
Oh yes, that's also a very fun mechanic. Alright. Okay, the lead-offs are actually very convenient because it's significantly reducing the number of these that are able to run away from me. Everyone knows that you fight demons in your blood by taking cocaine. Actually, what we took was magic mushrooms. That's how we got in here. But, yeah, you've got the idea. Okay. The good news for me is I'm still holding my plus 50. We haven't lost more time yet. The pillow part of the game. Yeah, it's going from weird to still weird, just differently weird.
It's an homage to Boff 1.
Yeah. Okay. Is that 1 or 2? Damn, I have the memory of a goldfish. That was 2. Okay. PhD student in mathematics can't count to 2. Classic Charles maneuver. Just auto this. Okay, I think just 4 more encounters. If I'm remembering the map in my head right. Yeah, 2 here and 2 in the next room. Almost done.
Okay, I just looked up something that Mike the Nerd said, and they did cat skin in Street Fighter V.
Oh,
That's
neat.
cool. Acknowledgement of this series by Capcom. I love to see it.
Oh man, no, Fox is here in the chat. Fox, it's great to see you. I'm glad you were able to make it for a bit. So, for anybody who doesn't know Fox, Fox is a really cool streamer, and Fox is actually the person who very first discovered me on the very first day that I started streaming Breath of Fire 2. I turned my Twitch stream on for the very first time, start playing Breath of Fire 2 to an audience of literally nobody, except maybe one or two real-life friends. And then Fox shows up, because Fox is also a lover of Super Nintendo RPGs. If I'm remembering right, Fox is the person responsible for getting the really cool Breath of Fire 2 artwork, as like that's the official Breath of Fire 2 logo on Twitch when you search for video game categories. That was Fox. We love Fox. Thank you for the good luck. Okay, quick heal, yeah. And 2 more fights. Fox is also, by the way, the reason that I'm named Charles. Charles is not what's on my birth certificate. Charles is what Fox called me when she decided that she didn't want to try to pronounce Xujhan, which is fair. And it stuck. So there, that's my origin story. Ah, it ran. Curses. Is that it? Yeah, we're done. Get me out of here. On to the next weird side quest. Yes. Xujhan? Nah, I'm calling you Charles. You're Charles now. That's literally exactly how it went down.
Oh, we're finally done in the Queen.
I know. Okay. Fox, it wasn't a failure. It was just a success that you didn't know was a success yet. You succeeded so hard that you bent reality to then make your statement true. Because Charles is now the pronunciation of my name. Alright. We acquired the therapy pillow. We are now going to go and engage in a therapy. A very, very weird therapy. Okay, so what setup do I need to do? Party change to Rand, Blue, and Spar. Alright. Safety save, because, I mean, I've learned my lesson. Oh, and I just realized I've forgotten one thing. I need to give my holy scarf to Spar. Yes. Alright. So we do that. Holy scarf. There we go. There, good. Alright. Shuffle, shuffle. Okay, we are now in the mind of the tree. I actually quite like the music here, though.
Things are about to get weird.
Weirder.
As if things
Okay,
weren't
pretty
already
close.
weird, yeah.
So we have to come up here and talk to this kid. Oops. And we have to go back. Ah, I probably shouldn't have tried that. That's a really tight corner going back down. Wasn't punished, though. Nice. Alright, and then shuffle back to Spar to get the smoke effect back. Good. Get me out of here. So, we have to talk to this guy. No, apparently we have to get a random encounter instead. Alright. Okay, so note to myself, I need 14 AP on blue at the end of the dungeon. So I can cast one more fireball, and then I need to switch to using fire rocks. Okay, once we talk to him...
14?
Magic number is 14, yeah. Okay, so... Oh, there's the other fire rock. Fireball, rather. Okay, and then we can skip a good chunk of the dungeon by just talking to this guy and asking him to teleport us. For reasons unknown. And then we come here, and we go around. So you can see it's like a far-sighted dungeon. You actually can't see what's around you. It's very irritating. Oh, I also need to sort my inventory. I'll do that. This is another place where if you don't know where you're going, it's going to be hecka confusing to navigate.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
A literal nightmare.
Actually, yes, it literally is. Okay, we're just going to ignore all of the treasure chests. Okay. Fire rock. This is too many encounters. I disagree. But lead-offs are good. So, I can get through the encounters quickly with fire rocks, but I have a very limited supply of fire rocks, and I need to save a few for endgame bosses. So, you really try not to burn them all on random encounters. Okay, this was incorrect. Rather than auto, I should have used attack up. I forgot these things have quite a lot of defense. Maybe Ryu's got me? Oh, Ryu's got me. Great. Oh, Ryu so got me. Never mind. Okay. Okay. And... last room. Ryu is still at full AP, right? Yes. Good. Okay. Fire rock. Okay, just quickly heal before the fight. Okay, so it's Thunder Dragon, attack up on Rand, and defend. And we will punch this guy to death in very short order.
I like his crab hands.
I know, we love this guy. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
There! Forget your magic!
Yeah, so his mechanic is when he does the little crab hands wiggle, you become unable to cast 2 to 4 of your spells. And the spells you lose start with your most recently learned spells, and they go backward. But his health bar ain't that big. We're just going to finish punching him to death with Rand. Nice. And dropped a random weapon for spar. What the heck? Okay, now we exit. Whew! Almost had it. That's close enough that I should be able to walk. Nice. No fights. Very good. Okay, so now I need to shop. Okay, and we're done with that dungeon. So we just have one more teeny tiny dungeon, and then that's the end of Act 2. Okay, so we want to come through this valley, but there is a light fog, and apparently you're not allowed to go through the valley while there is a light fog. So instead, we are going to go and change the weather.
Because of course this world has a weather machine.
Why would you not? Okay, so 25 rocks?
I'm also a little disappointed.
Good. Sorry?
I'm also a little disappointed. It's called Sky Tower and is not, in fact, in the sky. You go under the water.
Yeah. I guess it's the tower that controls the sky?
Yeah. Very little of Sky Tower is actually above the water.
Oh, wait, hang on. I've got an emote for this. Aha.
Yeah. Can't mess with fog.
Nope. It's illegal. It's against the rules.
You never know what might be in that fog. There's no way we can advance while the fog is still there.
Okay, you know what I just realized? The entire entire time I've been wondering, why is there such a large like stream delay between what I'm doing and people talking in the chat? I just remembered that High Spirits is restreaming from my channel, so there's 2 stream delays. I am not very clever, okay? I think this kills? Not quite. Okay. Second one kills. Okay, now we get to a neat couple of rooms. This room has a current in it. So you get pushed along the direction of the current. And if you try and walk in the opposite direction, it's very slow. So actually the quickest way to get to the stairs is to go all the way around like that. And we do one of those.
And here we're all about going fast.
Oh yeah, totally. We're almost on world record pace. No, we're not. God.
We're only about 50 minutes off.
Yeah, that's all. Okay. So we make a new friend. So apparently this lady is the source of all of the fog. Because I guess that's how that works. So there, we fixed the problem. What? Why can I not cast Exit? Oh, because she doesn't have enough mana. Ah, took me a moment. There we go. Now we go back to the valley, which is now fogless. Because, again, that's how that works.
And thus begins Act 3.
A bratty god being, a shaman. However you want to think of them. They're not really very well explained in the game's lore. Nice. Get me out. We're actually getting quite lucky with the lead-offs recently. That's nice. Okay, that's not. Okay, that's nice. This is a real roller coaster of emotions. I have to swap the party, right? Yeah, so I take the Holy Scarf from Spar. And then it's Rand, Bleu, and Jean. And throw in the canonical safety save. Because that's what we're all about here. Whoop. I can't believe I did that. Okay, well, we're just doing this for the content. Just a casual, let's just reload the game. Just for funsies. Alright, and there, it's like nothing ever happened. Now we can change the party. Okay, yes, I did already do that. Okay. So, I don't know. We've been playing Breath of Fire 2 for like 5 hours. That's been kind of a long time, Apex?
Yeah.
Yeah? How about we go and play some Farmville instead?
Yeah, I'm game for some Farmville.
You're game for some Farmville? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we get one of the mods to just change the game title to Farmville for the next like 10 minutes? Because that's the next mini game is we have to go and plow some land. I'm joking, by the way. You don't actually have to change the
Yeah.
game title, just in case that was unclear.
But this game's great. It's got a little bit of everything. It had some Cooking Mama. Now it's got some Farmville.
Rhea, yes. 220 is almost exactly the amount of time left in the run. We should be dialing in at just around 7.5 hours. I don't know what you want me to say. We're playing Farmville. We're beating up the shrubbery. There's no such thing as overestimate, there's only mid-run estimate changes. I agree.
Yeah.
That's the attitude I can get behind.
Yeah, look, even like if we just happen to change the estimate in the middle of the final boss, I mean, it's fine. Like we'll just be on estimate. It'll be perfect.
Yeah. I think my last glitchless run in the last time I ran glitchless for a really, really long-a-thon, I think my final estimate ended up being 9 hours and 9 seconds, and that estimate was decided upon after I finished the game in 9 hours and 8 seconds. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Due to relativistic effects, the estimate actually happens after the run finishes. That is how relativity works, right? Yeah. So this is yet another boss that we're going to throw one dragon at it and then just punch the rest of its health bar to death with Rand. So, since I have a moment while this is playing out, one of the things that might not be immediately obvious at first glance when you're thinking about the glitched weapons, you're thinking, okay, glitched weapon. Well, Cat is the best physical attacker in the game, right? You would think, therefore, that, okay, Cat is the biggest beneficiary of the glitched weapons. Cat's going to be totally OP in the speedrun. That's actually not how it works. Actually, Rand is the biggest beneficiary of the glitched weapons. The reason is, Rand is actually a decent physical fighter as well, but for a different reason than Cat is. Rand has a very, very high base strength, but all his weapons are awful. They're spellcaster tier weapons. But his base strength is so high that he's a decent physical fighter anyway. Whereas Cat has very, very strong weapons. So given that they all get the same glitched weapon with base 64 power, the end result of base strength plus 64 is actually significantly higher for Rand than it is for Cat. Most of Cat's strength in vanilla comes from her weapons. So Rand actually ends up being our best physical damage dealer, not Cat. Okay, did I remember to give the Holy Scarf to Xujhan? I did not. Glad I checked. Oh, does this kill pollen? Just barely. Okay. Those things actually resist fire, so I wasn't totally sure. So we have to come in here, we have to donate $100, and then we have to leave. And that's it. That's the whole dungeon. It's a very anticlimactic dungeon.
It's got a lot of extras in it that we are skipping.
We're skipping every last one of them.
We are skipping the Earth Shaman, and we are skipping Boombada. I'm not even entirely sure how you get Boombada.
You do a very, very difficult rhythm minigame.
So there we go. There's also a little bit of, like, Dance Dance Revolution.
Yeah.
This game's got it all.
Do the chimes! Do the chimes! I refuse. I am not doing the chimes. Oh, that is the worst minigame. So I threw in another safety save just because there's a very, very vanishingly small chance that the paladin beats me up. But probably not. It's not usually how that goes. Medicate. So step 1 is medicate myself. Because when the game says medicate, what it really means is steroids. So this is the same as the attack up spell. And then we engage in fisticuffs. So he fisticuffs me, and I fisticuff him back, and mine is way more effective. And then he punches me, and then I punch him. And we win. Oh hey, that's a gold split. Is there a way to actually tell that you did the chimes right? Yes, the game will tell you that you did it right and give you the spell. Other than that, no. Yes, as bad as the well minigame in Breath of Fire 3 is, the chimes minigame in Breath of Fire 2 is far worse. Gold split world record? Yeah, totally. Yeah, this is absolutely world record pace.
There's 50 minutes of time save between now and the end of the run, right?
Yeah, sure. This is probably going to end up being not too different from my glitchless times. How funny is that?
We just need to find new super secret infinity tech.
No, if you're doing the chimes minigame, if you do succeed, then you get the Boombada spell right away. An oopsie. I like the way you put that. Yeah, it's just a happy little soft lock. Just a friendly little oopsie. That's what happened. Niso! Nope. That's a myth. The Earth Shaman, all that matters is whether you donated enough money or not. Give me that.
Because yeah, you have to donate money.
2,000.
Times?
Yeah, 20 times, $2,000. Okay, so it's Blue Cat Nina, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Act 3! We can do the fun things! The weird mini games are over, for the most part. Although we do still have one more toilet to jump in.
Yes, we're not done jumping in toilets.
We're never done jumping in toilets. Yes, Niso, you have to donate the money before you level the church. That's correct. I just need to discover a 40-minute skip in the rest of the game? Yeah, but if I do that, then Ria's gonna get mad at me for finishing too soon. I was under strict orders to go over estimate. Okay. This section of the game has a lot of talking. So, who's up for a touching father-daughter reunion scene? Her mom is severely colorblind, but look, like when Nina was a kid, they hadn't invented color yet. It was all black and white, except for the fire on the candles. How could she tell the difference?
That's true.
Remember, they didn't invent color until the beginning of the game. When we went into the backyard and got beaten up by a beak. Not sure that checks out? No, totally. That's exactly how it works. It's science. Don't you know? Okay, Pax, you gotta help me out. There's a lot of dead air to fill in this chunk of the game. Oh, did we lose Pax? I think... Okay, well...
You have not lost me. I just have
Okay.
to temporarily mute myself.
Alright. I think
But
we're almost done with this bit of dialogue.
What am I supposed to say? This is all just plot.
It is just plot.
Don't you all like reading?
Alright, let's go play a video game. Finally.
Alright. Now, if y'all liked Sten's solo section, it's
Oh yeah,
time
well, I got a
for
whopper
Nina's.
for you.
Yeah.
Just like, riddle me this. Who do you think would be the absolute best character to give a solo section to? How about Squishy Black Mage, likely underleveled, no healing magic or method of self-defense, gets one shot by most enemies? How about that? Does that seem like a good character for a solo section?
Yeah, seems fine to me.
That's what we've got. We're about to have to do a chunk of this dungeon with just Nina. So, God, pray for me, chat. Send me your energy or something. Alright, here we go. We're gonna first try this, right? Okay, back here, and then clip through the boulder. I love that trick. And get up here. Oh, didn't quite get to the treasure chest. Okay, are we alright? It's a lead-off attack. We're fine. Perfect. Works every time. Oh, it had a little visual glitch there. Don't mind that. Nina's sprite was actually off-centered for reasons. Okay, and then we walk up here. And we get into another fight. And it's this thing, but it's another lead-off attack, so we're still okay. And... can we make it to the door? Hey! That it was that easy! I don't know why anybody ever has trouble with this solo section. Just get only lead-off attacks.
Alright, and now for a cool bit of lore connection between Boff 1 and Boff 2. The Guardian!
Don't hurt me! Okay, it's fine. I don't think she can actually kill you there unless she gets her 1% crit. Hey, a gold. As in a gold split.
Nice.
Not the item. So a question, question about how to do that boulder clip that I just did. It actually doesn't require setup. It's weird. It's just all you have to do is not bonk. Like, be holding down when you get into the area. So, like, as soon as the dialogue finishes from you warping into the area, just be holding down. And then once you can walk left, then walk left and just do the shuffle to get past the first boulder. And as long as you don't bonk on anything, you will clip through the second boulder. If you bonk, then it won't work anymore. I don't know why. We have not yet had Nitrodon look into why that works, and so all I can tell you is how to do it. And that's how you do it. You just don't bonk. Don't bonk and it works every time. Yes, that is Breath of Fire 1 Nina making a cameo appearance.
Yeah. It's very neat. It's also implied in the dialogue that she shacked up with Breath of Fire 1 Ryu.
Oh, she totally did.
And that's why the Wing Clan lost their ability to turn into great birds, because of, like, diluting the blood of the Wing Clan.
That's how that works. Alright. Get me out of here. Yes, I would like to return to the others. Alright. Nice and easy dungeon. See, nothing bad ever happens in Breath of Fire 2. Ow. Ow. Okay, goodbye, Nina. That's fine. She's done her job. Okay, that's that dungeon, and now we have yet more plot. This is actually going to be like a good 10 minutes of plot, almost. Maybe that's exaggerating, maybe it's 5.
So much plot.
So much plot.
There's some plot, some tears. I'm going to take a moment to have a sip of my now very cold coffee. Ugh. Oh man. We're getting there. 2 hours to go.
It flies, it's a bird. Dem's the rules. I agree. That's exactly how that works.
Man, don't you hate it when your siblings just come into your room and take your stuff?
I make that joke every time on my stream, especially when Pax isn't there. Yeah, friggin' siblings.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that you make that joke whenever I'm not there because I watch your VODs.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Dang, I thought I was being sneaky. Oh, yes. So from experience, it is much easier to engage in like 6+ hour speedruns if there's somebody else in the house to bring you a drink mid-run. Or a sandwich. Man, I would love a sandwich right now. All I have is like the leftover dregs of a soggy bowl of cereal. That's not especially appetizing.
That's gross.
It is pretty gross.
Oh, Mina. Why'd you do it?
Oh yeah, also, that was my washroom break that just went sailing by in about 50 seconds. That is actually the longest input break in the game after the intro credit crawl, the text scroll at the beginning of the game. The one at the beginning of the game is 2 minutes. This is about 50 seconds. And that's it. That's what you get for breaks. Ice Spirits would take a chain PB sandwich right now. Nope, no PBs. PBs are not happening right now. Alright. Fast travel! Hooray!
We've seen the rand rolling, we've seen the frog, we've seen the whale. Now it's the bird.
The bird is the word.
No, the bird is the fast travel. Are you paying attention?
No, I'm really not. I'm only the runner. I don't need to pay attention. I already know what's happening. Alright, so we come here, we talk to this person. She doesn't say anything interesting, so we're just leaving again. That was fun. Also, we come here and nick something off her shelves. Okay, this is my favorite thing. So this strategy was discovered by Xujhan, the famous runner, Kylie, or Toucan, known by many names. But she was playing the game casually, and just accidentally discovered that you don't actually need to exit the town, and that what happens is you try and leave, and then it triggers and it warps you back in. It gives you a dialogue like, you can't get out of town. But instead, all you have to do is walk to the edge of town and then walk back up here, and it will still count as you having hit the plot trigger. And it saves you a whole, like, second and a half. It's brilliant. It's my favorite thing.
Gotta save those frames.
Yeah. So that's the Toucan strat. We must shout out the Toucan every time we get to this point in the game for discovering that. Okay, so now I have to do some shuffling. So I come in here. Okay, so switch order, put Nina back in the back. Then I have to give the holy robe to Nina. Then jump down the hole. And then shuffle back to Nina. Okay. We really don't want to fight? No fight? Fight. Dang it. Lead off? One time? Game? No, it's going to actually make me fight. Okay. Uh-oh. Not the face. Oh god, my face. Not the face? Okay. So the enemies down here are really strong. For no good reason. And that was the whole dungeon. One random encounter. So fortunately, if you know where to go down there, it's actually very easy to get out. And then we're going to come up here because they have the studliest fishing rod in the entire game, the Charm Rod. It is now ours! We will go fishing. What is a Breath of Fire game if not an overly complicated fishing simulator?
And we will fish up such wonderful things.
Oh, we will. Okay, here we go. Next town, Kotland. For some reason abbreviated without the A. There was absolutely space to write Kotland, but instead they wrote Kotland. Who knows, right? Inscrutable translating decisions made in 1995. Blue Magic Danny, you assume Father Gainer is going to get wrecked? You assume incorrectly. So by community agreement, all of the Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning categories are good ending runs, which requires not wrecking Father Gainer. I don't know why I insist on over-pronouncing wreck every time. I didn't get enough sleep, I guess.
Oh man, it's
time to go to Thvstomd, as was promised.
Oh yes.
The dungeon that was promised. We go to Thvstomd, as was foretold.
Mm.
We get really an endless amount of amusement at the game's horrible translation.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, hang on. No, we can play a guessing game now. Okay, so everybody in chat, throw out your favorite number between 1 and arbitrarily large. 1 and infinity. Guess the positive integer number of encounters that it is going to take me to finish the dungeon. Minimum number is 1. Maximum number is... I die of old age. "17, 13, 6. Hang on. Have to actually do the fights while I'm talking about them.
I'm gonna say 5.
I like the 13-digit number that somebody picked there. I got 8.75. I got 1. Darkrai Reaper is guessing 1, therefore they are now my favorite person. Because I would like 1. And okay. Nah, dang it. Not 1. Alright, we go again. People in chat guessing old age. Thanks, guys. Rude.
I'm sorry I can't stick around that long.
Hey, only 2! Brilliant! So when you take a fight on a face, at the end of the fight, it gives you like a result, and some of the results are positive and some of the results are negative. The yellow faces, one of their possible outcomes is warping you to the end of the dungeon. Yes, that's our strat. Sometimes you get it first try, sometimes you get it 21st try. That's actually the strat.
And I forget, at what point does it stop being faster?
You'd have to, like, 10 plus fights, probably. The encounter rate down here is super duper high. So, like, if you actually want to walk through the entire dungeon, you're taking a lot of random encounters.
Right.
And so, on average, it is actually faster to just farm for
the
shortcut. Yeah. Not only is it's both faster in the best case, because you could just get it first try, but it's also faster in the average case. So you just go for it, and then occasionally you are very sad when it takes you 20 tries. Hey, I'm back down to 54 minutes. I was at 55 minutes for a while there.
Nice.
We're
Saving
improving.
time.
Yeah. Okay, so next we go shopping one last time. Right here.
Did you guys ever find out if smoke did anything in BoF 2? Smokes do something. They do reduce the encounter rate, just not by much.
Yeah, not as much as you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so switch. Oh, I forgot to do a thing. Sorry. Sell. I have to move the cursor over to the windrobe. There, now I'm set. Now I can glitch. I can glitch, right? There we go. So, 1, 2, 3. Duplicating the windrobe. And now just regular switching. Actually, first we're going to buy the emblem rapier and the mother robe, and then we're going to switch the brave armor on Ryu, and we're going to switch holy shields on everybody. We're going to switch sun masks on everybody. Okay, and that's it. That was the final shopping of the game. And then we come up to this tiny little outcropping of land here. And we're going to shuffle, and we're going to hope to find a fishing spot as quickly as possible. Nice! First try. You take those. Okay, equip. Urchin, Charm Rod. Alright. Every time I have to resist the temptation to hum along with the fishing tune. It's so catchy. So, you can only get those treasure boxes up with the very best fishing rod, otherwise your line breaks too quickly. So, we just got the best sword in the game. Okay, so it's Empire Sword to Ryu, take off the Charm Rod, second fast shoot a cat, and then warp to Colland. Okay, I will say I have gotten much better. After our initial 50-minute time loss, I got it together. The run has been going much smoother. What you are seeing is basically an any percent run working as intended. Which is actually good. I think it's nice that you sort of get to see both sides of the coin. You got to see a Breath of Fire 2 run go wildly off the rails, and you also got to see a Breath of Fire 2 run actually be really quite fast. Like, we're hammering out these dungeons in a couple minutes each.
Alright, we're gonna take the Taiga fight, right?
Not planning on it.
Dang.
Sorry, I want to go have lunch. So if you say no here, then you fight him in single combat, and you can't win. He just doesn't have a health bar. He beats you up.
He is little more than a sprite with an attack value.
Yes, that's exactly what he is. Okay, so I'm just going to take a moment to think ahead to what I'm going to be doing in Bando. So first, the new party is Randblunina, because Kat becomes unavailable after this cutscene for a little while. Basically, she's off going on dates with Taiga. Okay. Nothing much interesting happens in the Bando dungeon. I use up most of the rest of my fire rocks. Right. Gotcha. Oh, shoot, I forgot. Okay, it wasn't perfect shopping after all. It was perfect shopping for the intended route. But I forgot that I was going to buy a weapon for Nina so that I could take off her glitched weapon. So I'm just going to fly back over to the armory and buy the weapon, and then I'll warp to Farmtown. So it's only going to cost me 20 seconds. Minor time loss. Here we go. This is probably not necessary. I think I could do the final dungeon without Kat having a moondrop available, but it will be safer if she does have one. There we go. There. Now I have a moondrop in my inventory. Okay, so we're going to Farmtown. You don't normally do that because normally Kat is already carrying a moondrop that she can use when needed. So that is the final thing that I needed to do to make up for the mirror softlock way earlier. Okay, so it is Randblunina, and throw in a safety save, why not? Just for good measure. Okay. Oh, here we go.
Charles, how much slower is your glitchless world record? About an hour?
Than any percent. So the difference between glitchless and any percent is about an hour and 15 minutes.
I just see some conversation in
I was looking at that. You've seen a glitchless version of this any percent run. Are you talking about one of my runs or somebody else? I think all of the other people who have ever recorded glitchless runs, the runs are pretty painful. My glitchless route is pretty optimized, and it's surprisingly smooth. It's actually kind of incredible how well the glitchless route works, but it's very tightly routed. Okay. Scramble, Thunderdragon, punch, maximum punching, and defend. Oh, there's a question in chat. Is there a 100% category? Yes, I have written down a rule set for a 100% speedrun of Breath of Fire 2. I have not run it, and in fact I have not even finished routing it, but I have a rule set. It's listed in that giant omnibus speedrunning document that I mentioned earlier. Okay, how many fire rocks? I have a fair number. I am intending to do 100% one of these days. Maybe for a really long-a-thon or something like that. Oh hey, Jen's still here. Hi, Jen. So yeah, the glitchless route is not 2 to 3 hours longer. It's just over an hour longer. So my any percent world record is 625, and my glitchless world record is like 738. But the any percent run was also significantly luckier than the glitchless run, so a similarly lucky glitchless run would probably have been about 730. So any percent is just over an hour faster. Okay. Questions about the 100% run? Yeah, so you can't do the full Final Fantasy VII style, like get one of everything, alas. So you actually can't get everything in a single file of Breath of Fire 2. Because, like, the main problem is that the... Sorry, I'm just going to do a bit of healing.
The inventory is limited, correct?
That's one problem. That's actually not the worst problem, because you could work with that. The big problem is that the three carpenters are mutually exclusive.
Right. Yes.
And there are consumable items and fishing baits that you can only get from the cooking carpenter, and there is equipment that you can only get from the treehouse carpenter. So you can't do both. So my rule set is you have to get one of each equipment. And the reason for that is that forces you to get the treehouse carpenter rather than the cooking carpenter, which then makes the speedrun play differently than the other categories. And that, in my opinion, should be the goal of coming up with silly meme categories, is find a way to make your silly meme category play in a meaningfully different way than a normal speedrun, whether it's like a normal any percent or a normal glitchless. So all of my meme categories for Breath of Fire 2 are intended to show off other parts of the game that you don't get to see much in a normal playthrough. And the you must get one of every equipment rule, it causes that to happen. You have to do things that you don't normally do. So that's my spiel on meme category philosophy. And that's the exact same reasoning behind the rule set for the Brave Man category. Is like you take all of the things that you do in glitchless to get through fights as quickly as possible, and you ban them, you force the player to do other things. Okay, Rand can usually one-shot these things without the attack up buff. If he doesn't, then I can just attack with blue next turn and she should finish them off. Ah, unlucky. Sorry, attack with Rand next turn, not attack with blue. Yeah, there we go. He just has to not lower all his damage. What was done to make Rand hit so hard? Actually, Rand was always a hard hitter. Rand has a very high base strength, it's just that his weapons are bad. So, with the glitched weapon, he becomes super duper strong. But also, the other half of it is that his glitched weapon is holy elemental, and everything in here is weak to holy. They're all undead and spirits. So Rand is going to do ginormous damage.
Big punches.
The fattest punches. He is doing huge damage. Oh, there's one little monster still alive. Come on, Blue, I believe in you. What a disappointment. Oh, it's fine. Doesn't actually matter. Okay. So, we heal up. Do we get another random encounter? Yeah, we do. Shoot. Okay. Question about what is the glitch... Oh, yeah, Rhea's got us. Thank you, Rhea. They're base 64 attack, they hit twice, and they're holy elemental. The way you get them is complicated. And I'm hoping to not give the entire explanation again right now, because I'm about to have a boss fight to focus on.
I mean, I'm here too. Basically,
yeah.
the short...
Pax, take it away!
Yeah, the short version is we're basically breaking the game a little bit to allow us to equip an item as a weapon that normally you wouldn't be able to, and because it's an item rather than a weapon, the game has to try and figure out what to input as the normal weapon statistics, and so it pulls other qualities of the item and reads some of its item flags as weapon flags. So things like the fact that a Moondrop is a target everyone item that flag, when it's being treated as a weapon, makes it an attack twice weapon. So we've basically, and I don't know where it's pulling the high attack value from, but it's pulling that from somewhere. Maybe it's place on the item list or on the master item list or something. I forget the exact specifics of that part of it, but basically we've tricked the game into letting us equip something we shouldn't be able to equip, and then that's making the game have to fill in the blanks in weird ways.
The very last thing about the glitched weapons is if they weren't already good enough. So while you are holding it as a weapon, you can use it like as an item cast. Like, you can actually use pieces of equipment to cast spells in this game. That is a mechanic. So while you have the glitched Moondrop equipped and you try to item cast with it, it acts like a regular Moondrop, except because it's a weapon, it's not consumed. You still have the Moondrop. But better yet, if you take it off so that you have the regular Moondrop in your inventory, it's still treated like a weapon. So it's still not consumable. So the Moondrop I have in my inventory is going to be in my inventory for eternity. Okay. So dragon,
and yes,
attack up, and fire rock.
Right. Yes, Jen, there are, we believe, 2 weapons in the game, if memory serves, that have the attack twice flag. There's one for bow and one for spar.
Yeah, the twin bow and the double whip.
Yeah, so the attack twice flag exists for weapons, and hence why this is possible. If that flag didn't exist in the game anywhere, it's glitching items into weapons wouldn't suddenly just make them do that out of nowhere. It's doing that because there's a weapon flag for that, and it's reading one of the item flags as that weapon flag instead.
Okay, I'm going to be safe. This is kind of disappointing because it means I'm not going to kill him quite so quickly. But if I go all in and don't kill him this turn, then all of those rotting people would turn into zombies, and then I'd be in trouble. So I'm just going to go for safety. We're already almost plus an hour, so like, a little bit of safety is fine. Okay, well, we would have got him anyway. Yes, what Rhea just described is correct. So, and that's not specifically a property of the glitched weapons, or even the double hit weapons in general. It's just a consequence of how the game treats crit rolls. So, hang on, I have to do a little bit of equipment shuffling there. I need to take these off. I need to give you these. Fast chew. Fast chew. Okay, W fruit. Okay, so even if you're just using a regular one-hit weapon, if you crit with your attack, and then later in the turn you get a counterattack, that counterattack will automatically be a crit. So just any time you roll a crit in a turn, then all of that character's hits for the remainder of the turn will all be crits. And yes, if you couldn't tell, that boss was undead and therefore weak to fire and holy, which are precisely the two things we want enemies to be weak to, because all our damage is fire and holy. Okay, only 2 dungeons left. We are so close to the end. I mean, if I weren't choking horribly at the start of the run, we would already be in the middle of the final boss sequence. So, like, it could have been better, but this is still
That's
good.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay. So we just head straight to Evray. I've already got Ryu equipped with his boots. So Ryu will outspeed the next boss as required. Got the party. I have Nina's Moondrop in my inventory, so I'm set on that front. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Yes, you cannot rename the other characters. Only the main character gets named. I too am a huge fan of the Necroman sprite and name and, you know, just everything about him. A giant lich Doc Brown or something.
Yeah, a lot of the endgame sprites are really top-notch, and then there's Habaruku.
And then there's Habaruku. Oh man, what a letdown.
Like,
Oh, there's a
how
question. Is Chop Chop from the Wildcat Cafe required in the 100% run? Yes, I believe I did put that in the rule set, as well as the Boombada spell from Namanda. Yeah, those are like the two optional spells that you can learn. Yeah, gotta learn both. Evans! Okay, I have not messed up that dialogue box one time in a live run, but never too late. That is a good question. Are resists a thing or only weaknesses? There are resists. I've just been very cleverly avoiding them. I know what things resist what, and so I don't bother trying to use a resisted type. But yeah, they are a thing. The way it works is enemies don't exactly have just elemental resists and weaknesses. It's not quite that flexible. What enemies have is a type. And each type is just associated with a fixed set of weaknesses and resistances. So all undead enemies are weak to fire and holy. All icy enemies are weak to fire and resist cold. All flying enemies are weak to wind and immune to earth, etc., etc., etc. So you only need to remember which type an enemy is, and many enemies are easy to remember because they look like their type. If it's got wings and it's floating, it's a flying type enemy. If it's a spooky skeleton, then it's probably undead. Although a couple of the spooky skeletons are actually spirit type enemies, which have a different profile, which can be a little bit confusing. Also, there's some plot going on in the background, but who cares about that? Basically, Breath of Fire 2 monsters are Pokemon. Exactly! You've got it, yeah! Except Nina, who doesn't resist Earth, I know, right? Yeah, weaknesses and resistances for your player characters work a bit different. So player characters don't have weaknesses. You can get elemental resistances by equipping pieces of armor, but it's a much weaker effect than the elemental resistances that enemies have. So for enemies, elemental resistance is either half damage or no damage. For player characters, your elemental resistance is actually stackable, so 2 pieces of ice resist gear is better than 1 piece of ice resist gear, but it's a fairly small effect overall, something like 10 or 15% reduced damage each time. Also, yeah, so apparently this guy is the Pope and he's evil. Something about that.
Yeah.
And Claris is having a bad time up there. I'll try not to be too flippant, because this is actually like the plot of the game. Like, it goes from 0 to 100
Yeah.
real quick, and some actual serious stuff happens.
Yeah, things have gotten very real.
Very real
right
in
now.
a very short amount of time.
Yeah,
So
everything is very bad.
I will mostly try to just talk about the speedrun, and people who are not familiar with the plot of the game can enjoy the plot. I'm amazed at the ability of 90s RPGs to get church bad stuff past the US censors. The game is not very subtle about organized religion being the bad guy.
Yeah, it's pretty thinly veiled in this game.
Breath of Fire 2 got all kinds of stuff through NOA. Must have been a Monday, I guess. Yeah, that's a reasonable explanation, as good as any. Okay, there is a game for me to play again. So the party is Rand Blue Cat. Yep. Rand Blue and Cat, and it will now be this party essentially for the rest of the game. Oh, except we'll have Jean for a quick moment at one point. I forgot about that.
Yes!
Yeah, we gotta see the frog again.
Jean represent.
And yeah, so Taiga and Claris actually just died. That's what happened.
Yeah.
They are just straight dead.
They have been killed.
So obviously we are now swearing vendetta on the Pope. I don't normally go to church expecting to see a double murder, but here we are. Yeah, exactly. Zephyr Blaze has it right. Okay.
Habaruku just changed Taiga's alive status to dead.
Yep. Alright, so now we gotta fight a dragon. Which is kind of ironic if you think about it.
Oh no.
T-Dragon, heal, Ryu, defend.
In the plot twist of the century, Ray, the person who's been helping us for most of the game, turns out to be a bad guy, but also a dragon.
But also not a bad guy?
But
Like,
also not a bad guy?
You have to fight him, but he doesn't want to?
Yeah.
He's actually like a good guy, but also I'm about to get blasted, so let me do that. He busts out the Kamehameha, and oh god, that hurts. Ow! Oh, goodbye, cat. And as is tradition, that is how we unlock our ultimate dragon spell, which in true Breath of Fire 2 fashion is named Xujhan.
Yep. Hey, vowels are hard.
Vowels are the worst. Who even needs them? So that is our ultimate spell. It does a lot of damage. In fact, it does that much damage. So that is what would in future Breath of Fire games be called Kaiser Dragon. But in this game it's G period Dragon. Okay, so now that's 3 murders, because Ray is now also dead. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick peek at my equipment. Yeah, you need the Holy Scarf and remove the Fast Shoe, and give these back to Blue, right? Yeah, and Cat should be equipped already. Yep. Okay. Alright, we're set. Let's go. Second last dungeon, the Evil Church. fire rocks have I got? Still quite a few. Good. Surely no one else is going to die, right? Yes, absolutely not. No, three dead characters is definitely the limit.
Hard cutoff.
Yeah, you can't have any more than that. Bonk. Wow, rude! You please don't say anything like that about your adopted children. Also, it's Rand's mom! We rescued mom! Hooray! Everybody rejoice! We saved somebody! Bad guys don't win after all! Did I foreshadow it enough yet? Should I do a little more?
No,
You think that's good?
No, I think you could do more.
Think I could do more? Okay.
I
think I have to kill these things. I think I only really need to keep 3 or 4 fire rocks after this dungeon, so I should have still 3 or 4 to use. This is not a Final Fantasy IV murder where everyone is magically alive again in time for the ending, except Tella. Poor Tella.
Poor Tella.
But no, Breath of Fire 2 actually has permadeath turned on.
Mm. Do you think they put that big stone wall there with the trap here specifically because they thought we'd roll up here with an armadillo, man?
That's the only thing I can think of.
Because my question is, how did Habaruku get past it?
Yeah, I have no idea. Cast spells on the wall. I cast magic missile at the darkness.
Well, I mean, Blua could just, like, cast cold or something and make, like, a wall of ice to hold it in place.
Yeah, that's too much game logic. Don't argue with the game logic.
I have this struggle. I've been watching a lot of Star Wars The Clone Wars, and whenever I see someone struggling, I'm just, like, looking at the screen like, you are a Jedi. You should not be having this problem. And I look at this, and I'm like, Blua, you are a powerful wizard. You should not be having this problem.
Actually, I think Cash Override has the even better suggestion. Ryu just gained the ability to turn into a giant muscle-bound dragon. Like,
Right?
Is that thing not as strong as Rand? Seriously? Okay. Do I need to heal?
Also,
I'll quickly
F's
check.
in chat for Rand's mom.
Yes, also F's in chat for Ren's mom. The 4th casualty of just this dungeon alone.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, so the dragon tier that you see on the dialogue, that is actually explained in-game later in a side thing that we won't do. So, since you won't get to see it in the speedrun, later there is a flashback, and it's explained that your mother gives you this dragon tier, and what it does is it shows the feelings of the person you're speaking to. Attack up Ryu and defend. So when it makes like a flash and it brightens, then it means the person that you're talking to feels happily toward you. And if it makes like an ominous noise and gets darker, it means that the person you're talking to is like imagining your destruction or something. That's the deal. It's a mood ring for text boxes. Exactly. You got it. Alright, so we beat up the lizards. The lizard has the high ground. Oh no. Oh no, here come the prequel memes. Get that, Pope! Oh, that cheeky devil. Get back here. By the way, gravity, total myth. Not a problem. And gravity only hurts NPCs like Claris. We can jump down from heights and not be even slightly inconvenienced. Okay, one more random battle.
You know, I really appreciate this dungeon as like a penultimate dungeon, how it sandwiches a relatively short and easy to navigate dungeon in between two, very critical, plot important boss fights.
Yeah, it's a nice touch.
This dungeon does not mess around.
Good music too. I really like this church theme.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we are. I'm gonna have to not read chat for a moment. I need to pay attention and make sure I do not mess this fight up. Otherwise, we're going all the way back to the last save point.
Yeah, this is a requirement for the good ending, is to not mess this fight up.
Okay, that should be good. No, nothing. Well, I mean, occasionally a dialogue choice will affect the dragon's tear reaction, but it doesn't actually have much impact on the gameplay. Also, it's Dad! In case you didn't recognize him, that's our dad from all the way back at the beginning of the game, 6 hours ago. Okay, so I need to not mess this up. It's Fire Puppy on the left one. Ice Chunk, Attack Up Ryu, and Ice Chunk.
So yeah, for people who aren't familiar with what's going on here, this boss is 4 different components. There's the 3 eyeballs, and there's the old man. You can end the boss fight by just, pretty easily by just throwing down. And I think the boss fight just ends if you kill Gainer.
Yep.
I don't think you have to kill the eyeballs as well. So you can end the fight very quickly by just using that brand spanking new dragon ability you just got and just end the fight. But that locks you out of the good ending because Gainer needs to be alive for the good ending.
And yes, that means you can actually just straight kill your dad in this fight.
Yeah.
Like, for real.
You kill your dad. It's
and he's
awful.
dead.
Yeah. But the other way you can end this boss fight is by killing the 3 eyeballs without killing Gainer. And that keeps him alive.
And very conveniently, he has just enough health that the 2 ice chunks don't kill him. He's left with around 20 HP. And that first turn with the Fire Puppy combined with the 2 Ice Chunks kills the 2 of the guard eyes that actually attack you. Each guard eye does the same thing every turn. 1 casts Flame, 1 casts Freeze, and 1 casts Cure 3. So we kill both of the attacking ones on the very first turn. So this is a very consistent fight if you don't mess it up. So we rescued Dad! Somebody lived!
Thank goodness. I couldn't take any more heartbreak.
Oh, yeah, well, it's a good thing there's definitely no heartbreak left in the game, huh?
Yep. We're definitely all done
It's
with
definitely all done. It's all uphill from here.
that. Yep.
But yes, you can absolutely kill Dad here.
And yeah, as people in chat are pointing out, it's made increasingly difficult by the fact that Dad is the default target. So you have to very purposefully not attack him.
I think Andy has actually lost a run that way. So the way I do the fight, I can't screw it up as long as I actually do the inputs I mean to do. But Andy once did it where he did a punch with Rand that didn't end the fight. And the problem with that is like his Rand punched once, killed one of the eyeballs, but there was another eyeball left, so the fight wasn't over yet, and then Rand does his second punch, and it defaults to the first living enemy, which is Dad. So Andy accidentally killed Dad. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure I'm remembering that correctly. If Andy's here in chat, he can correct me if I'm not, but I think that's what happened. Okay, and now we have only the last 3 bosses and the final dungeon. Yeah, death punched by Rand.
I mean,
wow.
Gainer is
Chat
an
is
old
going
man.
real dark with this.
Gainer is an old man, and Rand has very large arms.
He does. Each arm is individually larger than Gainer.
I'm pretty sure if I got punched by Rand, it would break every bone in my body.
Yeah, me too.
And I haven't been having my life drained out by an evil machine.
Also, we're finally figuring out what happened at the beginning of the game. Nobody could remember us because Aruhamal, or Alzheimer, the evil thing living in the tree's mind, sapping his memories, he wiped the memories of everybody in Gate and stole our dad and stuck him in the machine. It all ties together! Except the cooking, except for the cooking stuff in Sima Fort. That doesn't relate to anything. Okay, so step 1, wave to the cook on the way by. Step 2, let's go actually trigger the good ending.
Please trigger the good ending.
Here we go. This is me triggering the good. Okay, the good ending is now locked in. I can no longer get the neutral ending.
So yeah, if folks will remember back to the end of High Fort, the whole High Fort thing was all about Shupke trying to put the princess into an evil machine, and now we've just rescued our dad from an evil machine, and now we have a very similar looking machine underneath our town. It's all coming together.
Ah, that's a cool. Why does the any percent need the good ending? It's not faster. The good ending is a minute or so slower. We do it because it's the honorable thing to do. Just community agreement that we will all do our speedruns as good ending speedruns. Because it's we like it better that way.
And also now we have a crazy sci-fi floating town. Why wouldn't you want that?
Yeah. Yeah, if you wanted, you could run any percent neutral ending, and it would be a minute or so faster. It'd just be a different category. But we all think this is cooler, so we do this. Okay. It's a hovering machine more than a flying machine? Yeah, Matrick is correct. It's not going anywhere in a hurry.
Yeah. And yes, Niso, it's implied, I believe it's implied through some of the dialogue in High Fort that their machine does the same thing. Like, I think Shubke always refers to it as some kind of super weapon, but also possibly doesn't understand fully what it does. I think it's implied that it's supposed to be basically the same machine. But you rescue the princess from it before anything can happen.
So for anybody who's playing this for the first time, this pit can actually be a nasty surprise, because as soon as you do this cutscene, the villagers in gate try and blow up the dragon, you lose access to the bird. You can no longer use the bird to get around. Also, yes, probably a good idea if chat would tone it down from a 10 to like a more respectable 7. We're almost there. We've got an hour left. I know it's been a long morning.
Duke Magus, Blah is optional, and so grabbing her does take, a few seconds to do, but Blah's usefulness, I believe, outweighs the time lost actually getting her
by a mile. So one of the restrictions in Brave Man percent is that you can't recruit Blah, and you feel it. Like the entire middle third of the game just goes so slow because you don't have Blah. The combination of the fireball spell and attack up just makes the fights go by so much faster.
So yes, a bunch of demons have now been unleashed from the underworld. It turns out that those things that looked suspiciously like doors behind the dragon were actually doors. And stuff came through them.
Okay, we made a new friend! We recruited a shaman. We're actually going to use shamans for something. Hooray!
Yeah, we're in the end game now, guys.
Yeah, I think that was another notification ping. That one was probably from Teams. I think that means a student is trying to get my attention, so they will get my attention an hour from now, when we're done.
Not allowed to have your attention.
No. We're so close to the end. If they had pinged me 4 hours ago, I would have actually checked. But
now, if they came and asked their question in chat...
that would be funny. Oh, where am I going? Talking to this guy. There we go. So there's a really funny story with this segment. You talk to that guy, and he says, Patty went to a restaurant. And if you go to a Wildcat restaurant, then they say, Patty went to a tomb. And then if you go to a Thieves' Tomb, they direct you all over the place. There's actually a Patty hunting side quest. But you don't have to do it. So here... The reason that's interesting is that once upon a time, a guy named Janus made a TAS of Breath of Fire 2, a tool-assisted speedrun. Okay, Unite. I assume that the person in chat asking for help on the exam is joking. Cat, Spoo, Shin. We have Devil Cat! Great success! I did pick up the Dinker off the shelf, right? Yes, good. So no, we are not using the Nina Shaman. We have some hot new tech, which we're going to get to show off in about 10 minutes, and I am so excited.
And yes, the cat's out of the bag now, so to say.
Oh, I see what you did there.
The super secret strat that we've been not telling you all game.
It's the cat strat.
Involving a super secret shaman transformation. It's cat.
It is actually cat. It was cat the whole time.
So sorry to anyone who thought that we might be doing weird switch stuff with Sten or something like that.
Nope. No, it's actually cat.
It's cat.
Cat's my favorite. Hot new tech, why do I feel like somebody's trying to sell me something? What I'm trying to sell you on is getting into Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning. Hey. You could probably hear the finger pistols that time. Okay, so we have one party switch here. Rand Bleu Jean. And a safety save. So the reason for this is after this boss we're about to fight, there's a cutscene, and the cutscene removes shaman transformations from everybody in the party. So by putting Kat away in the reserve party, she'll keep her transformation through this cutscene. Sold, let's speedrun Breath of Fire 2. Nice. So, for anybody who wasn't here the last time I mentioned it, if anybody is interested in getting into Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning, if you go to my channel, I'm the guy with the X in his name, on my Twitch channel there are links in the About Me section to my speedrunning notes for this game, and links to my personal Discord and the Breath of Fire speedrunning community Discord. Between those three things, there's all of the information you could ever want about how to get into it. Okay, so finally we have cornered the evil Pope. We finally get to defeat our nemesis. You can hear the butt coming.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Both
Big
of these
time.
names... Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. They both have X in them. I'm the one that's not Pax. I am Charles. The X, U, J, H, A, and N are silent.
It was me. I was the speedrunner all along.
Well, more Teams notifications. I think they want me. Alright.
Oh no.
Squid
Take
Pope!
away.
This is the evil
Yeah.
Pope. He is a squid. We don't ask
Think
why.
about all the cool demon forms all of the bosses throughout the entire game had. Like that first one that we fought was that two-headed werewolf thing, and then Habaruku, who's, been set up as this big villain, 4 people all died in the Grand Church, and he just turns into this
He's
little
a wiggly little
dude.
squid.
Little Squidward guy.
Yeah, this is the one sprite that, like... Come on, Nintendo, you could have tried a little bit harder. I guess it's not Nintendo, it's Capcom? Come on, Capcom, you could have tried a little harder.
Oh, and also, yeah, people have pointed out that, like, Patty
Biff.
just got yeeted into the bushes
Yes,
and
yes,
just
she
doesn't
did.
appear again for the rest
Patty
of
has
the
been
game.
yeeted out of the game.
Yeah. it's hinted at that Patty is your sister Yue from the start of the game, and then she just gets yeeted out of the story.
So here's the other thing. This guy's AI script is actually hilariously broken. He knows all of the most dangerous magic spells in the game, but he hardly ever uses them. Mostly he just sits there casting Drain and random unimportant debuffs on you and dies in 2 rounds. Like, not only is the sprite underwhelming, but the entire fight is underwhelming.
Mm-hmm. Because yeah, isn't it like his it's something like his AI script is based on a comparison between like his max health and your max health, and it's not.
It doesn't
but
work
it's actually
properly?
not being.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not working properly.
Okay, I should pay attention and not accidentally get the bad ending from this dialogue.
Yes. We call this a text boss.
So the main there are actually 2 reasons that we have Jean in the party here. The first one is we needed Cat out of the party, so we had to bring somebody. But we also bring Jean because back when we were in the final armory, we bought a weapon for Jean so that we can take off his glitched vanilla extract. So that way, when we get to the final bosses, we'll have both a Moondrop and a vanilla extract as options for our healing. And they each have upsides. The upside to the Moondrop is that it's a full heal and revives people, but it also removes buffs. There we go, beat the text boss. So we have the Moondrop for emergencies, but we want the vanilla extract for just ordinary healing turns when we would prefer to keep our buffs equipped. Oh, the 6-hour text boss? The first 6-hour text boss! There's a second one.
Now, as much as I would love to see you accidentally solo fight Barberry,
No,
we
it's
are
okay.
already going over estimates.
No, it's fine. Yeah, Nitrodon can explain all of the many things that are wrong with that guy's AI script. What happened to Barberry? He is in our immediate future. We're getting there. And yes, the bad ending is the default dialogue choice. That is just an absolute brilliant touch of game design there.
And in a shocking twist, the dragon was our mom the whole time.
And she also immediately dies.
Yeah.
No, parents in Breath of Fire 2
Awkward.
just do not have a good track record at staying alive.
No. And
Okay.
the only parents who do are Nina's parents, and they're bad parents.
They're well-meaning, but yeah, they're it's not perfect. Okay, there, and then exit. Yes, that was Ryu's mom. Sorry, just stretching. Okay, so quickly need to check. Ryu is level 27. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, Rand, Bleu, and Cat. And then one final safety save. And now we do the final dungeon. Here we go. This is Infinity. If you've played this game before, you probably have horrible, horrible nightmares about this dungeon because of its insane encounter rate. So, okay, here we go. Here is the big plan. First, we're going to use Attack Up on Rand. We have Cat in the back defending. Okay, Rand gets punched. Ryu is going to hit himself. Rand is going to kill Bleu.
Now, wait, guys, let him finish.
No, this is part of the plan. Rand is going to hit himself again, and Ryu is going to eat one to the face, and then Rand is also going to eat one to the face, and then we're going to run away. Okay, so this might be looking weird, but don't worry, bear with me. Okay, so now we're going to get into a fight, and we're going to run away. And then we're going to get into a fight, and we're going to run away.
That's it. That's
it. That's it. You've seen it all. Nothing more to see here.
We've spent the whole game not being able to run away from fights because of how terrible the flee chance is in this game. And now our strategy for the final dungeon is to run from everything.
So here's what you need to know. The run chance in this game it's a speed comparison. It's a comparative roll. Like, it rolls a random number and then it compares that to a table based on how your party's average speed compares to the enemy party's average speed. So here's the thing. Recently discovered, within the last few months, when I say the party's average speed, what that actually means is it only counts people who are alive. So right now, my party's average speed is just Cat's speed. And Cat is, of course, Cat with the Devil Wind transformations, he's got well over 200 speed. So Cat is outspeeding all of the enemies in here by a mile. And the second thing is your run chance gets a bonus if your total party HP is below, I think it's 70% of its maximum. Basically oh, you're losing the fight, let's help you run away mechanic. So between those two things, you actually just boost your run chance all the way up to 100%.
And normally the run chance is just so abysmal in the game because basically everyone except Cat and Sten is slow as heck.
And this is how you do the entire final dungeon in about 5 minutes. Is this the usual encounter rate? Yeah. This is the reduced encounter rate. I'm wearing the accessory that reduces the encounter rate. It's normally higher. And yeah, so this is why I got a huge world record on my 5th ever attempt of this category, is because this is new tech. The world record that I beat didn't have this. It used a much slower strat with Nina's shaman form. So just doing this, you instantly, assuming that nothing terrible happens, which is possible, terrible things can't happen, but assuming nothing goes wrong, this is just instantly 10 minutes faster than the old strat. Uh-oh. Okay, so I did say things could go wrong. So, against the really fast enemies in here, the run chance is not quite 100%. So now we have backups. And the backup is basically just cross your fingers and pray. So this is not totally consistent, but on the other hand, Nina's banish strategy was also not totally consistent, so pick your poison. If we die here, it's fine. We respawn back at the dragon and we try again. Yep. No, that's why we safety saved. That costs us, what, a minute or two? Things went wrong. It happens. So I've done this run through Infinity in testing. I probably did a couple of dozen tests. And it's 80%-ish consistent. Most of the time it works. So, just to illustrate that I'm not just making things up. I also lost my shaman in the world record run. In the actual world record, the 625, I lose my shaman less than half the way through Infinity, and I still world record because I just continued running, and it worked. It doesn't always work, but it works pretty well. So now we just do the same strat again. Gut save. An inopportune gut save. Alright. We are set. Let's try again.
To ask an earlier question that I just see about to scroll off the top of my chat window here. Yeah, all the shaman forms are temporary, so they can be removed either by certain plot triggers or by getting down, either dying or being reduced to like the critical health threshold when your character like sort of sits down on the ground in their weakened state. And part of that is honestly probably the laziness, or some laziness on the part of the artists not doing extra sprites for all of the additional forms on top of all of the regular characters. So it can be quite annoying when you get hit just enough to take you down to that health threshold, and you lose your shaman transformation. Especially when an attack doesn't kill you, it's especially annoying. But all of the shaman transformations are like that. Even the even ones that just change your stats and don't actually change your appearance.
Yep. So, just a word about the consistency. If you're watching this and you think, wow, this is really inconsistent, I wouldn't want to try runs like this. The point is that there is nothing better. Like, the Nina strat is similarly inconsistent. The chance of Nina losing her shaman is about the same as the chance of Kat losing her shaman, except the Nina route is guaranteed to be 10 minutes slower. And the only thing that's more consistent, so basically has no chance of going wrong, is actually just fighting your way down, and that's half an hour slower. So even if doing this, the cat strat, even if it takes you 2 or 3 attempts at doing this is still faster than any other option. So you might as well just go for it. It's not like it's crazy risky, and if it doesn't work, the run is over. If it doesn't work the first time, then you probably don't have a world record, but you're still faster than any other strategy. So it's inconsistent compared to itself, but it's still clearly the best option. It's not like it's a coin toss on whether or not you lose half an hour. That would be a different story. If it were like that, I wouldn't be using it in Marathon. But the fact that it only takes you 2 or 3 minutes to do the dungeon, so if it doesn't work first try, you just try again. The Nina Shaman forces the enemies to run. The thing is that's not guaranteed. So it's a roll for each enemy, and each roll is only about, I think it caps out at 85%. So in a fight with multiple enemies, half the time it won't even end the fight properly. So this is way more consistent on average. The trade-off is that occasionally you just die, but who knows?
Have you tried just not dying?
Yeah. I mean, that's how I got my world record. I just didn't die. I even lost the shaman, and I still got a world record. Man, I am hungry. I don't know why I thought about that. I'm very hungry.
It's because we're 6 hours and 48 minutes into this.
Yeah. So I just took off Ryu's Empire Sword there, because there is one enemy in here that I will actually need to fight.
Yeah. Dragon Quarter, everyone is KO'd, but it's not an oof. It's it's intentional.
Yeah, it's the whole
Everyone's
plan.
supposed to be KO'd.
Everybody KO'd is why our run chance is so high. So there is one enemy in here where this strategy doesn't work. There are Gannets, and Gannets actually have the maximum possible speed value, 511. So you're almost never going to run away from Gannets no matter how fast you are. Fortunately, they don't do much, and they only have 5 health, so I can just easily use one cast from the Empire Sword to kill them. What's dangerous is that Gannets sometimes appear with another enemy, the Daedalus, which is slow, but very threatening. So if they appear together, the enemy's average speed is still too high for you to safely run, so you have to take one turn to kill the Gannets, and then cross your fingers and pray that you don't die when the Daedalus attacks. So that is the riskiest point. Hey, MCon! Yes, I do have the wind robe. Alright, that is the first half of the dungeon. We get a save point now.
Now let's do it again.
Exactly, we do it again. So anybody not in the know, MCon K, who has just rolled into chat asking about the wind robe, he is the other main speedrunner for this game. So he held the any percent record for, I think, 2 or 3 years. Only just lost it. I'm sure will take it back from me momentarily, and he still has the Japanese SFC world record at like 6 hours flat, I think.
Yep, 6 hours flat.
Lead-off attacks are just RNG, but the lead-off attack rate is 25%. So you can get a lot of lead-offs, and it's not that weird. Oh, we absolutely skip the whole Valerie thing. That's 20 minutes. It's in the 100% category, though, just for funsies.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that they made such a critical portion of the plot just sort of optional. You don't have to do it. It's nice for speedrunning, but you can easily miss it by just not talking to the guy.
So, assuming no tragedies, we should have about 40 minutes left.
Only a little overestimate.
Just slightly. It's okay, we learned so many things.
Limp 3324, if you're referring there, we've already got the final dragon forms, but if you're thinking of the Anthony power we get on the way down to the last boss, you cannot skip it because you can't beat the final boss without it.
Done talking. I get a save point! Thank goodness. So we have this really cool looking dragon statue.
I like how they put
nice
cool.
walk.
I like how they put cool, unique dragon statues in the final dungeon and nowhere else in the game.
So these are the gannets. These are the things that are kind of spooky. Now with 5 of them, if they all choose to attack me, I might actually be in a little bit of trouble. But usually they just fiddle around casting Cure 2 and Defense Up and stuff like that. And they also don't do much damage. So this is probably just going to be a little bit of... Oh, Cat's only level 24! Okay, so that explains why I failed that run earlier at the beginning of the dungeon, because normally I do this at 25 or 26.
Probably from all not using cat earlier.
Yeah,
because the glitch weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so she's 25 now. We survived a fight with gannets. So, yeah, the door we just went up there, that's where we have to go to get the final dragon power, Anthony. And as Pax said, you cannot beat the final boss without it. But I don't want it, so I'm not getting it. We're just not getting it. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Trust, it'll be fine.
Who even needs the secret power of the Dragon Clan?
Not us.
Sounds fake.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's real. Okay. A couple more rooms. Everybody who's familiar with the game, but not the speedrun, is so confused right now.
Yeah. Oh man. You gotta trust us. We know what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm a scientist. Yeah, bad karma. Bad karma has got it right. We don't want to lose Cat. So if we do the Anthony sequence to get it, then not only does Cat lose her shaman, but also the whole party is revived, and then we'd have to go through the whole process of killing everybody off again. Or we'd have to fight our way down. But both of those sound slow. And we're not about slow here, so instead we're just going to skip it.
Dragon Quarter, you've almost got it.
Okay. Made it. And now I have to put my smart hat on and not be dumb for a bit. Okay, so that, we can power food around. We need to dinker Ryu. Where's the other one? There we go. Okay, so 90 vigor, good. 109, good. 210, good. Okay, full health. Oop, forgot a step.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so I need the moon drop, the vanilla extract, wise fruit. There. Okay, now I should be good. Oh, forgot the Empire Sword on Reed. Now I should be good. Yeah. Normally I try and do that menu a bit quicker, but it would be really silly to mess it up here. How much stress is in the final dungeon for the average runner? I honestly couldn't tell you. Like, I am the average runner. Hardly anybody else runs this game lately. But yeah, I mean, using the cat strat in the final dungeon, you're always a little bit worried that cat might die and you'll have to reset. And also, this fight is super spooky. So this is the hardest fight in the game. So excuse me while I try not to mess up. Okay. As much as possible, we want to see him just use Cold Breath and Fire Breath.
So yes, anyone who was here in the first few minutes of the run should recognize this guy.
Yeah, this is Barberry. He's the guy we met right at the start.
I'm not sure how he got out in the first place to fight us, or how he got back in, but I'm just not going to question it.
The good idea.
I feel like he's bigger than the door, but...
Okay, got that right. So you can just challenge him to single combat. It's a terrible idea. You won't win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do not solo fight Barberry. Unless it's Brave Man and you've got the pan pizza.
Okay. Oh, that could have just been a regular help yell. Oh well. Alright. There's the first G-Dragon. 1. I'm gonna see if I can count to 5. Good. Excellent. G-Dragon, Wise Ball, Moondrop.
Iago, yes, it is possible to defeat Barberry in the solo fight. It is just very difficult.
It's mandatory in Brave Man! If you want to see me actually defeat Barberry glitchless at level 32, go and watch the Brave Man VOD from Really Really Longathon last year. I think it was really, really lots of lore, I think, the first one.
Yeah, really, really lots of lore.
Yeah.
And I mean, glitchless, but not everything is working as intended.
Shh, they don't need to know! Okay, there goes Cat's Shaman. That's expected. You don't plan on Cat still having her Shaman at the end of this fight. Wise Ball, Fireball,
Drop. Ashmedai, the reward for soloing him is bragging rights and being a brave man of the dragon.
Yeah, that's it.
That's all you get.
Okay, this is the spooky turn, so I'm going to do a little safety. So first I have to put on the Mother Robe. Equip, good. G-Dragon. Rand has to Wise Ball Ryu. Bleu has to cast Defense Up on Ryu, and Cat has to Moondrop. So if Barberry does a physical attack this turn and high rolls his damage, then he can just slay Ryu, which is why we use the defense up buff. But he didn't attack. Actually, has he just used a breath attack every single turn? is this actually the
Mostly
freest?
breath
This
effect,
was the freest Borrowberry fight of all time. So, believe me, he gets worse. He has only been using his weakest attack. Okay, and now we put Ryu's armor back on so that he outspeeds again. Which is there. G-Dragon, defend. Fireball, defend. Nice! Hey, gold split! Oh, you're kidding me! Oh my goodness. Wow, what a run. So yeah, the game just soft-locked again. That is a very, very rare occurrence that I don't think has anything to do with glitching or emulators or anything. It's just very, very, very rarely he soft-locks at his dying cutscene. So I guess we get to do it again. What a day. There, Rhea. Rhea, you're welcome. Yeah, so after you beat him, he says a couple of lines of dialogue, and then the screen goes white and he explodes. Except, very occasionally, he doesn't.
This has been an interesting run.
Yeah, so I have only ever seen that happen twice in live runs. Once to Andy and once to me. Like, this is the first time it's happened to me in a run. So, like, you don't have to worry about that. If you want to get into Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning, it's incredibly rare.
Yeah, this is... What you're seeing right now is a very rare instance of Breath of Fire 2 softlock %.
Yeah. Yeah, so probably now now when I fight Borrowberry, I'm going to get a much worse pattern. Yeah, that is how that is going to go. Wow. Every single thing that could have gone wrong. That's not true. There were definitely more things that could have gone wrong. Can't happen on real hardware? I honestly don't know enough about Breath of Fire 2's real hardware. Like I said, it's even on an emulator. MCon plays on hardware, and he has had it happen a couple of times. Also, that looks like it's going to be a reset. Assuming that the other one attacks. It defends. Okay, well, maybe we'll get down to the bottom with just regular cat this time. Yeah, the last time Andy ran Breath of Fire 2 in a marathon, I think this happened to him. Is that a reset? Boy, is it ever.
Oh, man. What is this run?
It's a Breath of Fire 2 showcase. It's all of the things that can go wrong. It's okay, that's why we have the safety save here.
Yeah, it's really such a bummer that there's that soft lock at Borrowberry, because there is a save point in the next room.
There is, yes. I was about 5 seconds away from having a save. Is there even a point to using the smoke spell? So I am. So what you need to know about the smoke spell is, first of all, it does work. It helps. And the second thing is that the smoke spell and the Holy Scarf equipment do the same thing. You only need one. So once you have the Holy Scarf equipped, you then no longer need to bother smoking. Yeah, so what I've learned from this is next time I submit to a marathon, bump that estimate up a little bit. The estimate didn't really account for soft locks. So in Super Nintendo, the two soft locks, the first one is when you're doing the weapon glitch. You can soft lock if you're not paying attention. And the second one is here at the end of the game at Barberry. He can soft lock. It's just those two. If you're playing on GBA, then there is no shopping glitch, so that's not a problem, but there is also a soft lock on some ROMs at High Fort. But it's okay. We're making progress. We'll get there. We will get there.
Slowly but surely, we will make it to the bottom. Is GBA faster or slower? It is faster because it's got a run button. Basically, it just makes you move twice as fast. It's not really a run, but it's a run. So you can go a lot faster because the walking is kind of slow in this game. People just need to be able to actually make it to the end of the run.
Yeah, right. That's the real problem. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Good. Okay, round two. Okay. Whoop. Defense. G Dragon. W Fruit. Attack up, defend. Sorry, High Spirits. I'm doing my best. Oh shoot! He has the wrong sword on. Ha! That or I forgot to use attack up. No, he does have the Empire Sword, so I just forgot to use attack up. I don't know what I'm doing. Yes, you can accidentally kill people with the W fruits. Okay.
Yes, on the bright side to doing this boss fight again, we get to listen to the sick Barberry battle music for even longer.
Yeah.
What happens if you fight him solo? You fight him solo. It's Ryu versus Barberry in the Battle of the Century. And he's got a little bit less health than if you fight him normally. But he's way harder because you're fighting him all by yourself. And when you win, he gives you like a hint at some hidden treasure in this room. But you can, if you know the treasure's there, you can get it without the hint. And that's about it, otherwise it's just bragging rights.
So the first fight ends after you do 1250 damage to him, a quarter of his health bar. If you fight him with 4 people, he heals back to his full 5000 afterward. Whereas if you fight him solo, he keeps that first 1/4 of his health bar missing, so he only has 3750 instead. That's the other difference. Okay. Feel free to keep the chat entertained, Pax. I'm just focusing on what I'm doing. Oh! Okay, well, that's why we use defense up. Disaster averted. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, exactly lethal. Okay, so... yeah, that wastes a Wise Ball, so that means I now have to use improv strats. My favorite.
Great.
So here's what we do. Oh, now he goes for the cold breath, the jerk. Okay. That won't kill him this turn, but I'll be able to kill him next turn. This is gonna hurt. Ow. 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 So his deal is the lower his health drops, the more damage that attack deals. That's why he started one-shotting Ryu. Okay. Now we can go Fire Rock. This should finish him off. There we go. Okay, now hopefully this time no soft lock.
Big money, no soft lock.
Yeah.
Big money, no soft lock.
There we go. Good. So the moment you see that white line, you're okay. That's how I could tell immediately last time what had happened. Okay. So first of all, save! There. Progress has been saved. Okay, now remember when we skipped Anthony all the yonkers ago, way back? Yeah, we actually need to go back and get it. It's kind of important. Okay. Gotta remember to put the Holy Scarf back on, that's kind of important. Can I run? Not really worth fighting these things. So this is why you don't normally run with a full party. Uh-oh. That zombie is actually going to be a problem. Ah, maybe it's not that bad. Okay, fine. Can I Fire Rock these things? Yes. Okay, that would have been the better thing. I actually didn't remember if those things died to a Fire Rock or not. Have these Fire Rocks left over, I might as well use them. The Dragoon does not, because the Dragoon resists fire. Okay, we made it. So this is what we skipped before. Now, if we had done it originally, we would have then had to fight our way all the way down to Blueberry, to Barberry. And that would have been like well over a dozen fights. This way, we only had to do 3. So now we have a 10-minute plot sequence. Joy. Okay, my throat is actually hurting, so Pax, take it away.
I will try, but my internet's wigging out a little bit. I haven't been able to keep up much with the video because it keeps buffering on me, and I'm not sure how much of my what I'm saying is getting all...
Oh, I can hear everything.
Warbly and garbled.
No, I can hear you perfectly clearly, and what I hear is what they hear.
Alright.
And you know what's going on screen. I'm just doing Anthony.
Yeah, it's stuff like that, because it just cut out for me, so I'm not sure what's happening. But, yeah, I mean, Anthony sequence, not much to say here, because it's a lot of boring hallways, and at the end we are given the choice, who are you going to sacrifice in order to gain the power of Anthony? And unfortunately, we're not allowed to pick Jean. Does Blah have a door?
She does not.
She doesn't. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm like, I don't think Blah has a door. Blah doesn't get.
That's
Blah
what you call a last-minute addition to the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Blah doesn't get. Blah doesn't get any shaman transformations, or a door here. There's not much else that's really character specific that Blah could get.
Chat is just reminding me that I'm actually overheating a lot, so I'm opening a window.
There you go.
So somebody's asking about the time losses. Yeah, we had a death, and then another death, and then a huge soft lock that wiped away half an hour of progress, and then recently another soft lock. So I have taken all of my bad juju and thrown it all into this one run. So when I get back to doing PB attempts on stream, everything is going to be smooth. Nothing bad will happen. Yeah, getting both the Mirror softlock and the Barberry softlock in the same run is hilarious. That is some unreal luck. We killing Bo? I'd sacrifice Bo if I could. Man, what a useless character. The only thing he's good at is healing spells, but there is no value in being good at healing spells in this game because the healing items are so abundant and so overpowered. What's the Barberry soft lock? It's when you beat Barberry and then the game locks. That's it.
Yeah.
It's just very, very rarely. Not anything to do with emulation or anything. MCon has confirmed that it happens to him on console once in a while. Very rare. I've probably completed a couple hundred runs across various categories in my time as a BoF 2 speedrunner, and this is the first time that it's happened to me. The mechanics of why the game freezes are not known. Do my students know I'm a speedrunner? I honestly don't know. I don't make a super serious effort to keep my life as Charles distinct from my real life as somebody else. But I also don't advertise it, so I just figure whatever happens, happens.
Man, gotta love these repeating hallways.
I know,
They
right?
all go to the same place. What good dungeon design.
Imagine if they had random encounters, though. I would be teaching in person, except, you know, COVID, so I'm not. Normally I would be teaching in person. Oh, and I'm dead. Alas, the game ends here.
Yep, that's it. Game over.
I lied! If you choose somebody other than yourself here, you have to do it all over again. That's what happens.
And who's got time for that?
Not me. I'm already an hour and a half overdue. Yep. My splits say I am plus 1 hour and 19 minutes and 39 seconds.
Dude.
Right? Lol.
Alright, so now that we've got the great secret power of the Dragon Clan, now we can go fight the final boss.
Yep. And because we saved down at the bottom after beating Baruberry, we just come
Sacrifice your
here.
estimate.
Yeah, we just come here, we get Anthony, and then we Death Warp, and we go right back to the bottom. And it saves
It's a
having to
very
actually
clever maneuver.
fight our way through the stupid dungeon. Hey, Puexel, yeah, we also got the completely unrelated Baruberry softlock. I'm speedrunning a softlock compilation. All of the possible ways to break Breath of Fire 2. Okay, so I should not need to do anything else with my equipment. This is all correct. Yep. Clean order. Okay. One last safety save for good measure. Off we go. Yeah, it's been a real day.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster. to be
And we
quite
got no
honest.
random encounters. That's nice. I currently hold the world record since it's a new category. This is actually not. This is the oldest category. This is the original category. But yes, I do hold the world record. What's new is the route. Unless you're joking about the world record in, like, softlock percent, then yes, I suppose I do. I think I am the only person to ever encounter both softlocks in one run.
Alright, this is it. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Yes, essentially this is the offspring of Myria, the boss from Breath of Fire 1 and also Breath of Fire 3. and he's kind of killing our party members in a way that looks, you know, pretty permanent. Yep. Yeah, that's going to leave a mark.
This is an intense moment. I don't like to talk over
Yeah,
it.
me neither. I don't want to say anything. Okay, so just in the honor of the marathon, I'm going to do something I don't normally do. I'm going to cut God in the face. There is no purpose to doing this except for fun. But I mean, we're already an hour and a half over estimate, so here, just one to the face. Got him. There. Okay, now we can do this properly. So you can't win this. He doesn't take real damage, and he just keeps exploding until you die.
And he does, what, half your health every time?
Yep, round it up. So it does eventually kill you. I consider that like Omni-slashing Sephiroth at the end of FF7. Just to get the cheeky little poke in before casting Anthony. And of course, the ultimate magic of the dragon is the power of friendship. Because of course it is.
Yes, explode can kill you.
So now we have become the ultimate dragon necromancer and raised our friends from the dead.
And also, yes, the real dragons were the friends we made.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Ooh, I'm keeping that one. Okay, now a real boss fight. This one's for keeps. Okay, dragon attack.
So some notable things this boss can do. He can wipe out all of your buffs and such. He can steal a bunch of your power and heal himself. And he can hit you with the bone laser.
So the fight is actually in 2 phases. Each phase is 5,000 health, 10k in total. He only does the buff canceling in the first phase, and he only does the bone laser in the second phase. Alright, get him! Yeah, get him, Rand. Good job. Alright. Do I have a fire rock left? Yeah, I do. Might as well throw this at him. No reason not to. That's the tickle beam. Yes, I appreciate all the memes in chat, but keep it PG. It would be an awful shame to get me booted off the channel in the last 5 minutes of the run. Whew. Okay, so far he's being well behaved.
And yet, as crazy as this boss sprite is, it's not still it's still not as wild and wacky as like Final Fantasy final bosses.
Oof. Oh well, okay. Dirt nap for Ryu. Okay, here's the plan. I've got it. Rand attack, blue attack up Rand, and Cat Moon drop. This will let me heal Ryu and Rand at the same time. Good luck with your run, Rhea. Oh, and Rand just ate it. Alright, so this is becoming slightly inefficient. He's killing the people I'm trying to buff. Ow! So he's being a little bit rude, but it's okay. We can work. We can work with this. Okay, so it's Rand who's not buffed? Yeah. Yeah, you can see the unbuffed attacks are a lot weaker. There we go. That's some good damage. Nice shot, Rand. 10. Not Rand? Okay. Well, goodbye, cat. Wow, these crits, though. He's probably into his second phase now, I think? So that drains both your health and your mana, so he just healed for 180 doing that? So this guy can be more annoying, because he'll kill people with death or with crits to the face, He'll remove your buffs, he'll drain to prolong the fight, but actually, it's a much less threatening fight than Baruberry, because Baruberry just goes ham every turn. So this one can take longer if Death Evan is feeling rude, but you're never really in much danger. Yeah, like this, just doing God's power every turn. This is just dragging out the fight. Hey, there we go. Exactly half an hour over estimate. As is tradition. Okay, well, that was a video game. Starting with shoutouts, thank you so much for commentating this disaster PAX. It was an entire hour and a half longer than what you signed up for.
I was happy to be here for this absolute train wreck.
Yeah, so that time, 7:45, that is officially slower than my glitchless world record. I literally beat this game faster without using any of the glitches. Just to give you an idea of how today went.
That's embarrassing.
I know, right? Also, shout out to High Spirits for accepting this monstrosity. I don't know if he knew what he was signing up for, but thank you so much. I always appreciate an opportunity to show off my favorite ridiculous game in these marathons. And also shout out to all like 1,870 people here, and everybody else who watched in the past and is watching a VOD or something like that. You are all very cool. I don't know what you're doing watching this. Surely it's something better you could be doing with your life, but I appreciate that you're here. It's been a really fun time. We have enjoyed this colossal train wreck as a team, and isn't that really what it's all about?
Yeah, thank you for sticking with us through all of the soft locks.
Yeah. So if you want to stick with the tradition in Breath of Fire 2 runs, you wait until you have confirmed that we actually do have the good ending, which is about 2 minutes. You just have to get through the very beginning of the credit crawl to confirm that yes, we actually do have the right ending. And then other than that, I'll just be waiting on High Spirits to tell me when I'm safely off air. And then what's up next? Do we have Rhea? Rhea running... I don't remember what she's running. We have a very cool person running what is presumably a very cool game.
I closed the schedule. Oh no.
Yeah, what did you do that for? I'm relying on you here. The real soft locks were the friends we made along the way. Yep. So again, if anybody's interested in joining either mine or the Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning communities, there are Discord links on my channel, as are speedrunning notes. I would be delighted to see more people pick up this game, because despite what you saw today, it is actually a lot of fun.
It's a good game, it's very endearing. It can punish you a little bit at times, but it's not...
It will very occasionally soft lock on you.
It will very occasionally soft lock on you.
But only very, very, very rarely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as soon as the squad...
If you're playing it casually, it doesn't have to be a terrible grind fest.
No.
It's quite enjoyable.
As soon as the squad gets back to gate, it will then confirm for us that we have the correct ending by not playing a Dragon Screech. Oh yeah, and now that this is all over, my students are handing in their exams at midnight, and then I'm going to have to mark 200 calculus exams. I was very successfully not thinking about that. Thank you, Getting Unstuck. I really appreciate that. It's a real boost to my mood. No, of course I'm kidding. So yeah, it's going on about how we realize that Death Evan isn't really dead, because, I mean, what is dead may never die. There needs to be a dragon guarding the gate, protecting the world from evil. So Ryu is going to turn into the dragon like his mother before him and protect the world, and it's all very sad. Yeah, it's just calculus, breeze through it with your answer key like a good teacher. That is totally how that works. Ah, yeah, absolutely. I think that's what a lot of students are expecting when they show up in first year, and they get a really rude awakening. There we go. We saw the people in gate. There was no dragon screech. We have the good ending. So now, high spirits, you can kick me off whenever you're ready. And until then, I'll just keep talking. I can't seem to stop myself.